On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Yes, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Krui Pro. I'm here with Amari, who is in one of the first quarterfinals this morning. Amari, how was the surf out there?
So fun. Caught a couple, definitely a bit of a crowd, but waves look fun.
And we have a big day of surfing today, potentially surfing 3 heats. How are you feeling for finals day of the Pro Junior?
I'm super excited. I got a walkthrough to the quarterfinals. But yeah, I'm just excited to get out there because the waves are pumping.
And will you be surfing in the QS as well?
Yeah, I will be. So good luck. Oh, wishing me luck for that.
Well, we have a huge day of surfing today. We're going to start with the women's quarterfinals, roll to the semi-finals of the men's and women's Pro Junior, and then wrap up the Pro Junior, go straight into the QS as well. So stay tuned for a huge day of surfing.
Welcome here to day 2. It's a beautiful looking scene out in front at Ujong Batur. It is day 2 of the Krui Pro. My name is Mark Clift. I'm joined by True Starling here this morning. True, and what a ripper day we have ahead of us again.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge day. I'm super excited. We're going to be crowning champions.
Juniors.
It's going to be so exciting. We have the men's and women's Pro Junior final on today, but we still need to determine who those surfers are.
Yep, so we're going to start with 4 heats of the women's, their quarterfinals, men's semis, women's semis, men's final, ladies final on the Pro Junior side of life, and then we are rolling into men's QS round of 144. Surf-wise, we've both been out there, had a bit of a look at it. You've spoken to some of the athletes. How's the vibe? What are they thinking?
Yeah, they said it's really fun. The few people that I've spoken...
Studer, here she is. She's a good competitor, young Jazz. She's been doing the rounds for a while, obviously here with the dad. Now, having a chat with the Luke Studer yesterday, Jazz has a real knee issue.
Yeah, I saw that. She's got a bit of a brace on there. We'll come back to that though, Mark, because this is this is Suri, I should say. She is up and riding on her first wave. Nice opening turn. Catches a little rail, but does well to hold on to it. And just the one turn for Suri. But yeah, so what's going on with Jasmine's knee?
Okay, so Dad, Luke Studer, and good morning, Luke. He's probably listening in. Said it's potentially a little, what's the meniscus is torn a little bit.
Oh,
so
wow.
at times the leg just gives way.
Yeah, so she's done a good job.
And yeah, I said, so she's going to have to pick and choose the turns and the waves. And
wow.
And he said, when she tries to hold a calf, sometimes the leg just collapses. So not ideal. I'm sure that's in the back of her mind. It's hard to, just totally push a knee injury out of your head. It's a tough thing. We really rely on that part of our body for every maneuver, every single thing. So that's a little mission that Jazz has to kind of deal with. And at least she's got an early wave. Didn't complete it, but she's on the scoreboard. Here goes a surfer now.
Yeah, here we go. This is Hinata Shimizu. Unfortunately, she comes unstuck on her backside. So maybe a few jelly legs for this first heat of the morning, but wow, look how clean. I mean, the conditions are so good this morning. And there's, definitely some really good waves on offer.
100%. Watching the free surf this morning, boy, oh boy, there was a lot of shredding going on. There was a lot of 6 and 7 turn waves, there was some 200-meter rides. There were some wicked drop-ins, as you see every afternoon during the free surfs. But there was still a lot of waves breaking. I think to me it looked like the consistency might have backed off a smidge. You've still got these things rolling through that look insane on the drone. So on any given day, if you said, that's what we're competing in today, you'd go, let me at it. When am I on?
Yeah, definitely. It was awesome. We saw yesterday the onshore kind of come up by the afternoon, but there was still some really, really good waves coming through. This lady on screen right here, Arissa Ishii, she had a really good heat yesterday, taking out her first heat. I think she got a pair of 4.4s, and she had a few little mishaps, but that consistency of scores was really good because she was able to maintain that lead. So she is holding that first priority, waiting to open up her account in this heat. A few lines coming through, no takers.
That's a good looking wave. Look at that thing.
Yeah, it looks so fun. I mean, that first wave, Jasmine, a 317. Suri looking to back up her first wave, which is a 3. Gets that first backside, snap in, driving through another carve. This wave kind of fattens out a little bit, so she just gets out of there.
It's that high tide. We could see it washing right up against the break wall down there this morning. Here's Jazz putting in a huge paddle. Dole just about throws herself over the falls. Doesn't get much joy out of that. But, yeah, big high tide. So there is going to be a little bit of bump going on out there. Some of the waves may burger off a bit as they get towards the channel. But still 25-minute matchups. You only need 2 good rides. We haven't seen anybody really connect. Our best score so far is 4 for Hanasuri Jabrick, the lady we like to call Suri. Jazz open with a 317 and a throwaway number there for Hinata. Leaves Arissa with priority and waveless at this stage. But she's taken the option of being the deepest, furthest up the point. It's such a big takeoff area here. I mean, some people hedge their bets and go 80 metres further to the left of screen than white, right? And go up there and hunt barrels. And if it pays off, you look like a genius.
Yes.
And I'm sure we're going to see some of that as the day unfolds through our Pro Junior rounds. But the more higher percentage play, come down the reef a little bit, sit about between where white and green are, try and connect a few 2 and 3 and 4, 5-turn waves if possible, and get some sort of runs on the board. But I think as the day unfolds, we're going to see some crew really take on that deep section and tube ride.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like there's going to be some big surfing towards the back end of the day and even, just throughout the whole day. We've already got the men's Pro Junior semi-finalists locked in, which is going to be super exciting. Both of those semi-finals could be finals.
Can't wait to see those.
Yeah, so it'll be really fun. I mean, these quarterfinals for the women, a little sleepy start in this one, but I feel like they're going to really open up when they get those opportunities to come through. And I feel like it's always the way. I was watching the surf and there was consistent sets coming through. There were so many waves, but the ocean's gone a little quiet for the first heat.
And it's, as we're just watching replay here of Suri, it's always different watching from the beach because you see every wave break, right? When you get out there, you go, I thought it was pumping. Where are these waves? It's kind of because you're now amongst it. You're not seeing everything. There's the waves that are breaking under their guard and some deep ones and blah, blah. So it's always a bit weird when you watch from the beach. You go, oh, my God, it's so pumping.
Yeah.
You get out there and it's all of a sudden, has it slowed up? Probably not. It's just you're not seeing and able to ride every spot because it's a big takeoff zone.
Yeah. And even watching it from the beach is so different to actually being out there. The line, you're like, oh yeah, I'm going to sit here, and then you get out there and you're like, well, I'm really not in the spot where I thought that I was in the beach,
And that's what happens because the break's a fair way out, right? So you're a fair way offshore. You look around and you go and you try and get your markers during your free surfs. Sometimes you get out there and you go, oh God, am I looking at my right marker? The other girls might have gone a bit deeper, and then you start to question yourself, going, am I on the spot? So maybe other factors can come into disrupting your official tactic that you wanted to stick with. I don't know. Anyway, it's up to the ladies. They're all well versed in competition surfing. Not a lot of waves caught just yet. In fact, Arissa is waveless. 25 minutes matchups. But Suri will be pretty stoked. She's got some wax on her feet, a couple of numbers she can build on. She's a big, tall human, and she uses that to her advantage. Got the 4 and the 3 so far, so good work. She's been doing our rounds for a long time. Obviously, the daughter of Tippy Jabrick, who is kind of our boss at the ASC, the Asian Surfing Cooperative. So Suri's been coming to events for a long time, had the rash vest on for a long time. Loving what she does. She's definitely getting better. I think she's part of the P-Soy team out of Bali. Jazz as well. Jazz has been doing the rounds for a long time. And in recent years starting to get the success of this constant rolling up to events. You know, she's done some hard yards. I've seen that young lady go to a lot of spots, have some disappointing results. There's been tears along the way, but
Always
it's part of learning
Mhm.
and it's part of going, okay,
Yeah.
sometimes don't be too harsh on yourself. You're going to lose more times than you win.
Yeah.
Got to get your head around this whole contest thing. And I think she's starting to do that really well. Here she is now on screen.
Yeah, she had a little look at that one, but it looked a little bit fat. Yeah, it's competitive surfing is definitely tough, especially when you're relying on things that are so out of your control, being the ocean, being your other competitors. And as a junior as well, there's so many lessons that you take out from every heat, pretty much. Even if you win, there's always something that you're like, oh, I probably won't do that again, or maybe I didn't use my priority wisely in this point, or whatever that might be. But it's sometimes a penny just drops for people quicker than it does for others.
100%. That is such a true call because some people get it quickly, or some people have that experience, or they have that little bit of success and their belief grows a bit quicker than someone else, or they work out how to get the best out of themselves with a rashi on quicker than someone else who may take a couple of years to get rid of these nerves and to stop worrying about too much outside noise and just focus on the mission at hand. So let's watch White here. Young Arissa drops into what looks like a really good wave. She's waited almost 10 minutes for this, so she'll be really keen to get some runs on the board and bank this wave. So far, so good. Had a couple of nice sections come her way. That was a pretty quality turn. So Arissa with 3 tidy moves, stringing it together really well. A 4th hit out wide, connecting the dots really well. So I would say, well done, Arissa. I reckon that puts her, well, not in the lead, but with the best number.
Yeah, and this is Hinata up and riding. Nice backside snap, gets a little bit vertical. You can see how she adjusts there. She had a little bit of a wobble, gets that compression and huge carve for Jasmine Studer. That was lovely surfing, nursing that knee a little bit outside of it, but wow, not losing anywhere. She drives through another nice connection and gets a completion. So she's looking in form right now.
And that's her strength. Power surfing is Jasmine Studer's strength. She showed a bit of it right there. Things are going to get a little bit tighter. I really liked Arissa's wave. We might even see some replays folding out shortly. Jazz, I think her best number. All right, so things are starting to take shape. This is actually heat 2 of this round, but it's our first heat of the morning. We're not going to go into it too much, but for people around the world that might be going, is that a misprint? Quarterfinal 2? No. So quarterfinal 3, quarterfinal 4, and then back to quarterfinal 1 before we cross to the men's semis.
Yeah, very excited. Finals day for the Pro Junior. It's going to be a good day. It's already shaping up to be a nice morning.
I remember finals day last year for the Pro Juniors around at Crewy left. It was such a good day. It was just such a feel good, when Bronson won, and sort of doing a little post-heat interview with him, and he had tears, and it was a really emotional day. And Weston Hurst, who's coming up in that first semi, he was in that final. Fajar, he was in that final as well. I think he got a second.
Special moments between friends.
Kind of was. A groovy little left around there, a little bit like Bingen. It wasn't this big playing field, but we had to go there. It was unsurfable around here. And it was a massive effort by the team to pull it off. We were sitting in a broadcast team. We had to hire a big high-ace van, pull all the seats out. We didn't do it, but the work crew pulled all the seats out, had all their technology in the AC bus, and we were sitting in a bus commentating all day. Here goes Suri.
Oh, my goodness. Well, this is a beautiful wave for Suri. Oh, just comes unstuck, unfortunately. We've had a few scores lock in, but look at these sets rolling through. No takers on these ones. And Suri's just trying to get underneath this one as well. That first wave for Arissa locked in at a 5.57. Last wave of Hinata was a 5.17. And we still also, for
Jazz,
which is super exciting. Also a small score for Suri to lock in. So the back end of this heat is shaping up to be a good one. It's getting a little bit more consistent with the waves. I went actually for a surf yesterday afternoon. Oh, last wave of red though locks in at a 6.17. That's the best wave of the heat so far, and you can see exactly why. There was so much power in her surfing on that wave.
And that's what I was suggesting, is her strength is her strength, right? Her power surfing. Once she can lay some rail and get a bit of clean open face, Jazz Tudor looks as good as anybody. So I'm sure the old man there, Luke, might be listening in. Salamat pagi, Blee. He's daughter is charging. Now try to improve on just a 317, but for me, didn't see any signs of a knee issue on the 617. So maybe Jazz has kind of been able to push that to one side and just serve free of any grief.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like in heats you don't really feel it, but here we go. Hinata up on her backside, unfortunately just goes down. Yeah, I feel like in those, that 25 minutes, you feel no pain and you don't feel the cold. I mean, I definitely get way too hot, but yeah, there's no pain in those 25-minute heats. You just give it 100%.
And here it is again, everybody. This is the wave of the heat. Boom, crunch, a lot of power, a lot of rail. Winds up, gets another big turn coming up. Rah. So leaning into it, connecting the dots really well right there. Didn't miss a beat. Well done. That is what a 617 looks like in today's conditions. Enough for the lead. Things are pretty tight, really, when you look at their numbers overall and the requirements. Everybody could easily upgrade and move up the leaderboard with pretty low scores. And the good news for Jazz is she's also got priority.
Yeah.
First place and priority. There's White waving to the crowd. Good morning. She needs only a 143 for second, probably just about 4 points for the win.
Yeah, it feels like, it's third and fourth right now. They have a 517 for Hinata. Arisa has that 557. I think Suri's in a position where if she can get rid of that 3 and get into that 5-point range, she'll really add more pressure onto Hinata and Arisa. And this is Hinata right now. Loads up off the bottom, gets one huge snap in. Just the one turn, but a pretty good one at that mark. I mean, I love that commitment.
Needed 183, and she's going to get that. So she'll move into second. Can be tricky, though. Like this drone footage, I love it, but we can't see how the rest of the wave looks when they take off. And sometimes we're like, oh, what a great wave. Oh, hang on, close out. So the one hit there, it's better than no hits. It's going to put her up a space. We'll probably get back out there. And no, she doesn't get third priority. Suri's locked that in. Suri could easily upgrade her total as well. It's got off to an okay start. Kind of needs a bit of open face. Here she goes.
Yeah, Suri having a look at this one. Flying down the line, trying to get around this section. Looks like it's going to stretch out in front of her, but she's going to stay with it. She knows this wave better than most. This is where she's going to be able to open up. She's got a good wall ahead of her, tags it, but unfortunately catches that rail. So she goes down for Suri. That was really unlucky because she was looking like she could have had a couple more nice turns on that one.
Just that little bit of getting stuck at the start. Never really got into full swing of momentum of the wave until late. Ended up a little late on the scene for her opening move, and a bit of a non-event overall there for Suri. So she'll have to try again. You just see Jazz waving her arms with 9 minutes to go, looking for a bit of input. Hinata goes to the lead. All right, that one hit. Oh my God, where was it? It's a 5.37.
Yep. Judges rewarding that commitment, that critical surfing. That power. I really liked the turn. I thought it was a steep wave. I thought the section was, for lack of better words, critical. And she really threw lots of power and strength into it. So I feel like a 5.37. It was similar to her first wave, maybe slightly better, and the scores are reflecting that. So Jasmine has that 6.17, which is the best wave of the heat, and also a 3.17. She needs a 4.37 to go to first. Suri chasing a 5.35 to go up into second place, and Arisa needing a 3.78.
She's still well positioned. She started well. Arisa took her a long time to get away, but she really did some quality surfing, about 5 decent moves for that number. So although she's in fourth, it's not probably a real indication of how she's been going in this heat. She just needs to back it up. Doesn't need a big number. And we saw the judges yesterday through happy to throw big numbers at 1 and 2 hit waves. Yeah. All right, so this is it again.
Yeah, boom. Huge surfing.
I mean, above the lip, it looked pretty good.
You could see her just slightly tap her rail as she loads up into that bottom turn as well. Just shows how low she's getting, and how controlled she is going into that backside snap. So I feel like a 5.37 is a really good score for a quality maneuver.
Well said. All right, 7:20 to go. It's about 3/4 time at this heat. Let's see if Jazz likes this wave. It's looking pretty good for mine. Here she goes. So dropping into wave number 3, trying to burn off just a 3-ish. Look at this thing bowl out. One of the bigger waves. Oh, gee, she was already looking pretty good until that rail just did her no favours.
Yeah, that was really unlucky. Just, going over the handlebars pretty much for Jasmine. Hoping to get rid of that 317, which will apply pressure onto Arissa Ishii. She's up and riding on this one using her priority. It's a smaller wave, a little bit foamier, but she's able to really lock into some good turns. Staying smooth on rail as she drives through another backside carve, and this wave kind of looks like it's petering out a little bit. So she's going to stick with it, hoping that it walls back up again through that wide section. We saw it doing that a little bit yesterday. She's going to milk that wave for all it's worth as she kicks out. She only needs a 3.78, so not a big score, but Suri on a good one out the back.
Yeah, she's going to have to do something here now. The 2 Japanese girls would have just gone to first and second. So the Indonesians now have to fight back to hold their spots and move through to semi-finals. So Suri's done a lot of work on this wave. The wave's turned out a little bit flat, but she's hung in there. She's milked it. She's right down sort of where the caddies hang and where the paddle out zone. All right, so I think at this stage, I can really see Arissa moving up the ladder. She'll probably maybe drop into second or maybe go close for a lead. But either way, I think the Indonesians might have to regroup and pull something out of the bag here.
Yeah, I mean, with 5.5 minutes to go, hopefully they'll get back up in time for one more set. I agree. I think that last wave of Arissa will definitely challenge for the score that she is requiring, that 3.78. I'm wondering what Hinata got done on her wave as well. It looks like she'd come through to maybe close to the inside. I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not too sure, but she's just been looking really solid on her feet. So with 5 minutes pretty much to go, Jasmine still has the best wave of the heat, being that 617. So hopefully she can find a good one to open up.
Yeah, it's a pity she fell on that last wave. Look at the overhead view of Ujong Buchor here this morning. What a zone it is. What a piece of reef it is. It just goes on forever. It breaks a fair way left of screen when it's really doing it. I mean, maybe a little later on we're going to see some people surfing starting off the left of screen there. Ujong Buchor, we're in the Tanjung Setia area. It is the region of Pesisir Barat, and thanks to the government for coming up to the party. This is an important wave for Jazz.
Yeah, wow. Huge first turn for Jasmine Studer. Loads up for a second one. She kind of just paces her way through it. She's got this real cool, calm, collected kind of vibe about her. She leans into a little bit more on that turn, gets that quick float.
Well done.
Wow, she's really doing so well, especially negotiating a knee injury, goes up and over that section, unfortunately, unable to stick to her board, maybe feeling a little bit of nerves there because she now needs a 4.33 to go up into second place.
I don't think she would have heard that before she stood up. So, I reckon she goes straight back to first. That was a really good wave for Jazz. What do you reckon? Yeah,
that first turn was really strong. I feel like maybe the last few lacked a little bit of that power that we saw on that 617, but I still think she put together a couple of really nice turns. So
bigger wave.
It's a bigger wave.
Full set wave.
Yeah. I feel like a bunch of the points will be in that first turn.
Yep. And that, paired with her 617 is going to hold her in good stead. She might only need a 4.33 for second. I can see her going at least there and potentially the first. So it's getting pretty tight. There's a lot of numbers that all look very similar. There's a lot of mid-fives and there's only the lonely low 6 in Studer's column. Suri's playing catch-up a little bit here. She started off well but has not really added big numbers to a two-wave total. The 3.8 has locked in as her last score, but Suri's got a little bit of something to achieve in these last 3 minutes. The question is, where does Jazz go? Is it second or first?
Yeah, she needs that 4.33. So
look, I think the judges are going to like it, really. The size of the wave, the first turn.
It was really good surf.
There was a moment where everyone gasped at the end when she made that hit. So the judges are probably going to reward that with it's just a little bit of commitment involved in that maneuver. Here goes Suri.
Yeah, Suri, having a look at this inside one. She needs a 6.5, knows that's not really going to give it to her. I feel like it was kind of a small wave from the start. She knows what she's looking for, but she wasn't in really good priority rotation, so she's just kind of feeling it out. So waiting for this last wave of Jasmine Studer still with 2 minutes to go. Wow, it's going to be close. This is that last wave of Hinata locked in at 3.9. It's a little bit of a foamier wave, but still really good surfing.
Yeah. Yeah, and so when you look at that, I think Jazz is a fair bit better. So for sure she goes to at least second. I can see her going to first, to be honest. Good old set rolling through now. Look at that thing just grinding off. I imagine there's millions of people, a lot of people at least, watching that and mind surfing it, going, oh, how do I get to this place? Well, there's a fair bit of travelling involved, but it is well worth it once you get here. Look at the next heat, just positioning themselves right up the point.
Doing a good job.
Oh, my God. Look at these things rolling through.
Wow. Last wave of Jasmine Studer locks in at a 7. So she goes straight up into first. Hinata Shimizu in second. Arisa True chasing Ishii. Why do I keep saying that? Arisa Ishii chasing a 4.97.
You need your second coffee.
Suri, I know I do. You're right. The first one doesn't count.
Yeah. First one's to get out of bed and start breathing, right?
Suri needs a 6.54. So a couple of waves rolling through right now, but we have under a minute to go.
What a set. Are you kidding me?
Oh.
How's that thing? Stop it. Oh, everyone online, I hope you're enjoying the broadcast because, you know, when we got events like this that we need to come and sit down and talk about, our job's easy, I feel, because the waves are there. They speak for themselves. Everybody's pretty pumped. So who has priority here? It's Green. She may lose priority here.
Wow.
She had more than a paddle. She sort of tried to catch that. I think they're sitting out wide. I'm not sure what's going on here.
Wow. 25 seconds to go. I don't know if Green lost priority.
No, she didn't.
Suri had a look. Arisa is going to go, but she doesn't have the first priority. Hinata just blocks her there with 10 seconds. I mean, unless Suri can get a wave out the back, it looks like it'll be Jasmine and Hinata progressing on through to
Jazz
the semi-finals.
surfed a good heat. The two best numbers, look at that. Strength, her wave choice was really good. She even made a couple of mistakes that she'll be ruining during this heat and still walked away with the win. So I think you're going to be having a chat with her. Give her some kudos from me as well. I know her dad would keenly been watching that heat. He's on the beach. Luke, a great job. So epic. I think we are going to throw to a break. You get down there and have a chat with Jazz, and we'll be back with Heat 3 in just a moment. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again, and we'll bring Asia and Australia. Okay, we are back. Check it out, gang. Ujong Batur, what a piece of reef we've got here stacked up. We have quarterfinal 2. There's the results, official results. Jazz Judah killed it, 7.617. Yay. Hinata Shimizu taking second place. We'll see her in the semi-finals. This morning here, looking at this venue, it's Mark Clift and it is now Giada Lagarde. G'day, G. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you, Mark?
Look at that close that was. 0.4. Sorry, I'm going really good. 0.4 difference between the two Japanese for second spot. Doesn't get much closer than that ever.
Yeah, I didn't really watch last heat, but I was hearing the scores, and it looks like Jazz Studer really took that last one out. So congratulations, Jazz and Hinata. They will be going straight to the semifinals today, and we'll be finishing off the Pro Juniors.
We certainly will. Now, Samomo, she won this event a few years back. She is in red. Nisa is in blue, Hinano is in white, and Aura is in green. Now, I remember last year, Giada, you had some stats on Aura. What can you tell me about her?
Yep. So, she mostly goes as Alan, and she is part of the Kandui gang. They all traveled together, came all the way from the Mentawais. I spent quite a lot of time with them there. Ray is their dad, And she travels with Dylan and Jaden Wilcoxon. Super lovely, lovely girl. Aline always has a smile on her face. She's always happy. She loves surfing, and every time I see her, she's like, Chara. She just brings this joy to the room. So she's a lovely girl.
How come Ali? What does she roll with?
Aline?
Alim.
Aline. Yeah.
Please explain.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, you know how Indonesia is. Everyone has
I know.
their name and
yeah.
then like their actual official name, but go as a nickname.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, Alin.
Yeah. And then most of the times you meet people in Indonesia and you see their actual name and you're like, I had no idea that was
Their
your
actual
name.
name has about 5 verbs and 30
Yeah.
letters involved. White just gets smashed. Oh, Hinano put herself right under the guillotine right there on a second move. Ouch. She's still underwater. Big takeoff there. Going nowhere is Nisa in blue. So a little bit of fumbling around from White and blue right there.
So Sumomo Sato is a name we've seen around here quite a bit. I'm surprised she's still a pro junior. Wow, it means that she's been starting really, really young to compete. It just shows how early people start competing at these huge levels now. So Sumomo has been around Crewy and Nia's event quite a bit. I've seen her for the past couple years. She's had some great results here in the Pro Junior. She knows this wave well, and it looks like her surfing really can adjust to the reef breaks.
Look, she's a power unit. She's a strong lady. She loves it. She did really. It was when the surf was really big, all right, and she went out there and made it look pretty easy, even though it was bossy conditions. So Sumomo has fond memories of the Ujong Bachor Reef, small or big. She knows how to get the job done. When you win events at a certain, there's a log in the lineup. When you get to events that you've won before and done well in a particular area, your confidence and your belief has got to be pretty high. And it was a couple of years back, we were all staying at Lavina. It was the year Jessie Mendez won. So Lavina had the winner of the men's, the winner of the women's. I think Sumomo might have even won the women's, the Pro Juniors in the same year. But it was a pretty feel-good time down there at Lavina when both Jessie and Sumomo took the title. Same year, same homestay. It was pretty cool. And Lavina never need a reason to party, right? But you can imagine what went on that night.
Yeah, well, I've definitely been there. It's a little bit of like the spot to be.
Kind of. If you're into your karaoke and
Yeah,
staying
the
up late,
karaoke bar.
you get down to Lavina.
So just to give everyone a bit of a rundown of what our day 2 here at the Krui Pro is going to look like. Right after the Pro Juniors quarterfinals, we're going to go straight to the men's and women's Pro Junior semifinals, the men's and women's Pro Junior final, and then go straight into the men's round of 144 and into the round of 128.
Yep, and we've got that draw in front of us. So we'll just have a quick squeeze. Oh, there's a little break in the action. A couple of low numbers. The 3-3-3 for Hinano, where she got squashed trying to tuck in under the lip, is the best number. So just having a little look ahead of the draw, everybody, just for some of the men's rounds coming up a little bit later on. Caleb Tancred is in that very first heat. Kishore Kumar from India, we saw him yesterday. I had a little chat with him after that heat and a few little suggestions about how he can score higher. So he's in that round as well. Got a lot of names there, a lot of quality surfers, but we'll just stay with the women's for now. And we've got the Wilcoxons coming up again. Jaden's in that round.
All right. And with this break in the action, we're going to head over to the post-heat interview. Take it away.
Thank you guys so much, Jasmine. An amazing heat, a 7 and a 617 to start off that quarterfinal. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, I don't know. I kept falling on my first few waves and I got really nervous, but I kept telling myself, okay, I just need to be on a good wave and, hopefully get a good score.
And, you're in the quarterfinals. It's so fun out there. Moving on through to the semis. The conditions are probably going to change just a little bit, but are you going to stick to that same powerful attack?
Yeah, I've been working on my cards for the last 2 months and it's been going really good. I've been really able to utilize my power on waves and I've been loving it.
And you're nursing a little bit of a knee injury. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so I tore my meniscus about 3 months back, but it's slowly healing. I'm just scared I'm gonna overdo it, but when I first got back into the water, I was just so stoked, and I kept wanting to do big turns, and my dad kept telling me, like, no, don't do that. But yeah, I'm just happy to be back in the water and be doing the comps.
And I'm sure you have a lot of people to say hi to and thank back home. So would you like to say hi to anyone?
I want to say hi to my dad and my sister who's watching from back in Bali. My dad was just with me last week, but he left yesterday, and my mom's flying in today, but she's on her flight right now, so she'll probably be able to make my next heat.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Jasmine. Back to you guys.
Unreal. Thanks, True. And I'm so stoked for Jazz. She's such a cool lady who's been doing the rounds for a long time. It's good to see her get success, especially with that little worrying, knee brace on and that issue there. But she overcame the odds, and good on her.
Yeah, that's a really nice interview, and it'll be great to see her mom out here supporting. And talking about support, here is Alan on a good-looking wave. Nice second turn. Wraps it around, giving the judges that variety. This is a really nice wave and start to Alan. Unfortunately, just gets her rail a little bit stuck there, but that was a good way to start. She hasn't caught a wave yet. Nice. She was keeping it safer and smooth. She has that calm style to her, so it's good to watch.
Very elegant surfer.
Yeah, she's a very elegant surfer.
She's strung it together pretty well. I can see that being the better number in the early stages of this heat. So I think Alin will go straight into first. Good to get that first wave under the belt. It took her about 9 minutes. We'll call that a completion. She fell up, but that was right down in the channel. So it's a good way to start it, a little bit of a confidence booster, and it's way better than a fall. So well done.
100%. And sometimes it's easy to just to start too fast and want to get things done too quickly in a heat, especially if it's the first one of the event. So it's good that she took her time. She was calm. She played it safe. It could be a heat strategy.
Well, I'm glad she stayed up the point to kick things off. This is this first wave of white. You watch, she gets crunched here. You watch this. Boom. She tries to cut out of it and just cop that square on the head. That's a 3-3-3, all based on one maneuver. Lynn did a whole lot more surfing for a 4. All right. So the judges are sending Hinano the message that we love what you're doing. Just got to string a few turns together. Lynn 4.0. Tidy, good surfing. Look, elegant was our word, wasn't it?
Yeah, very elegant. And you should see her surf 4 bobs. So 4 bobs is her home break for sure. And she is so in sync with that wave, and so is all the Kandui Groms, that if you're out there and they don't want you to catch a wave, you're not going to be catching a wave because they know exactly where to sit.
Yeah.
It's incredible how well they know it.
It's such a fun wave.
Yeah.
We got a taste of that last year a few times, and here's some replays. So this is what a 4-point ride looks like. It was firstly a pretty good wave that she waited for and chewed off. She got up near the top of the wave a few times, using the rails pretty good. Just making it look easy. That's a good non-fuss way about just kicking off your campaign. 4.0. Time to now step it up, and at least good work. Lynn is now first.
There's been a pretty big drop in the swell from yesterday.
Definitely. Yesterday had way more waves and way more bigger sets that were sort of breaking up the point as well in our screen. So the energy is less. The height of the waves is kind of similar when the bigger sets come, but there's not as many of them.
I don't know. I was out there yesterday and I got a huge set on my head. I was like, I didn't see this yesterday morning.
No, we were watching, right? We went next door with Joko, and he put on a couple of crates of bintang, soothing bintang. Thanks. Thanks, Joko. And we were watching the free surf, and at one point I looked out and I said, hey guys, is this a crazy big set coming? These things looked like they were out halfway out to that boat, right? I could see the top of them. First one broke. No one got over any of them, apart from a couple of crew that were sitting super deep. And everyone else that was in the picture just got mowed. There was another one behind it that was just as big. Probably the biggest waves of the day yesterday. They had to have been at least 8 foot. And
I was part of the mowed team.
Guy's shaking his head. He was probably underneath it as well. But it was just out of the blue. This set came through and just mowed everyone down. You were part of the free surfing session. And one thing I did notice yesterday afternoon watching that free surf session, there were some absolute A-grade drop-ins a lot of them.
Yeah.
Were you on the wrong end
Yeah.
of those, or did you get any
Honestly,
help?
I got pretty lucky. Somehow I made it out the back. I caught straight off the bat a good one. I was just sitting there like tying my hair, and I kind of looked around. There was this wave coming towards me. No one was going for it. So I kind of slowly turned around, like kept looking. There was no one. And it was like a beautiful wave that I caught all the way down. It was just a one-time thing though.
You should have come in.
Yeah, I should have
Let that
gone
be
in
a lesson.
straight. I did that yesterday as well. After like my third wave, I'm like, all right, I should now. Like I got lucky. I got my waves. But that little greedy part of you that
You
wants
paddled
that
back
one,
out,
yeah,
and then it all
paddled
went
back
pear
out.
shaped.
Yeah.
Oh, gee, come in next time.
That was when that set came. And I was like,
Yeah,
I should have
so,
got in.
yeah. And then you joined us up on the balcony
Yeah.
at Choco's, and we watched the sunset, and it was all.
I was
pretty
like, oh, I'll just join the boys down there
Yeah.
with the beers.
good. I know who could do with a bit of your mojo right now. Sumomo.
Oh, yeah.
Look at her sitting there, has not even budged.
But Sumomo has, she's done her rounds. She's been around the block. She can keep her nerves together. She just needs the opportunity.
Man, if you don't ride waves, you can't get through a surfing event. So she's got to do something pretty soon. There's 13 minutes off the clock, right? She's now starting to show some interest in this wave. She has first priority. We can see that. She's now kind of well invested, so she has to go this one. And indeed she is.
Yeah, so Sumomo will be cashing in her priority on this one on her backhand. Sets it up, doesn't take that first turn, gets a little bit stuck behind. And she's taking her time to do her first turn. That's something that the judges really don't appreciate so much. So a bit of a strange performance here from Sumomo. Usually she tends to be very quick start and doesn't stop, but it was a nice ending to it.
Oh, there were some nerves in that ride.
Yeah,
There was some
you could
nerves.
see her body language wasn't very happy on how that wave went.
Oh, she almost fell straight off when she got up, for God's sake. So a couple of little errors that the judges used to spot differences between waves. Look at this thing out the back. You know, at this level, they want to see clean surfing with zero errors. So a little bit of a fumble there for Red. But who have we got here?
This is Nesa now. Beautiful first opening turn. Sets it up straight for this second one. This is probably one of the bigger sets we've seen today. Nice third one here. She's going to be hoping for something a bit more critical, but this is her second wave. Unfortunately, falls off. That's going to take some points off that score, but a beautiful start for Nesa. She's only sitting on a 0.5, so she'll be feeling a little more confident now, and she's going to want to get rid of that score.
All right, so let's see. So at least when Sumomo's score comes in, the good thing for Sumomo is no one's got big numbers, right? That 4's looking like you could easily catch up to that. So Sumomo's score, it won't be very big, but it's going to keep her in striking distance of a progression. Even Nesa right there, just sort of getting something going on, is definitely better than her first effort. So these waves rolling through. Wow, look at that thing, just barreling off its head, going nuts up the point. That was just such a sick looking wave. It broke for me. If you put a good goofy footer or something on that wave was just going crazy.
Yeah, that was insane.
Where's Rajo Barrel when you need him? Get out there.
Where's Rajo? Is he joining the event this
No,
year?
Rajo's at home. He's living on the phone ball down there, and he's going to school, and he's doing those sort of things.
All right, makes sense.
But
Rajo's living the life. I just constantly see him dropping crazy clips, not only of Lakey Peak but Mentawai and all these other places. So he's got a future ahead of him.
I love Ra. He knows that. So let's have a look at this. So indeed, Sumomo does stay in touch with the 367. We've got a 483 for blue. So everybody on one number, super close. No one's got a backup. So these last 9 minutes are going to be crucial. They need no errors from here on in. Whoever can string together these best 9 minutes will advance.
I mean, look at Nesa. She got a high 4 on that one, and she fell off the end. I'm sure she would have gone to the 5 or 6 range if she completed that last turn, especially since that last turn was probably the most critical one of the whole wave. It wasn't giving her too much of a wall in the beginning, but if she finished that, it would have been a pretty high score.
I'm loving Green's act. She's gone up the point now to maybe hunt one of these waves. This is it here. So let's have a look at Nesa's 483. Good use of the rails. She put herself in the pocket pretty much every time there was one. Yep. So nothing too blockbuster dynamic, but just good rock solid surfing. Simomo's just gone down on wave number 2. Yeah, I'm loving our limb sitting up the point. I mean, if one of those waves comes through, they're looking a little rare this morning, but if one comes through and you're sitting there, it is going to be just lick your lips time and just, points galore. That's such a good wave.
Yeah, not.
This year's.
There we go. Just as you said it, this is Alin, our surfer from the Mentawai, on her front hand. Good looking wave. She's going to try, go down the line, get around this section. Let's see if she manages to get that first turn in. It's looking a little bit fast, but she's going to handle this one well. Nice first turn. This wave goes a little bit flat on her, but she's holding on nicely. Unfortunately, doesn't get that second one in. It's not going to be a huge score, but she's going to back up the 4.
Needed a 1-3-4, so she's going into second. All right. Does she go to first? What does she need for first? A 2-7-8 would put her in first. She might get there.
Yeah, I think she probably could have capitalized a little more on that first section of the wave.
It looked like it was a tube, and she probably sort of half thought that. But if she had, I think it clamped. So she did take, I reckon, the right option to go around and do a bit of rail work. Something else a little bit extra out of that wave would have just been so nice. She moves to second, a 2-5-7, just short, 0.2 short of going to first. All right, absolutely game on now for White Hinano.
This is Hinano now wanting to back up that 3.33. Unfortunately, this wave just runs away from her, so she's not going to get big difference now. There it goes, a 0.37. So this heat just a little slow. This quarterfinal, the girls are struggling to get those higher scores in. No real significant score just yet. The highest one, a 4.83 from Nesa, using her local knowledge here. Here is the replay of Sumamo Sato's 3-1-0. Good first turn here. She tries to hit it here on the second one, but unfortunately falls off.
Yeah, 3s for 1 turn is respectable. So had she completed that, she'd be sitting with a 5 something in her scoreline. But at this stage, super close. Look at the numbers. Top 3 are separated by 1.4. So that's mighty close. And Hinano needs only a 3 and a bit to go up into second. Everyone has 2 waves. No one has big numbers. Really close. 5 minutes remaining. Who has priority is a good place to be. Nesa right there.
We're about to reach the 5-minute mark. And these heats, when it's so close, these last 5 minutes, everyone's in danger. There's no one safe.
Now, just looking ahead into the next heat, I can see Mirai Akita coming up. Mirai last year had a blockbuster tournament. She won the Opens, she won the Juniors on the same day around there at Crewy left. All over it. She looked unbeatable leading into the finals day. The surfing she was doing around the event and every heat, whether it was Crewy left or out in front, I just kept going, who's this chick? Like, she is killing it. She's super young. And she ended up going back-to-back in the same event. That day, finals day at Crewy left, she looked untouchable. Everything she did turned to gold. I don't think she fell all day, and she was just looked like she's been surfing Crewy left her whole life. She was that good. She is in the next heat. So for the Crew Online, the defending champ is about to do business. So that'll be a highlight for the morning, I reckon.
This is Ali now on a good-looking set. Let's see what she manages to do. Cars gets back to the whitewash on this one. The wave a little flat, but she's handling it really nicely. She wants to get rid of the 257. This wave is going to start standing up for her. Let's see if she gets a bit more on the inside. She's going to take it all the way through.
So cool. Look at the style.
Beautiful style. She's so elegant when she surfs. Oh, a bit of a fumble there. This wave is gonna flatten out. I don't think it's gonna give her too much to work with here. I mean, nothing super crazy or critical, but she wants to extend her lead from our surfer in blue and white. This is Sumamo Sato, our current heat leader, finishing this one off. Wants to get rid of 3.1. Just 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, good job by Sumamo. When she does a turn, it always looks strong and good. And so the difference there from what Lynn did, lots of connection on that wave, lots of nice tidy flow. Nothing looks like it seems to phase Arlene, but she just cruised her way through all the way to the end. Stark contrast to Simomo, did a couple of big belts. So not a lot of surfing, but quality, top to bottom on a bigger wave. Arlene will probably improve, no doubt she will improve her chances of holding on to second. Might turn into her better ride, I think it will. So it was a useful wave by both green and red, let's say that. So I think Nasa and Hinano, those requirements are going to blow up a bit.
Yeah, but Nisa sitting on 483. For now, that's the highest wave of the heat. Her backup is a 0.50, so a little bit of a dangerous spot there. Last of Allen comes in at 4.43. You're right, that is her best score just yet. We're waiting for the last of Sumomo to come in to get a better idea of what the situation's like and what blue and white will be needing.
Well, the judges will like what Simomo did because it was top to bottom. It was, it was degree of difficulty and commitment to turns, all right? She had a steeper, better wave. Might have only been 2 turns. I like the last turn. I'm not sure what she did before it, but I'm sure the judges, they like her style of surfing. Hence, she won a couple of years ago. So she's definitely got the goods. She goes to first. So there it is, a 6.50. So I saw the end turn. I don't know what she did before it. But either way, she's got what the judges want to see. And that's evident in that 6.5. Good work.
Yeah, 100%. Sumomo has been here quite a lot. She knows this wave well. She's had the free surf. She's had many heats out here, so she knows what she has to do to get past these heats.
Now, it wasn't that long ago we were saying Simomo has no waves. And here she goes. She's comfortably in the lead with a 6.5. So, yeah, she fits this wave so well. She really matches power with power out here. Hence a past champion. Wow, she got some good work done on this. I saw the end move and I thought that might have been about it. But look at this. Meets it head on. Real quality finish.
This is now Nasa on a good-looking wave. Not sure what she did out the back. Wants to get rid of a 0.5, and I'm sure she's already done it. Looking for a 3.60 to go to first. And it's looking like she might get it on this one. Oh, unfortunately, it falls off, but that wave was not going to give much more to work with. We're going to reach the last 35 seconds of this heat, waiting for that last score for blue to come in. I think
she looked very tentative, didn't she?
Yeah.
She looked like she had a number on her mind the whole wave. Just kind of not really biting into that wave hard enough, I think, Nisa. Let's see. I'd like to see a replay again. I kind of vagued out a little bit first time around, but 3.6 is not a big number, but they don't give those away just for riding a long distance. You've really got to get something respectable going on.
This is now Stefan White. Last chance. Good first turn. She needs a 5.10, so it's going to have to be similar to Sumomo's wave. Unfortunately, just gets that one turn. Couldn't find her rhythm out there. I don't think that's going to affect her scoreline much. So now it's all eyes on blue and green.
Well, I'll go have a chat with Simomo. We'll go to a quick break and we'll be back with our next quarterfinal shortly. Stick around. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
The Krui Pro, this is day 2 in the water currently right now. Is the Pro Junior quarterfinals women's heat 4. I'm in the booth with Dai Wako. Welcome back.
Good morning, Jara.
Good morning.
Great surfing again.
Yep, it's been an incredible morning of waves. Yesterday as well, it was picture perfect, Crewy. You want when you're imagining a perfect contest conditions, it's this.
Definitely, it's this. the perfect peeling, clean face, the left-handers, especially for goofy footers.
That's
Oh,
exactly
right.
right. And in the water right now, we have in red Mirai Akira, one of my favorite surfers of this event. In blue is Dia Duilestari. In white, Renon Matsuyama. And in green, Rita Suzuki.
Oh, this is Mirai Ikeda's first wave. So she won last year's junior and the QS.
Yeah, that's exactly right. She was
Right.
back-to-back winner
Mm,
at the Pro Junior Women's and the QS Women's. So that was incredible from Mirai. But already from day dot, like from the first day in the free surfs, I remember her surfing and I was like, oh my goodness, who is this girl?
right.
She looked unstoppable.
You know, she had recently a trip to Australia for the first Challenger Series, and she came straight into Indonesia now and back to here for probably possibly another win.
Yep, she knows how to do it. She's done
Right.
it in the past. So I'm excited to see what Mirai Akira does. It was a strange first start, very unlike Mirai.
Right.
But I'm sure that was just her first wave of the event. She is still a pro junior, just showing you how young she is, and won last year not only the pro junior but the QS. So massive, massive result for Mirai last year. In the water, we also have Rita Suzuki and Renon Matsuyama. Do you know any insights from the girls?
You know, they're both really incredible competitors, been in this industry for quite a long time, and Rita had a quite, great career, a lot of wins, and Renon Matsuyama also. And actually, Renon's dad, is ex longboard pro surfer, I think.
Incredible. So it runs in the family.
Right. Yes. And
Oh, no one decided to go on that one. I thought that was a pretty good wave. I thought
right.
Green was gonna go for it, but decides not to.
But probably Rita is having a look at this one and up and riding. 鈴木選手、1本目のライディングになります。速いセクションをしっかりと前へ出てきて、ボトムターンから大きなトップターン。そして2発目も、ここも大きなボトムターンからスプレーを飛ばしていきます。そして3発目、しっかりと1発、2発、そして3発コントロールされたマニューバーを出してきました。
Beautiful first wave from Rita, and a nice wave here as well for our woman in blue, Dia Duilestari, and right behind her, Renon.
松山選手の1本目、これもいい波になってきそうです。大きなカービングターン、しっかりと前に出てきてタイミングを測っています。さあ、これは抜けられるのか。抜けてきたところで2発目入れていきますが、レールが引っかかってしまいました。さあ、本日はプロジュニア全ヒートを終え、チャンピオンが決まった後、QS へと移行していきます。
All right, so a couple scores to come through for everyone. This is Mirai as well. Gonna take a look at this one. What do you think, Dai?
池田選手、さあ、これはいい波になってきた。大きな一発目、スプレーを飛ばして、その後セクションを探しますが、ここはプルアウト。Well, good smart move from Mirai. Just put one big turns in and just kicked out quickly so that regains the first priority.
Yeah, she saw that wave was not going to
Right.
give her too much to work with, so she did that one turn, back up that one, but she knows that she's going to need so much more to be able to beat these girls. You know, all of them had incredible rides, so the judges having a really good look at it, and they are going to have to put some scores through so Mirai can hear what she needs. There we have it. The first of Rita Suzuki comes in at a 6.50.
Wow, that's a solid start. 6.5 from Rita Suzuki. It's a good way to start this heat. It's probably the first surf in the morning.
Something that's so lucky for these pro juniors is that right after this ends, they go straight into the QS. So this is kind of a little bit of a warm up, get some heats in. Of course, the Pro Juniors are important, but they're not as big as the QS
Right.
South. So
That's so true.
it gets the rounds in.
It's a great warm up for all the competitors, especially competing in juniors. You know how it's a great surf, great waves out there, and you get too excited before the heat, but you get lost in the heat actually.
100%. This is the replay of Rita Suzuki's 6.50. Beautiful wave. Look at that.
Lots of deep bottom down and transitioning so smoothly from Rita Suzuki. Just put big 3 turns in, gets 6.50.
So Rita on a clear and steady lead right now, a 6.50 under her name, needs to back it up. Mirai now a 3.73 just for that one turn. Dia as well, a 3.67, and Renon sitting on a 2.77. So for now, it's only Rita with 1 foot into that semifinal of the Pro Junior here in Crewy. We will be finishing off the women's Pro Junior quarterfinals, head straight into the semifinals for both men and women's Pro Junior, and we will have our first finalists already on day 2.
Already on day 2, we're gonna see the champions for the juniors, men's and women's. Wow. And straight into the QS men's, right?
Yep, we will go straight into the round of 144, I think, for the men's, and see some big names already. But straight after the quarterfinal women's, just to see some names, I'm looking here. Semifinal 1 for the boys is Weston Hurst, Liu Mingjiang, Philip Duke, and Iko Watanabe. And in semis 2 is Sho Shirai, Kenshin Matsunaga, Raiha Onu, and Yuma Nagasawa.
Wow. He too. That's love to watch that one.
It's a full Japanese, yeah. So beautiful morning here at Ujung Bochur. The waves are firing again. The action is non-stop. We're going to have a full day of surfing. We're going to have different conditions throughout the day. The tide's going to be pretty low around lunchtime, 1 or 2. Hopefully we don't get that onshore wind that we got yesterday.
Right.
But even if we do, the conditions were incredible. So mind not.
After the contest yesterday, we all had a actually surf. It was onshore and had a little bumpy face, but still it was fun. If you pick the right ones, just you can get 2 or 3 or even 5 turns in. So it was great fun yesterday, Avo, too.
100%. I saw you catch a few out there. I was like,
actually, I was lucky enough to get a couple waves.
There are so many people out there at the free surf because everyone wants to practice for the heats. But if you're lucky and it's your day, you can catch a few.
Well, here is Mirai Ikeda is having a look at this one.
Ooh, she's gonna have to go, yeah.
池田選手、さあ、2本目のライディング、これは前に出てきます。縦への当て込みを見せて、しっかり前を出てくるが、これは一発だけの演技になりました。
This is now Dia Duilestari on a good-looking wave. Bit of a smaller one than she rode before, but unfortunately isn't able to get around that first section. She's gonna pull off Mirai Ikeda 1 turn, but incredible.
It's a big one turn. She kind of didn't want to go for that one, but she paddled for it and she had a first priority, so she just kind of like had to go on that one, but still managed to put 1 big turn in. So it was a great wave though.
So this is Rita Suzuki taking a look, but wasn't convinced. The girls saw that wave didn't have too much potential. Renon Matsuyama now with priority. There's a set approach, and let's see if any of the girls are interested.
No takers on this one. But
let's see why.
Last of red comes in 5, 6, 7.
Wow, just that 1 turn, just to show that it's all about quality over quantity. And with that, we're going to head over with Mark and the winner of the last heat.
I have the winner of the last heat down here in the athlete zone, Samomo. Nervous times. It took you so long to get your first wave. Well done.
Thank you. I was so nervous, and the first wave, my legs are shaking. Yeah, but
You really looked like you were nervous on that first wave. It didn't go to plan, but you're 6'5", you came back really strong. So overall, you surfed a great heat.
I think I was lucky because I don't have a priority, but I can catch the 6.5 wave. So yeah, I was lucky.
All right, so you've been here a bunch of times before. For you, what's the best part about coming to Crewy? For you, what is the best part about coming to Crewy, this area? What do you like the most?
The waves are good, so yeah, best.
All right, well, listen, we'll let you go and get ready for your semi-final. Congratulations and all the best for the rest of today.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Sumomo has been here quite a few times. We've
Right.
seen her every year. She's a name that gets through the rounds. She gets those high scores. So it's great to see her pass that heat as well. She wow, it just shows how early they start competing, because I can't believe she's still a junior.
Juniors, it runs in the family because her mom is, I think, professional windsurfer and spent a lot of time in Hawaii on a Maui. So yeah, she's Sumomo studied surfing actually in Hawaii. That's what I heard.
Oh, wow. Yep,
Yep.
she's got a future. That's incredible. It's great to have you here, Dai, and
Right.
get the extra insight from all our surfers from Japan. A huge part of the surfing community, and one of the most lovely surfing community in Japan. Every time I see you, like the Japanese surfers out here, everyone's always happy and smiling, and
Yeah, right.
a very nice feel to the Japanese surfing community.
They chill and
Mhm.
smile
Yeah,
every time.
everyone's always happy, and you ask them what they love about Crewy and Nias, they're like the waves.
Wow.
It's very different to what they usually get in Japan, right?
Definitely different. We always get small beach breaks all the time, but this is a reply of Mirai's 567. That's a big one hit. Gave her 567. That's a huge score for the one big turn.
Yeah, she went upside down on that
Mm.
one. It was beautifully done. Miraya Kera, and right behind her, our woman in blue.
Wow.
Oh, we're gonna have a little bit of priority interference there.
So Rita uses her priority over Dia?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know what's gonna happen with that one, but still, here's 池田選手、この波にテイクオフしていきます。ボトムターンで少しバランスを崩すが、ここは前に出てきます。持ち直した後に大きなターンを一発入れて、少しホワイトウォーターが多い場所になってきましたが、ここはうまく処理して、しっかりとつないでいきます。3.73 以上出すとその差を広げていきますが、どうでしょうか。Right behind with Suzuki was up, but just quick up and down. But this is 松山選手2本目のライディング。ここで 3.74 を出すことで2位のポジションに上がっていきます。しっかりと1発2発、そして3発決めていきます。少しホワイトウォーターがあるセクションもうまくコントロールしていますが、フィニッシュのターンで惜しくもワイプアウト。Wow, a lot of things happened in the last minute.
Yeah, you're totally right. A lot of waves ridden, everyone waiting for scores. We had a possible interference.
Right, so we just gotta wait for the judges.
And just hearing our beach comm, and it is an interference called blue on green. Kind of looked like Dia wasn't sure what the priority was. She kind of looked at Green like, "What are you doing?" And Green looked at her like, "What are you doing?"
Probably Dia thought her she had a higher priority over Rita. That was really unfortunate for Dia.
Yeah, unfortunately, one wave will be canceled. I think there we have it. Setia, unfortunately, priority interference. We have a little bit of a paddle battle going on. It's Mirai Akira with Rita Suzuki. So still scores to come through for 3 surfers in this heat.
Oh, paddle
Ooh.
battling in between red and green. But to me, Rita slightly ahead of, Mirai.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's definitely going to go to Rita for this one. But I think we're going to be seeing a pretty good score for Mirai Akeda. She's going to get rid of the 373. It was she looked a little wobbly on some of her
Right.
turns. It wasn't very Mirai
Mm.
style, let's say. Usually she's solid, she's upside down, she hits those waves unafraid, and a bit of a wobble on her last one.
But still, she got a 5-0-0.
Exactly.
Backs it up. 5-6-7. That's a smart move from Mirai Ikeda. Just like you mentioned, she had a little like a wobbly moment in the beginning, but still managed to put a couple turns in, gets a finish, and gets the 5-0. So it was a smart move. 池田選手、さあ、ここで4本目のライディングで5点を出してきて、第1位のポジション、第2位が鈴木選手、第3位にブルー、そして第4位にホワイトの松山選手が、来ています。さあ、こちらですね、これが 5.0。一発目少しバランスを崩しましたが、しっかりとリカバリーをして2発目、そしてこの難しいセクションで3発目を入れてきて、しっかりとこの後もターンを重ねていきました。この波に 5.0 がスコアされます。残り時間7分30秒切ったところですが、本日はプロジュニア、メンズ、そしてウィメンズが、ファイナルまで行われます。その後、QS の方に進んでいきます。
Amazing.
Thank you.
I want to learn Japanese.
I always want to learn Indonesian as well.
We could do a swap. You teach me Japanese, I'll teach you Indonesian. But we did have a couple changes in the water. Oh, well, not too much. Just Renan pushing up into third, now needing a 5.75 to go into an advancing position. Rita Suzuki backing up her 6.5 with a 3.47, but it is Mirai Akeda in first place with the 5.67 and a 5, but priority is with green. She did get it from that paddle battle. She wants to get rid of the 3.47. We know she can do it. She got a 6.5 already.
Right.
That is the highest score of this heat. So we do have 6 minutes 20 remaining. Plenty of time to have another showdown.
Right. There's plenty of times for Rita's, getting those requirements to go into the first. But Renan now needs 5.75, which isn't the big score, but still needs a big, maybe one turn or two turns in to get those scores.
Yeah, it's not a big score, but it will be the biggest score of her heat. I mean, she hasn't gotten a score just as high yet, so she needs to get her rhythm in. Her last wave came in at a 4.23, so much better than the 2.77 already. She's probably gonna, like, in her mind as a competitor right now, if I were her, I'd be like, all right, I need to get at least a 6.
Right. You don't always going for the requirement, right? You
aim higher.
You aim higher.
I mean, depends the requirement too. If we're talking about a 2, I'm like, just do a
yes.
cutback.
Definitely.
But, a 5.75, that's a pretty high score, especially on a day like today. So she's going to have to get a couple turns in, something solid, critical surfing, and the judges have shown it. They want quality over quantity.
Right.
Mirai's 5 was just one turn.
Yeah, just one turn and gets the 5.67. So, but Renault now has force priority. So, how are you gonna play with the priority game just under 5 minutes remaining in this heat?
I think if I was Reynolds' coach right now, I'd be like, calm down, catch something on the inside, get away from the girls. You don't have any chance of catching anything if you're next to them. With fourth priority,
even though those ones breaking inside, like towards the reef, can be a good ones to get scores. So you don't always have to look for the bigger ones
Exactly.
because it has, open faces to and run run away from you. So you don't have to stay in the lineup with three other girls.
That's exactly right. And some of the best scores we've seen the past 2 days were some of those medium waves that kind of just hugged the reef a little bit more, had a little bit more wall to work with. You could go a bit more critical and vertical on those sections. Some of those sets just break so wide that you can't really do anything more than just a couple cutbacks. So it could be a pretty good heat tactic from Renon Matsuyama if she wants to keep her dream alive. And looking like there might be a couple waves coming towards her.
A few medium sets coming through to the lineup. So, no one. Looks like
maybe they can see something that we can't see from screen.
But from the screen, every wave looks amazing.
Yeah, every wave that comes up, like, why is no one paddling for that? 3 minutes remaining. It's gonna be crunch time now. It's the most critical part of the heat. All eyes are on Renon Matsuyama and Rita Suzuki to see what happens next. Here we see Rita now taking a look at this one, cashing in her priority, wants to get rid of the 347. This is looking like a pretty good wave. A little bit of a mid-face turn.
鈴木選手、ここでその差を広げていきたいが、どうでしょう。4.17 出すと1位のポジションに行きます。さあ、しっかりここはフィニッシュも決めてきました。この波で 4.17 が出ると1位のポジションにジャンプアップしていきます。Wow. That was a solid vertical off the lip from the Mirai.
That's the Mirai I know. That's the Mirai I was waiting for. So again, a lot of waves to come through. Now with 2 minutes remaining, it is Renon. I'm not sure if Rita's going to be improving her 347 with that last one. So I think it's going to be all eyes on Renon Matsuyama now. Will she be able to get a chance and get that 575?
Looks like she's up and riding. 松山選手、さあこの波で 5.775 が必要になりますが、前へ出てこれるか。ここはスープに捕まってしまいました。Wow, that was really unfortunate for Renon, needing a score 575. Unfortunately, caught behind.
Yep, just a minute and a half remaining. All the girls waiting for scores. I'm not sure we're going to see a big change, but I'm excited to know if Mirai did anything else before that turn.
Right.
That was a big wave. She went upside down on it. Unfortunately, wasn't able to ride out of that final one. This is Dia now looking for a 10 to be able to pass this heat. She does have an interference call, unfortunately. So I think it will be the last we see of Dia for this time being.
So we're still waiting for the last of red and blues to lock in. 40 seconds remaining. So Renon is still paddling back out there. I don't think there's going to be enough time for her to go back.
So even though Mirai's clearly already in first place, she doesn't give up. Look how strong she's paddling to get back out there. She doesn't want to give an inch of space or opportunity for the other girls. And we're talking about seconds.
Trying to get one more.
Here we have Renon looking for a 6 now to get into an advancing position. This wave just closes out on her. So it's looking like I will be talking to Mirai Akeda. I've had a lot of chats with her last year after all her heat wins, so I'm excited to see what she says this year. And we're going to head to a quick break.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
This is day number 2 of Krui Pro. We are into Krui Pro Junior Women's quarterfinal heat number 1. I'm Daiwako here in the booth with True. How are you today?
I'm good, Di. Thank you. Well, the waves are still firing out there.
Oh, still, always,
It's
every day.
amazing. Yeah,
Firing.
it's so good. We've woken up this morning to another beautiful morning of waves, and
Right.
we're gonna have some winners crowned today, and yeah, I can't wait. It's gonna be fun.
You know, when I woke up this morning and look at the surf, I thought it got smaller. I was like, oh, it's small today, and I get to this beach area and I saw sets, and oh, no, it's not small.
No,
It's not even small. It's like a solid 3 foot.
yeah,
on a set.
there's still waves
Yeah.
for sure. I spoke to a few people this morning. They said that they felt like it had dropped off a little bit, but yeah, that
Pretty
it
much
was,
stay the same.
Yeah, pretty much the same.
And forecast saying that it's gonna pick up a little bit tomorrow,
I'm
and it stays the
excited.
same for the rest of the day.
I can't wait. It's going to be
Right.
so fun.
Mm.
Well, out there, we have the last quarterfinal of the women, Anon Matsuoka, Kia Hua, and Imari Hearn out there, which is going to be exciting.
Well, very international heat. But Ano Matsuoka from Japan, she's
Mm-hmm.
a very, very strong competitor.
Yeah.
Spent a lot of time in Australia lately. She was in Australia
For the Newcastle
for the
Challenge
Newcastle
Series?
Challenge Series,
Yep.
I believe.
I saw her. She was one of the first ones there in the morning, like basically on dark.
Mm.
And it was cold in Newcastle, right? So it was
Right.
like freezing, and she's in her wetsuit already in a steamer, and she's got fluffy socks on plus shoes, like her runners or whatever, and then a puffy jacket. Maybe she had a beanie on at one point as well, and she was all rugged up, just stretching, getting ready to go out for a free surf. I was like, yeah, she's committed. You know,
Wow.
she's ready to go. And yeah, always a smile on her face. But then as soon as she's in the zone and she's like laser sharp and focused, I'm like, oh, you're scary.
Yeah. She always smiles at you.
Yeah.
But once she's in a heat or like focused surfing practice, just her face changed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah.
And I can't even talk to her anymore
Yeah.
after that.
Literally, it's like, oh, and that's
That's a sign. Yeah.
Yeah, it's scary Anon out there. She's a smiling assassin, but Kia right now from the Mentor Wise, unfortunately just gets a little caught behind on that one and just gets absolutely eaten by that whitewash. So small wave to start off her quarterfinal campaign, and we've already got semi-finals locked in for the Pro Junior of the men's, which is going to be super exciting, Di.
Right. We're going to have Westonhurst, Liu Mingjun, and Philip Duke and Iko Watanabe in the semi-final men's heat number 1 coming up
Wow.
next. That's a great heat.
That's going to be huge.
Yeah, performance from Iko Watanabe yesterday was one of my highlights, definitely.
Yeah.
He had a 2.8
Uh-huh.
in total. So,
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
so I'm very excited to watch the semi-final heat number 1.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. It's gonna be good fun. The Pro Junior men out there will definitely be going for it. And then we have an all Japanese heat for that second semi-final.
Yeah, 4 Japanese.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's gonna
So
be
cool.
so exciting.
Who do we have? Sho Shirai, Kenshi Matsunaga, Raiha Ono, Yuma Nagasawa in the semi number 2.
Yeah.
Well, that's gonna be
Huge.
exciting heat to watch.
Yeah, it's gonna be so exciting, and we're gonna also finish the day off with the first round of the men's QS round of 144. We have a lot of entries
Right.
this year for the QS of the Krui Pro, which is super exciting.
So round of 144.
Uh-huh.
That's a huge
Yeah.
round.
8 heats in that round. I mean, even just looking at some of these names, you've got Harry O'Brien from Lennox, Caleb Tankred, he's from Avoca. As a junior, he was a
Right.
pretty lethal junior.
I believe that Kei Kobayashi is in the first round too. He
is.
recently changed his region from United States to Asia.
Yeah.
So this is
Fair
his
enough.
first season.
Yeah, I saw him yesterday. I was like, hi. But someone who looked like a pretty good heat in that last quarterfinal was Mirai Akita. She is down there with Giada.
All right, I'm here with Mirai Akeda, the last heat winner and last year's both Pro Junior and QS Women's winner. You were just telling me it was really different from the free surf. Tell us about the conditions.
Yes, today's wave is really nice, but I didn't catch like that good wave in practice, so little bit nervous when I take off.
Yeah, we saw you the first wave, just one turn, and then finally we saw you do like more turns. When you're nervous, what do you tell yourself?
Okay, okay, I'm good. There.
Really good, like self-talk to be confident.
Yes.
All right. I know you have some more heats later, so we'll keep this short. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family in Japan?
応援ありがとうございます。これまだラウンド1だったので、次とその次ももっといいサーフィンできるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Perfect. Congratulations and see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
We were just talking about her before, and she's an absolute sweetheart on land. But yeah, you definitely don't want to get her in a heat because she's a shark. She won't let anyone stand in her way.
Right.
Well, a bit of a slow start to this heat, Di. There's not really been too many waves coming through.
Not many waves coming through. It's been pretty much 7 minutes already, but only one wave ridden. But Anon Matsuoka got a 5.33 wild boss interview, I think. We haven't seen the wave yet, but 5.33 to start this heat is pretty good.
Yeah, good way to start off for sure. I mean, Anon, she's competed in the World Junior titles, I believe, over in La Union this year in January, the WSL World Juniors. She's a fierce competitor. She knows what she needs to do.
Right.
And she knows how to get scores. Like, I feel like it's easy to go out there and just surf for heats, but it's different when you're surfing to get scores. Like, I feel like it's a full recipe, and she just knows exactly what she needs to do to get a 5, to get a 6, to get a 7, and push harder each time. And then you add in that Challenger Series experience. And at such a young age, she already has, such great competitive heat strategy. It's amazing.
Definitely. And she's very focused person. Towards the surfing. She had spent a lot of times in Bali this year as well. I was in Bali a couple months ago, and she was there doing surf camps. She's probably stayed there for like a month, close to month range.
Yeah.
And
wow, here we go. Imari. Nice opening carve. She had a walk-through heat yesterday, so this is the first time we've seen her in the Krui Pro Junior. Walk through straight to a quarterfinal would feel pretty nice. She gets another nice carve in there, leaning into her rail. And she was feeling like she was ready for the heat today, and that was a nice way to start off her campaign. She's also doing the QS as well, and Anon out behind her.
Oh, that was quick in and out for Anon Matsuoka. She's already locked in 5.33. Strong score to start off. But there's plenty of time still remaining in this heat, 15 minutes and 30 seconds. And yeah, just like you mentioned, not many waves coming through this heat.
No, it's been a little bit slow. A little trickier, I guess, to kind of choose the best ones. But such is life. You just got to roll with it.
Right.
I mean, Anon right now has a 5.33. That first wave for Amari locked in at a 4.67. So really good way to start off that heat for Amari. Kia had a great heat yesterday. This is that 5.33 replay.
松岡の選手の1本目のライディングになります。大きなカーブ、そしてここはしっかりとセクションを前に出てくるためにスピードをつけます。セクションを抜けてくると、ここでもさらに大きなターンを重ねていきます。これはインサイドまでしっかりと続く波になってきていますが、カットバックが続いています。さあここでもう一度カットバック。この波がフィニッシュ出てくるのか。ここはキックアウトしたところですが、この演技で 5.33 をマークし、現在第1位のポジション。
Look at these waves. Oh my goodness.
Oh, mind surfing. Wow. Every time the wave comes to the lineup, I thought everything is good, but sometimes no takers. I was like, oh, I don't know why, but probably they see something different.
Yes, yeah, definitely. I feel like we get the beauty of the angles from the drone and yeah, I mean, did you surf yesterday afternoon?
Yeah, I saw you out there.
Did you?
Yeah, I was in the water. I was lucky enough to get a couple
bit grumpy out there?
No, you were smiling.
Oh, was I? Okay, good. That would have been before it went bad.
Right. Did you get some?
No.
Nah.
That's okay though. I was just so happy to be out there.
Same. It's just good to be in the water.
Yeah.
Clears your mind.
Yeah.
That's all I needed.
You got some?
Actually, I did. I was lucky enough to get a couple good ones in the beginning.
Uh-huh.
But after that, none.
Okay.
I
I'm
just
not
paddle
jealous
back
at all. Not jealous at all.
I was lucky.
So lucky. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's definitely hard to battle. Sometimes I forget. It's been a while since we've had a QS, especially a 6,000 event, one of the higher ranked ones. So you forget, that crowd and how intense it can be in the mornings and in the afternoons. And yeah, I don't know if I'll do that to myself again. We'll see. I like an easy surf these days.
Me
Have
too,
a bit of fun.
actually.
Yeah. Maybe we can go somewhere else this afternoon.
Without a crowd.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the luxury of this place, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's so many waves. There's so many opportunities to find perfect waves without anyone out. So it's exciting. And Kia, she's found one to herself. Just a quick in and out, though. Wow. That was unfortunate. A little straight-legged, I guess, on that one. She didn't like the look of it. So it's still Anon with that 5.33. Has her out in front. 12 minutes to go.
The tides in the water is still full, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not as hollow as when it's like on low tide.
Yeah.
But still waves break so fast. It's kind of run away from you. So you kind of want to, takes off and go down the line, trying to get around the section and hit the section. But you don't really want to go for the deep bottom turn.
No.
In the first section.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I think even racing that first section to get some speed and get around it, because it can get so fast.
Yeah.
When you find those ones.
It's not hollow. It's kind of fat, but still it speeds up so fast.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I think that's where all the surfers can, get caught behind.
Yeah, for sure. We saw that a lot yesterday too. Like a lot of surfers on good waves, but just dropping straight to the bottom, losing all their speed, and then having to work really hard to get back to that pocket or that power source of the wave. But I feel like that's, yesterday the junior surfers figured it out pretty quickly, it felt like. So 11 minutes to go. Anon Matsuoka just showing that experience. She's got that 5.33, now holds first priority. She gets the pick of the next sets that roll through. Imari, first wave of the Krui Pro Junior. She gets a 4.67. Applying that pressure to Kia, who has a 1 and a 0.63. Small scores with 10.5 minutes to go. Is it worth, Di, it's kind of hard to see what's going on in the lineup right now, but do you think it's worth trying to come in a little bit and catch a few of those smaller inside ones, or do you sit and wait for the sets that they're going to eventually come through, right? There's always a set that's going to come through, but
I'd rather get a small ones early in the
Yeah.
stage so that I can build more confidence in surfing heat. And actually those ones breaking inside, like those ones bends towards the reef
yeah.
and breaking along the reef. Actually those ones are the ones that you want to get. Actually you can get good scores on the inside ones.
Yeah, for sure. And they kind of like sit up a little bit more. They have a bit of a steeper face.
Right.
You can kind of go top to bottom a little bit easier as opposed to the ones that are a bit fatter. I feel like even in some of the heats that we've seen already this morning, it's a real distinct gap between the 5s and 6s, between the 3s and the 4s, is doing those carves as opposed to getting that one critical opportunity, or maybe even 2, which was really the story of yesterday, quality over quantity. And this
that's the reason I wouldn't mind if I were in like a third priority position. Still I can get inside ones, and when I was free surfing, I was trying to get those like smaller ones, but still runs really good, feeling really good. So I wouldn't mind if I was in third position, like priority third position.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like it's nice to kind of get the momentum rolling a little bit under prio, but it's hard because then if you catch these smaller mid-sized ones, maybe you're out of position for the sets. Such a
and when the set hits you and get smashed by the set, push it into the inside, and get back out it takes forever to back out. So it depends everything.
Even yesterday afternoon, there was still some big sets rolling through, and obviously, well, not obviously, but the last few years it's been so big when we've been coming here, which has been amazing to watch. Like, it's been so cool to see everyone charging and really going for it, but also scary to be out there.
Right.
So when I went out yesterday, I got some sets on the head, which is so awesome. But I was like,
I think everyone did get that.
Everyone was getting sets on the head, and everyone's rolling in, just being like, not again. It's.
But we all know that the best position is inside, and we're trying to stay there.
Yeah.
But once the set comes, everyone's gone.
It's great character building.
Yeah.
We'll roll with it. Well, Anon, using her priority on this one, loads up for that first turn, drives through it. She's got a good wave ahead of her. And I'm looking for that inside snap.
Strong finish from Anon Matsuoka. That was a great move, actually. It was a smaller waves, but only she needed is to beat it at 0.80. So it was a great move from, Anon Matsuoka. Super smart competitor.
Yeah, she definitely is. She was, but it was well timed. She's just really showing how composed she is right now. There's, it's very, I feel like you can kind of tell, not that there's much of a difference, but you can tell the difference between a Challenger Series competitor and a QS or a Pro Junior competitor. And she just looks more polished, I guess. She's more in tune with what's going on. She's like, you know what? We've been waiting a while. I probably need to back up my 5.33. I'm going to go this mid-size one and convert it into a good score.
Pretty much like everything she does has purpose to it, right?
Yes, exactly. There's that intention.
She doesn't do anything without purpose. So, and we could tell from the web. So.
Yeah, definitely.
And this is Imari up and riding. This is her second ride. There's a huge curve, drive through it, and comes back to the power zone and try to connect it to the inside. Unfortunately, the wave just flat out. But she did couple of good turns in, so probably it's gonna be a good score. She was looking for a wave 1.27 to go into this first, but we're still waiting for the last of red as well. And this is 松山選手の3本目のライディングになります。大きなカービング、パワーゾーンに戻って、もう一度大きなカービングが出てきます。 ここで引っかかってしまいましたが、素晴らしいライディングを見せてくれたのが松岡選手。まだ2本のライディングのスコアを集計中です。
Wow. That was one beautiful turn from Anon, but that was so unfortunate that she came unstuck. And then Kia just now also going over the handlebars a little bit. That whitewash is such a danger zone. You know, there's so much power in these waves.
Right.
Being caught in that whitewash, it is so, unless you are like really ready for that impact, there is so much going on. It's just so easy to knock you off the board. So yeah, but wow, that previous to last wave of Anon's locked in at a 6.33. She still has that last score to come through, and I feel like it would have been, you know, if she had been able to keep going with it, it could have really rivaled for that 5.33 because I loved that first turn.
Really loved the first turn as well. It's a big carve and with a lot of sprays and showing her potential techniques. But last of Imari comes in 3.30. That's not a bad score. Backs it up with 4.67. Now needing 6.99 to go into the first. And Ikea now looking for wave 6.97. She has a first priority. She can wait. But time is ticking. For just under 4 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I feel like Kia hasn't really been able to connect on any of the waves that she's had in this heat just yet. And then we have had that big lull in the middle. Let's take a look at a replay. This is Imari, beautiful first turn. You can see how clean it is. Loads up for that second one. She's just driving into her rail. Once again, going back to the whitewash. And right now, Kia used her priority. She's chasing a 6.97 on her backside. Loads up for another nice connection. She needs to go big here. Gets a nice snap. Handles it really well for, unfortunately.
That's much better looking wave though. That was great, wave choice.
Yeah.
She had this steeper section. But unfortunately, on the last section, comes unstuck.
Yeah.
That was really unfortunate for her. But still, it's going to be her best score so far.
Yeah, it will. She needs a 6.97, so hopefully she can get back out there in time. I don't know if it'll be the 6, but we'll see. This is Imari looking to defend second place, gaining some speed, loads up off the bottom, huge turn. You can see her just lay into that rail, snaps it once again. This is a better looking wave for Imari, driving through a hard carve. And she's just patient here. You can see her just loading up for this end section snap. Needs to complete it. She's staying with it and looks like she rode out. So, Imari.
That was a great ride from Imari.
Yeah.
I love the finishing turn. She finished it so strong. That's where all the points come from probably.
Yeah.
To me, it's gonna be a really, really great score for Imari and extend her lead over to Kaya. I was curious about what Kaya's gonna get for the last wave.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, just over 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining, but it's gonna be an interesting exchange.
Well, that last wave of Anons just locked in at a 5.67, just for that one turn. That was a huge carve. She was on her way to a big score if she hadn't made that second one. And last of Kia was a 4.47. So she only needs a 3.51 at the moment. But I think Imari's going to better her 3.3. She might even overtake that 4.67 as well.
Well, to me, feeling like the last wave of Imari is gonna be range of 5, in between 5 and 6. So Kaya needs good score.
Yeah.
To go into the second. But it's less than 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, you can see the men's Pro Junior semi-finalist getting into position with 45 seconds to go. Anon, she's sitting out there pretty chill, but last of Imari, a 6.27.
Wow.
So huge score for Imari. Kia now chasing a 6.47 to go to second with 30 seconds to go.
That's a big score for Kaya to go into the second. under 20 seconds remaining.
Wow. Anon paddling around. She's, still wanting to defend her lead. With 10 seconds to go, it looks like it'll be Anon taking this heat out. And Imari Hearn coming in second. I mean, what a great, pretty much 5 minutes. There was fireworks there. Anon, a bit of a victory lap. And jams it there. Just huge power surfing. Really good to watch, Dai.
That was great heat from all the surfers. Well, now we're going to go to the break and coming back to the men's semifinals heat number 1.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life.
Welcome back to day 2 of the 2025 Krui Pro Westernhurst. Straight into it, takes to the sky, but doesn't get that completion. And I mean, if that's an indication of what we're going to see in this first semi-final, then strap in for a good heat. And Mark Clift is joining with me to call the action. Mark, this is going to be a really good heat. Take me through who's in it.
Oh, look, both these semis are just loaded. Westernhurst, obviously, we just saw him in the red, and he was pretty much a step over his 2 serves to get to this position. Waves are silky smooth. We can see, look at that thing rolling through, my goodness. Lu Ming is in blue. Philip Duke had a great outing yesterday, winning his way into this position. And Lu Ming is in blue. Lu Ming's in blue. Iko Watanabe, actually the surfer in green. Iko and Weston both progressed out of the same quarterfinal yesterday to book themselves this spot. Who's this?
This is Lu Ming Zhang. Nice first turn. He was looking really solid yesterday. Didn't really put a foot wrong. Unfortunately, he just gets a little bit caught behind on that wave. First of Westernhurst, a 267. Philip Duke had a paddle but couldn't quite scratch onto that one. This is a really tough heat. Iko or Ichi Watanabe just in yesterday had a pair of 8s in one of his heats.
He did. He was the highest performer out of the whole day. Had an 8.83 and an 8. So nobody else. There was only I think 4 scores that went into the 8s. He had 2 of them in one heat.
Wow.
Yeah. So he was a red hot tear yesterday.
That's pretty amazing.
Yep. But Weston beat him. Philip Duke took him out in a heat to get into this semi-final. So I remember I had a post-heat interview with Philip, and as soon as I introduced him down there on the camera, all his mates behind me blew up because he's a bit of a fave.
Yeah, definitely. He's a rising star. That's
a
sure.
good way to put it. That's a great way to put it because he's just a skinny little grom, and as we said yesterday, he surfed out of his weight division to beat Iko and Ricky Sato to be in winning form going into this semi-final. So. He can be a bit of a quiet achiever, young Philip. Let's see what he brings to this semi. He's out there in white.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he opens up with. He's having a look at this one on his backside. Loads up off the bottom. Big first turn. Air drops down, and just the one turn for Philip, but a huge one at that.
Yeah, his intentions are clear. He's going to go mad.
Yeah.
I mean, had he just pegged that back a smidge and not got just that little moment where he got stuck, he would have got around that section. But Iko Watanabe, we haven't seen a lot of this today.
Wow.
Grabs
Iko.
My goodness.
That was
Make
huge.
it. Continue. Here he goes. So this is the guy that was the BOG yesterday. Best on ground. The 883, no one went near that with a number yesterday. So you can see what Iko brings. He's no nerves. He's a relentless attack once he gets his waves. So Weston and Philip started with a fall, and Iko just really connected super strong.
Yeah, that was really smooth surfing. I feel like that's going to be a big score. Weston out behind him, looking to match that. Loads up, driving through a huge first turn for Westernhurst. Tags it once again. Goes to his rail. He's patient through this inside bit. Yesterday we saw huge surfing from Weston, so we're expecting that from him today as he jams it once again. He's got a good looking wall of him, just making the most of every section in front of him. There's so much power and speed in his surfing, hoping he can complete this one, which he does. And wow, he is still going. This wave is just offering more and more as he kicks out.
Well, Weston was one of those guys yesterday that went into the 8 range twice, 2 8-3-3s, one in each of his surfs. I had a quick chat with him before he went out, and I just said, look, mate, just the judges love what you do. Just find some clean face and just be Weston. Don't have to change anything, because they were soaking up everything he did yesterday. Remember that wave? He got an 8-3-3 off 2 hits.
Yeah,
remember that wave?
Yeah,
I think we called that heat. So yep, the judges are absolutely on his act for a reason.
Yeah,
he's a strong lad, and he uses every bit of that strength and rail. When he does turns, they always look really good. So that'll be a good number for Weston.
Yeah, well, even Philip Duke's first wave, a 4.33 for that one turn. So the judges are rewarding that commitment. He ditched the fins out the back from memory, and I think, he just drives through with each power. He surfs beyond his years, it feels like.
Yeah, here it is again. Watch this hit.
Bang.
Crunch. Huge.
Yeah, that was a huge turn, a 4.33.
Yeah.
Well rewarded for that commitment, but I feel it's the score of Iko Watanabe. I think it's going to be huge. It was silky surfing.
100% it will.
Beautiful, seamless line. There was no double pumps in between turns. It was just that one turn, ease into the next one.
Yeah, so good.
Great.
I mean, if they gave Philip a 4.33, Iko did 2 of those on probably a bigger wave. All right, and almost got a barrel. So it was a non-barrel, but 2 really big blasts. So they're having a good think about it, because they've got to fit it into the scale and make sure the best surfing just then gets the highest number.
Yeah.
Because they've got Weston's wave to consider. So let's have a look at Lu Mingjiang.
Yeah, loads up for that first turn. Nice connection. Waiting for this second one. It's another carve. He really needs a steep critical section. Looks like that one isn't going to offer it either. So a few backside carves, and unfortunately just comes unstuck, and then out behind him, Iko Watanabe. Wow, this is a really good looking wave. And he's flying down the line. Tags it there. That was a huge connection for Ichi, and he just gets out. So yeah, Iko, or his nickname is Ichi.
Itchy, all right, I like it. I'm going to roll with Itchy.
He's looking really strong.
Yeah, 100% he is, and he's been doing that for a long time. We are waiting for some numbers, but in the meanwhile, we'll rip down with G and the winner of the last heat. Oh, sorry, Dai, was it?
Yeah.
Dai and the winner of the last heat. Go for it, Dai.
では第1位でセミファイナル進出を果たしました松岡の選手に来ていただいています。ヒート振り返ってみていかがでしたかというのと、見ているとかなり試合巧者というか、うまく試合運びをしながらしっかりと点数を重ねてきたなと思うんですが、振り返ってみてどうですか？
はい、最初ちょっと波が入りにくくて結構待ったんですけど、1本目5点台出すことができてよくて、でもやっぱセットのいい波を乗ってしっかりハイスコアを狙ってたんですけど、ちょっとこけてしまったので2発のカーブ、ちょっと次はそのミスを修正しながら、挑みたいと思います。はい。
Little bit of slower hit in her last hit, but she was happy with getting those 5s and 5s. But she kind of hoping to adjust the falling she did in the last heat in the next heat. では次、すぐヒートだと思うんですけど、どうやって、整えていきますか？
はい、クルイはすごい大好きな場所で2年ぶりに戻ってこれたので、すごく毎日楽しくて波も良くて、4人で貸し切りなので、もうしっかり自分のサーフィンが出せる波に乗って、QS もそうですし、そのための準備としていいサーフィンをしてきます。
最後にメッセージの方お願いします。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。この間のチャレンジャーはうまく、波と自分を合わすことができなくてミスをしてしまったんですけど、これからあと6戦あって、QS もたくさんあるので、今年ももっともっといいサーフィンができるように進化していきたいと思うので頑張ります。これからもよろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Dai. And on Matsuoka, what a weapon she is.
Yes.
A former champion out here at Ujong Shore. Speaking of champions, this young man here is on a tear. He's just banked an 8, and he's off and racing again. We are watching Weston Hurst. Grew up as a Lakey boy, lives in Bali, rolling around with his posse of Bronson and Varon. And check him out, just gouging big time. I can't believe this guy's only 16. He's huge. He's got to be every bit of 75 kilos plus. And his old man makes his boards. G'day, Troy. Good morning. Troy and Uni, they'll be watching. But an 8, there he is again. And the judges are just feasting on what Weston does because he ticks pretty much all the major parts of the criteria. And rightly so, he gets an 8. Iko gets a 7, 6, 7 and a 6. What do you like most about Western surfing?
Yeah, I think he's just got so much power, and he's one of those surfers where I don't know what he's going to do here. And I love that. Sometimes you watch people surfing and it's expected. You're like, oh, I feel like he's going to do this or she's going to do that, but it catches you off guard. You don't know what's going to happen. Like this man right here, Iko Watanabe, he's just so much power, and wow, yeah, he's just looking really, really fine out there. I mean, it's solid surfing. Both Iko and Weston right now, they just seem to be that little bit more ahead in the sense of heat strategy, and they're just leaving everything out there and really surfing to the best of the waves. I mean, Ichi right now, he's gaining some speed. What's he got? Takes to the air. Are you kidding? I mean, yeah, it's exciting to watch.
And I like that call because they're definitely showing their class in a class field, and they seem to have that little edge just in their go-for-itness, and their completion rates are undeniably strong. So I'm talking about Weston and Iko. So for Philip and Lou, Kasiandulu, I think the boys are going to find it tough to track the other two down. Not impossible, but tough, because they're just on a tear, and you can just see their confidence.
Yeah, and, they're a little bit older. They've probably surfed a few more heats than Lou and Philip, and that just shows a little bit of extra, I guess, experience, which that happens, and sometimes it's a dark horse or the young guns that come through and they just really surprise us. I think Philip in one of his heats yesterday, he just was definitely the dark horse in that heat, and he came out all guns blazing, and it was exciting to watch. But right now it's Ichi and Weston. They've got pretty good heat scores right now, 0.67 separating the two of them. And yeah, they just look like they're having a little bit of fun.
Yep, they're both sitting on 13 plus totals right now with 13 minutes remaining. You can see just how much they both want to be finalists. Weston will still be stinging a little bit from last year. I ran it through yesterday. He got a third. Missed out on coming out of a tube by about half a metre, which probably could have given him the win over Bronson around at Crewy left last year. So only 16. I can't believe it. He's still got another 5 years in this division.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It is when you think of that. Here's Lou.
Yeah. Loads up off the bottom. Gets that nice first turn. Patient as he drives through a carve here. Looks like it's a smaller wave. Gets that third connection. Air drops down. You can see he's just patient through here, but that wave kind of fizzles out towards that inside. I mean, Lou was surfing so well yesterday, and that wave was really well put together, but it was just unfortunate. It probably wasn't the best wave of the heat that we've seen so far in terms of like actual wave quality. And I think that's going to be the difference in this semi-final and in the next, is being on the better waves to really allow these surfers to kind of show their best surfing. It's hard because Ichi and Weston, or Iko Watanabe and Weston Hurst, they've just been in rhythm with those good waves, and sometimes that happens.
Yeah, no, that's a really good call too, True. And sometimes you have priority at the right time when the glamour set rolls through. Sometimes you don't, and then you miss out. You've got to try and play catch up on something a little bit less quality, but time dictates that you've got to do it. So it is easy to get a big number on a really good wave, and it's hard to get a big number on kind of a crappy wave.
Yeah, definitely. You can still, do good surfing, and like we saw on that last wave of Lou, it was a 4.73. So the judges rewarding the surfing, but they're saying, hey, yeah, we liked it. We liked the attack and the approach, but we want to see you do this on a bigger and a better wave. So, yeah, we'll see what happens in the back 11 minutes of this heat. Weston had a little look at that one, doesn't like it. He's sitting with second priority. Philip Duke in fourth. He has that 4.33 for one turn. and holds first priority. I'm excited to see what Philip can do when he gets on a good wave and if he can really open up.
I think he will. I think he'll unload because, that first turn was as good as, what Iko's been doing. Just got a little bit stuck, missed out on the bonus down the line. Could have gone into the excellent range had he got around that section and continued down the line. So Philip, although he's the slenderest dude in this heat and probably the youngest, he's definitely got some weapons that can attract numbers from the judges. Now here goes Iko. So let's see what he brings this time. It's a smaller wave. He's trying to improve on a 6, so that's not going to happen. Look at that thing out the back. Wow.
Yeah, wow. He's going to get that one on the head.
Philip's going to get this.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, his eyes have just lit up right about now, and he's looking at this thing and he's trying to figure out the attack. Let's see how it looks. Oh, ouch!
That was really unlucky for Philip. That looked like it was going to be a really good wave, and I don't even know what happened. It looked like his front foot just slipped off, unfortunately. Wow, that was super unlucky.
Yeah, it was. Geez, I was expecting Philip to just really, really string it together right then. So a little missed opportunity. These are the moments that could come back to haunt him, but this is looking good for Lou.
Yeah, straight up and into this first section. Once again, another calf to start off this wave and knows it's not really going to do too much to affect his scoreline. That's where I feel like we see the difference between, the 6+ range and anything below that is if you're starting off with a critical turn or not.
Well, it's the hardest section. It's the most risk. I mean, if you're your first turn, you miss a really good wave, right?
Yep.
So the judges always love that early commitment to the wave and to that first section. And if you do that and make that statement, in your own skin, you've just got to go, I've now got to finish this wave because you've done a lot of the hard work, right?
Yeah. Oh, 100%. And
this thing.
Completions are so important as well. I feel like it really makes a difference. And Weston tried to be in position for that one. He's just a little too deep. It looks like Philip is going to have a go, scratches into it. Let's see what he can bring to this heat. Oh, and once again, the same thing just happened. Looks like his fin's skipping out. I'm not too sure what's going on there. So Philip's going to have to regroup.
Yep, he's got to just block that out now. Those last 2 efforts, he needs something big at this stage. It's a mid-range 8 to get out of trouble. But I know, I'm in Weston's corner, so I'll just harp on this for 1 minute. I'll just say that I imagine there's a bunch of boys down in Lakey Town watching this at the moment. So a quick shout out to the crew, no doubt at Compass Restaurant. We'll probably have this on the big screen, to Iwan and Tima and the gang down there, and Sin and the boys that work behind the counter. If you are, Wa'ura, 8 minutes to go, and Weston is in a pretty good spot. Although he's coming second, it's a strong second placing. He does have a little bit of a cut on his foot, but doesn't seem to be bothering him in this heat.
Yeah, he looks pretty switched on, pretty dialed in.
He's got the highest score of the heat. Once again, for the 3rd heat in a row, has gone into the excellent range. So he's on point.
Yeah, he's looking strong, and so is Iko Watanabe, a 7.67 and a 6. He's got the better of the 2-wave exchange right now in first place. And, I mean, it's exciting to watch this. The first and second placings in this heat is going to move through to the finals, right? For the Pro
They got
Junior.
a big day. That's what they all want. They all want in on that GF. There's a fair bit on the line here today. Some good cash, 1,000 point, all helps towards getting to the World Junior, a stake at what Bronson did last year.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where it starts, and they all realise that. And then they can back it up next week as well with the Pro Junior in Nias.
Yeah.
But it starts here.
And noting as well, some of these I would say most, if not all of these Pro Junior surfers are going to be in the QS, right? And we're going to roll into QS heats today. And if we get to the round of 128, it is scheduled to be on if we have the time and the ability. Some of these surfers are going to be surfing 3 heats today, especially for the men. Sho Shirai, who is in this next semi-final for the Pro Junior, he's in the first heat of the round of 128 with Thomas Carvalho and Maverick Wilson. And whoever, wins that first heat of the men's round of 144. So he needs to be ready for a big day of surfing.
Oh, you know what? They're Groms. 3 surfs in one day. So what? They've got that. They've got that every day of the week.
Yeah. Heat surfing's different though. Lou, wow, nice connection there. Loads up for another turn. This wave kind of going a little bit fat. So he kicks out.
his better wave. I reckon he was a couple of good connections in the pocket. Yeah, for Groms, they generally serve 3 times a day anyway. Of course, contest surfing a little different. The heat becomes a bit of a factor, but they'll have substantial breaks between their matchups. So I think they'll come out firing. Philip Duke needs to belt this. He doesn't. Things aren't going his way for Philip.
Maybe a little bit of frustration there for Philip. It looked like he was feeling a bit, one of those moments where you could kind of see a little bit of negative body language. He drops his shoulders a little bit.
It's kind of getting away from him a little bit. And he's tried a lot of things in this heat, and nothing's really worked apart from that first turn. That was insane. But he's not just sitting there and fading away. He's trying stuff. It just isn't happening for Philip right now. And sometimes that's the way she rolls when you're in a heat, unfortunately for Philip.
Yeah, you just got to, it's hard because you want to try hard and you want to give yourself the opportunities, but you also don't want to push too hard or be, forcing something that's not there. And I'm not saying that Philip's doing that. I think more just maybe he's got that 4.33, which was a really great moment at the start of that heat. So maybe it's a potential for him to kind of just click back into that and be like, hey, I did this and I did one turn. I got a 4.33. Imagine what I could do if I did 2.
Yeah, trying
to
just
remember that moment, as opposed to kind of getting caught up in that head noisy spiral of, I need an 8.67. That's a big score.
It is.
I need to get that to progress through to the final, which is, everyone's goal in this heat. And just go, hey, I got a 4.33 for one turn. I could get an 8.66 for 2.
Yeah, do 2 of them and add something else to a wave and you're in the neighbourhood. All right, so Western's got priority and sitting in second. So it's been a real highlight reel out of Eco and Western, but I really hope the man in red gets another crack at it because I just love what he does. A 5.67 to go into first. He'd love to go into first. And I don't know about you, True, but if you make a final and you're in the red rashy, for me, that was always something. You're the number 1 seed going into a grand final. You got red. I just loved it. I always wanted to win a semi if I was in a semi.
Yeah.
For that reason. Especially the first semi, you get the red rashy, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's good fun. I always love, you know what? I don't think I ever really cared too much. It was just like,
I know. It
doesn't
just
matter.
seems to be a thing.
I know, yeah.
Red, you think.
I do, yeah. I hear what you're saying. I do hear what you're saying.
I think he would take, being a little injured, I think he would just take the fact that you're in the grand final.
Yeah.
Now get it together.
Did you end up finding out what was going on?
I spoke. His dad this morning said, no worries. He said it was just a cut, and Western's good enough to put it in the back of his mind. So I did speak with his dad this morning, Anya Troy. And, Western tapped out of that semi-final yesterday, quarter-final yesterday with about 7 minutes to go due to his ankle.
Yeah.
There's a cut underneath his foot, I believe. So the big fella's just going to have to realise why he came here. I reckon he's still inspired by watching Bronson's act in the last year in juniors. Disappointed at copping a third at Crewy left last year. He's here again to redeem himself, and I reckon he wants to go 2 spots better than last year and win this thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. Everyone wants that. Everyone wants to, have their name on that honor roll of winning the Pro Junior. The only person that's actually done that in the QS and the Pro Junior is Mirai Aikido, which we saw in one of the early heats. She's a reigning champion for the Pro Junior. And also the QS. She's looking lethal.
Oh, lethal last year when she really caught my attention, and I just went, who is this Mirai? We're going to hear a lot of that name over the years, I believe, because I say this every year. The Japanese are such a force. Let's look at the next semi-final is 4 Japanese surfers, for God's sake. Men coming up in the second semi. Yeah. They're like a full storm, and they attack all these Asian region events, and it's only going to be a matter of time before they get the rewards they really want, a la Challenger, and it's got to go at some point to the CT for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And it's not really a matter of if, but when.
Yeah. And I said this last couple of years as well, and I believe it's probably going to happen first on the women's side of the draw for the Japanese, because there's a lot of them that are just so good.
Yeah, definitely. And it's exciting to watch. And Lu Ming Jiang has 4th priority, needs to kick out because Western holds first priority and uses it on this one. Nice first hit. He's looking for a 5.67 to go to first. Makes that one, but just a 2 turns for Western, and he did really well to hold on to that second turn with 1 minute to go.
Doesn't look like there's anything wrong with that foot. Yeah, look at him give himself a little finger click. Western will go into the grand final. I'm confident of that. It's a matter of a 5, 6, 7. I think he goes to first. A couple of big blasts. The judge is soaking up what he does. He didn't hold back. So for me, it wasn't trying to nurse an injury. He just went for it.
Yeah.
And I think he might get the red rashy in the grand final. Let's see.
Yeah, he's chasing a 5, 6, 7 to go to first. Iko looking to back up that 7, 6, 7 or better, a 6. He's been looking smooth all heat, quick float. Doesn't quite get around that section with 20 minutes to go. So looks like he's going to make his way in to the beach with 15 seconds to go. Lu Mingjiang chasing a 7.38. Philip looking for an 8.67. And unfortunately, that last wave of Lu was a 5.63, but just not quite enough.
So although that semi-final just finished, you're going to have to hold on for a moment to see who you're going to interview. Is it Western or is it Iko?
Yeah. Well, just come through for that last wave of Western. 5.67.
I can see him going to first. You know, the judges love it. It wasn't the biggest wave, but it was still 2 good sections. Went flat out. It was a difficult end manoeuvre to land. And the fact that they're taking their time here suggests it's pretty close. Look at these first numbers coming through. I think he's going to get out of 6.03, Western first to first.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to leave it at that for now. Well done, Western and Iko. And you go and have a chat with Western. Back in a moment with this second semi. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series. Here we go, second semi-final, and it is jam-packed with Japanese shredders. And I've got another Japanese shredder sitting right next to me in Wacko Dai. Westernhurst won that last season.
Wow.
Iko Watanabe into the grand final. There's Western having a little debrief with Dino from Lani's. He looks like he's limping just a little bit. But tell me about this heat, because this is a big deal for Team Japan, yeah?
Right. So this is Sho Shirai. He's still young generations, and he's actually really talented guy. He surfs really good. He's been doing jiu-jitsu for years now.
So don't drop in on him.
No, I don't suggest that. But yeah, he's competing in jiu-jitsu as well, but as well as surfing. And we have Kenshin Matsunaga. He's a big charger. He surfs at Pipeline, Chopo. Loves a big wave. And Raiha Ono, he's a very, very smart competitor. He spent a lot of time in Asia. Before this Crewy trip, he went to Java with Pepen.
Okay.
And he had a really great trip there. And Yuma Nagasawa, he is from Chiba, and he surfs really strong.
Yuma, I remember, had it's the slick, goofy footer from yesterday,
yes.
right? When I locked his name into
Yes.
my brain because I really loved his style. So I know Oni Anwar always rated Sho Shirai every time I saw Oni. He said, "You watch this guy; he's a weapon. He's so good." And he did some big things yesterday, I believe, to win his way into this.
Yes.
Right. So his quarterfinal, he blew it out of the park, didn't he?
He got a first place with a 7 and 6, I believe.
I didn't call the heat, but I remember watching it, and yep, he's the real deal. Oh, here's something different. A tube. Oh my goodness, who's this? Yuma.
長澤選手1本目のライディング、こちらはチューブを狙って入ってきた後にしっかりとトップでのアクションも入れてきます。コンビネーションのマニューバーとなりました。Well, he kind of likes it in the end.
So did I. I can't believe it's taken this long in the day for someone to thread a barrel.
Right.
Great drone footage as well. So while we're waiting for that number, let's throw down to Westernhurst and True Starling. Go for it, True.
Thank you guys. Weston, I mean, another final. It's your third one. We were just saying you got a second and a third. Are you hoping to get the win this time?
Hopefully, yeah, that's what I'm going for. Yeah, feel good.
We had a board swap halfway through that heat. You're on the green one. It was looking really good yesterday. Talk me through your thought process behind that.
Yeah, so the green one is like a same model, just a little longer. This black one I have is just shorter and wider, so like it's smaller also today, but the green one went better, so I'm gonna stick to the green one. Yeah.
The waves are absolutely cooking today. A finals coming up. And as we just said, yeah, it's your third one. So how are you going to approach this? Are you just going to leave everything out in the water?
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay calm, do what I've been doing. Feel like I've been doing good. Keep the flow going, and yeah, stay calm. That's it.
I'm sure there's lots of people that are watching you that you'd like to say hello to, so I'll let you do that.
I'll do it in Indo. Teman-teman, keluarga yang nonton di Indo. Everyone watching, keep supporting me. Thank you so much. All my sponsors too. Mom and Dad, love you.
Thanks, Weston. Good luck in the final.
There from Weston, as we're watching White just tee off Reha here a couple of times. He's got a third section, crunches it again, might get a fourth slap. He throws it up there, great surfing.
さあ、その後ろからは松永選手1本目乗ってきましたが、こけてしまいました。小野選手、これはいい波になっています。4ターン、5ターン、しっかりと入れてきました。長澤選手1本目のライディングで 4.33、白井選手1本目 3.67 をマークしています。
And I noticed that Kenshin fell on such a good wave, the wave behind. So this is the very next wave that breaks, and Kenshin will be keen to redeem himself. Maybe that was the replay of the wave he fell on. I'm not sure. Maybe he's fallen twice in a row, but 20 minutes to regain composure. But gee, some really strong surfing from Reha on that last wave.
Really liked the Reha's wave. Actually, he managed to put a couple good turns in, and that wave actually stands up for him.
It did. There was just pocket after pocket dropping at the perfect pace. So Reha found himself a bit of a gem. Might not have been the most brutalist pockets, but the way he surfed it was undeniably good. Has Kenshin got another wave straight away?
松永選手、これはいい波になってきそうです。一発目、大きなターンを入れて、ここのセクションが出てくると点数につながっていきますが、ここはフローターで演技を終えます。That's a, short wave, two turns in, but still was big turns. So it's a great wave from Kenshin Matsunaga as well.
So 3 waves in succession for Kenshin. He finally connects on his third effort. And, that doesn't surprise me what we just saw from Kenshin, because he did a spell down in Lakey last year, and Lakey's a strong wave, and Kenshin looked really comfortable. He wanted sets. He surfed down on that wave really well, and so he impressed me. And he's a young fella. He rolls around with Teo Radcliffe.
This is 長澤優馬選手。これは大きなスラッシュターンを入れて、セクションを駆け抜けていきます。駆け抜けた後、またセクションが切り立ってくるところにしっかりとカービングターンを今度は入れていきます。そして、ここフィニッシュも力強く決めてきました。Wow, he likes the strong finish, and I did like it too.
Yeah. And so did he. He got the tube earlier for a 4.33. It wasn't the deepest, biggest barrel, but the first barrel I've seen for today. Right. You tell me he normally surfs with a headband on. Yesterday he didn't. What was his explanation as to that little scenario?
He didn't want to lose it because he got it from the good friends. So he didn't want to lose it. It was, the wave was big, and he didn't want to lose it. But he said he was going to wear it yesterday after the heat, but he didn't. And he really he's not wearing that.
He might be saving it for the final. If he gets into the GF, you reckon he puts the headband back on?
I'll talk to him about that.
Get some intel on that. I like it. So you're also saying Kenshin's a bit of a big wave charger, right?
Yes.
The slabs.
Loved the tube riding and charging, and he was presented as he surfed in the backdoor shootout last year, a couple years ago. Yeah.
Here he goes again. So rapid fire waves for Kenshin. He finally recovers the takeoff, gets a big slap in straight away. He's got another great second section, just biding his time and hanging in there and looking to really get brutal on this third hit. That's a better connection. Offers a fourth section, upside down again, but just a little too much front foot pressure. But he got a 5.73 wave previous.
松永選手、この1本前のライディングで 5.73 をすでにスコアしています。そして今のライディングも非常にいいライディングでいいスコアになってくると思います。Wow, that was a great ride from Kenshin Matsunaga. 5.73 for the previous
Couple
wave.
of turns. That was a two-turner. So he's got another good score to come. So does Yuma. So those two will stretch the lead, but the 6 is looking good also for Reha, and he goes show Shirai.
白井選手、さあ、これ2本目のライディングになります。ここでしっかりとスコアをメイクしていきたいところ。1発、2発目大きなターン、大きなスプレーを出していきます。そして3発目はチェックターン。このセクション、駆け抜けてきて、フローターでこの波を終えるか、ここはワイプアウト。There's a really like in turn, throwing buckets of sprays, but unfortunately it comes unstuck on the finishing turn for Sho Shirai.
Just got to that final section a little bit late. So not his best work. His previous wave was only a 3.67, so he's going to need to regroup shortly with 16 minutes to go to stay in touch with Kenshin and Yuma, who will no doubt extend their top 2 placings once their scores drop. Reha's 6 is the best wave of the matchup so far. Here's the replay of the last wave of
really
Yuma.
like the strong first turn and racing down the line, comes around the section. He's very composed and goes to the big curve again. I really like this finish turn, finishing strong, and he likes it too. He climbs it.
Yeah, why not? 6.57, the best wave of the heat, consolidating the lead. His backup is that tube effort for the 4.33. So with 15 to go, he's got plenty of opportunity to upgrade that second score. Kenshin still has a number to come, I think he does. So it'll be another good score for Kenshin. So that will go close to the lead. It's a 4.53. Needed a 5.18 to go to first. So a good backup for both our first and second places. So questions now being answered to Reha and Sho to kind of respond.
Well, now Reha has a fast priority, get to choose whatever he wants, and he got already 6.0, so probably he builds a little bit of confidence in him. So next exchange is going to be very interesting, but this is a last of blue. I really love the vertical hit for the first time and a little bit of a check turns in, but after this he threw a lot of sprays. And unfortunately, it comes unstuck on the third one. It was a great 2-turn combo, comes in 4.53.
All right. Wow, geez, he did some good surfing for a 4.53. Or was that his 5.73? I can't remember. Either way, he's into second. There's only 0.74, 0.64 separating those two, first and second. The big show in red, he needs to respond with a 6.09 to get into the grand final. And Reha needs a lesser number. Just a 4.26 would do it for the man in white, who's sitting pretty with priority. Silky smooth conditions out here at Ujong Bachor. Check this out.
Right. I reckon it cleans up a little bit compared to this morning.
Tide is also dropping. It was almost lightly onshore this morning. It's looking like, if anything, it might be 1 knot of offshore at the moment. So it has improved. That little bit less tide sort of does it favours as well. It starts to hold that nice contour for longer. Hope you're enjoying the show, everybody. Day 2, and we're already going to crown a champion here at Crewy for this year. Men's and women's.
Right,
happen today.
Champions happening today on day number 2, and straight into the QS men's round 1.
Yep.
Round of 144.
144.
Big rounds.
There's 8 of those heats. They'll definitely finish that round. The round of 128 are also looking like they're going to get a start in the gates this afternoon. 16 of those heats. I'm not sure how many will get done, but they're looking at rolling straight into that round also. For all the crew online, you've got to stick around today. This wave is very good. The swell is there. The show continues. We're now halfway through this semi-final. Who will join Western and Eco in the grand final? You know what I like about this little zone as well, mate? It's just a sleepy little fishing village just down the road. Every day we see these little parahus out the back. The guys in their little canoes.
Fishermen out there.
They do this probably every day of their lives.
Right.
So they're probably looking into the beach going, wonder what's going on in there.
It's not a usual thing to happen here.
There's strange people out there in coloured singlets. What's going on?
Well, here is Raiha having a look at this one. 小野選手、2本目のライディングになります。4.26 で逆転していくこの波、一発目、綺麗に縦のアクション入れてきますが、ここは少し引っかかってしまったか。That was a little mistake from Raiha on the second turn. It was a great, start, vertical lip.
I reckon he pulled the trigger a little too early on priority there. So when you said he made an error, I reckon if he could have that time again, he wouldn't have caught that wave because you've got priority. You've already got a 6. He just needed to be a little bit more patient, I reckon, and just hold on to that priority and actually wait for a set or a near on set. So I guess when he's with his debrief with his coach, whoever that is, could probably go that moment right there. What did you see in that wave? It was small and it was just didn't open up enough.
Probably he was just looking for the requirement, 4.26, put a couple turns in, he gets the requirement, get himself into the first place, and then probably looking for a wave that better the 6.
I think he should be looking for something better than a 4.26. Like the quality of the field. A 4.26 might temporarily get you into second, but it's not something you're going to, get into a grand final holding on to. So, it's their decision when they're in the water. For me, first priority. I think he just lost his patience a little bit there.
Right. There's still 10 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Plenty of times left.
There is.
Go out there, regroup. There's plenty of opportunities.
The fact that we have 4 Japanese surfers in this heat, I'm going to ask you, in Japan, who would be the highest rated dude or perhaps the most sort of credentialed surfer in this heat?
I would say like a ranking way.
Yes.
I would say Raiha is the highest ranker in this heat.
Yep.
But everyone has own character. Everyone has Yuma. Yuma has a character to it. And he loves editing. He loves searching waves in Japan. And Kenshin, like I said, he charges a lot. He surfs Chopo and pipeline and show. He's a big guy. He's so strong. So everyone has character. But ranking way, Raiha.
Okay, all right. So are they all similar ages, or would someone be really young amongst the others? What's their?
I think there's only like 3 years different in between all of them, so they are pretty much the same generations.
And are any of these people maybe having their last year as a junior?
Raiha is. This is gonna be your last year for Raiha, but other 3 surfers have maybe a couple more years.
So Raiha wants to make this one
count.
Yeah,
he's very focused in the junior event. He wants to go to the World Pro Juniors.
Yep. Okay. And how many people get to represent Japan in that? Do you have to win the series?
You have to pretty much 2
go.
2 go or 1 go, but in the Asian ranking, you need to be up top 2. I reckon.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So this being the first opportunity to stake a claim for the World Junior event, it's a big deal. There's a lot on the line here today.
Right, and then I don't think we have a Pro Juniors event held in Japan this year.
Oh, okay.
We haven't confirmed it, so these 2 events are going to be very important for the ranking too.
All right. Yep, this one and NIAS. So the stage is kind of set here. Everybody, apart from Show, have a number that they can sort of sit on and be happy with. I think Show's 417. He'd want that at least as his worst result as his backup number. A 609 is a must right now for Show. Everybody else has kind of got something that's okay. Nobody's really blowing it apart. So I think it's still evenly balanced this heat.
Right. Even Show is in 4th place, needing 609, decent score, but he got a 7 and 6 yesterday.
He's a big Show, right?
Yeah, he's a big Show. So
here he is.
Here is Raiha. さあ、小野選手、3本目のライディングになります。プライオリティ4番目ということもあって、インサイドの小さい波に乗ってきますが、ここは一発でプルアウト。
Yeah, so it's very similar to his last wave. One of those ones that are pretty small and they sort of hit more on the reef and you could see it just bottom out and drain out and didn't give him much room to move.
That's true, right.
Yeah, so
it's kind of hard wave to surf on it.
Really hard wave
the
to
inside
surf.
ones.
There's better waves out there than that. So I think a couple of times he's pulled the trigger on wave choice that probably wasn't ideal. And I think if he doesn't get through, he could probably look at those 2 moments and maybe go, damn, I needed to be a bit more patient, especially with the time on the clock. can still get through. Needs a 4.26.
It's not a big score for everybody, but here is some moves, but no takers on this one.
It's, surfing heats, it's such a fine line, isn't it? Because you've got to ride waves, but you've got to ride the right waves.
Right.
And here he is again. This could be much better.
この選手さ、4本目のライディングになります。ここで引っかかってしまったから、that's really unfortunate for him. Comes unstuck. That was a good looking wave,
It could
actually.
be. We'll never know because we
Right.
didn't see what happened after that first section, but it looked easier to ride than his last two,
Right.
and he fell again. So 3 errors in a row.
Maybe calm down a little bit and just be patient for the better ones for Raiha. But now some kind of movement out the back.
Yep, 6 minutes to go. Priority sits with green. The tube rider, Yuma. It's also got the best score of the heat, the 6.57. Love his style. Right from yesterday when I saw him, I went, there's something about this guy that is just super pleasant to watch. Doesn't seem to rush stuff. He's got that really neat, economy of movement, and just reminding me of the winner a few years back, the first time we ran in 2017, Kijiro Nishi.
Kijiro Nishi.
Yeah.
Now he's in the Challenger Series.
Kijiro?
Yes.
Wow, so
and
good.
he did really well in the Newcastle as well.
Okay.
He made it to round of 16.
All right. There's Kijiro won back in 2017. First year we came here, along with Lucy Callister as the women's champ. Our list of winners, while there's a break in the action, Oni Anwar won the year after in 2018, along with Elise Cooper on your Coops. Lucas Silveira, I remember seeing that Brazilian take that one out. Leilani McMonigal was the female winner. We had a couple of down years during the COVID era. The men's from then on, Jesse Mendez, Morgan Siblick, Jarvis Earl, big names. On the women's side of the draw, Sophie McCulloch, Anon Matsuoka is here again. She won in 2023, and Mirai Okita did the double last year.
Yes, juniors and QS
Yep.
women's event. So not much actions going on in the middle of the heat.
Bummer.
Less than 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Now, all the requirements getting bigger and bigger and more pressure towards the white and red.
And now also those couple of decisions by Reiha are probably coming back to look a bit more crucial than they were at first. Right. We've generally said over the years that in surfing events, people that make the least errors are the ones that most often get through. Reiha's made 3 pretty big errors and you can't, it's hard to make 3 errors in a high quality heat and still advance. He's making it really hard for himself here just by those wave choice issues. I keep saying that, but he still only needs a 4.26. The door is still open. Let's see if he, being, as you were saying, the more experienced surfer in this heat, let's see how Reiha deals with these next 340. And the big show as well, in fourth. I wasn't expecting that, but it's just such a quality field. Congrats so far to Kenshin and Yuma, really.
It's true. Very smart competitor, smart move from Green, Yuma, and Kenshin so far. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Raiha is very smart competitor as well. So probably, he's adjusting his 4 errors.
Yeah, fourth priority. He's going to have to hope something miraculous happens here because there's only 3 minutes for the other boys to starve him of a wave, or hoping a 4-wave set comes, or sit a bit wider and hoping something big and wide comes. I don't know.
Not many waves coming through for the last 10 minutes or so. So I got a feeling that there's going to be some in the last minute.
Throw the ocean your mojo. Your best mojo, die wacko.
Having a look at this one again.
Around. Once again, that wave would have been a little hard to ride.
Right. But just time is ticking
He's
so
moving.
quickly.
He's on the move here.
Right.
Okay, so this is the breakdown of the heat. Kenshin.
This is his Kenshin's 5.70 or 4.53. Yeah, I really like the first and third sections. unfortunately comes unstuck on the last section, but still it was a great surfing from Kenshin Matsunaga. Now sitting in the second place. I'm probably a little bit nervous what Raiha's doing.
Yuma's ridden a tube for his 4.33 and blasted a couple of hectic moves to get the 6.57. He's in the lead. Blue here. Kenshin, take us through this.
さあ、松永選手、重要な波になってきそうです。4.53以上でその差を広げてきます。駆け抜けた後のセクション、しっかり縦へのアプローチ。ここも肩が張っていきます。少しレール引っかかりそうになりましたが、うまくリカバリーをしていって、サードターン。さあ、ワンターン、ツーターン、スリーターンと入れてきました。後ろからは長澤選手。さあ、これ 4.33 以上でその差をぐっと広げていきますが、どうでしょうか。これはワンターン、ツーターン目、いいターンになりました。そしてフィニッシュが来そうです。Wow.
Wow. How's his little ninja pose at the end of that? He's feeling it. Yuma.
He's feeling it, but I really like that
Yuma
way
and
too.
Kenshin are going to both extend their stake
Right.
for a grand final position here. I like both those rides. Kenshin stabbed it in the pocket a few times. Yuma's just, with his cool hand jive and his style, just fitted in so well to that wave again.
Wow. There's going to be a lot of pressures to Raiha and Big Show right now. Just like you mentioned, probably Raiha needed to hold on to the first priority back then.
Starting to look that way, but in hindsight, you never know. So if he had nailed one of those waves, we'd be congratulating his strategy, but it didn't pay off. Just loving, the timing of this man here. When he spies a lip and a section, he always kind of spins the wheels or really gets a lot of rail involved. And then he saw how he had to be really rapid to get that end section tube. And look at his little hand jive right there. Yep. Showing the judges. He's feeling it.
He's feeling it.
So Kenshin's wave of 4.93. So a marginal upgrade on his second number by 0.4. So nice work. Yuma's score is still yet to drop. There it is. He wins handsomely with a 6.03 last number. I think we're going to go on hold and we'll be back shortly with the women's semi-finals. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series. Back to the scene of the Krui Pro. The women's semi-final is straight into it. I'm going to let Giada Legati take us through who's in this semi-final, but welcome back into the seat, G.
Thank you. Yes, super exciting stuff right now. And straight off the bat is Jasmine Studer on a nice looking wave. That first turn was gorgeous. Straight into the second one. She said she's been working on her cars and you could really see that happening. And that is looking like a good score for Jasmine Studer. In white, our surfer from Indonesia. And right behind her, Hinata Shimizu. Bit of a foamy wave here, but she handles it nicely, goes upside down. Unfortunately, the tail just slides out and she can't ride it through. But in the water right now is Anon Matsuoka, Imari Hearn, and the two surfers I just mentioned.
Anyway, Anon, love what she does. She had a really great quarterfinal to book herself into this position. All over it, grinding hard, former winner here. I can't believe she's still a junior. She won the Opens back here in 2 years ago, 23. So she must have been super young when that happened, but you can just see the quality. She's been all over it in recent years on big stages and always produces.
This is our surfer, Imari Hearn, cashed in her priority for this one. A good looking wave. Nice second turn there. She really pushed the tail and got it all the way around. She's going to wait for this wave to stand up for her. Giving the judges a variety. She's going for the layback. Let's see if she Yes, she does. She manages to close this one out. So while we wait for scores to come through for all 4 surfers, I know that Ivan is on the beach training Imari. He came here to train his group of surfers. I'll get right back to that. This is our surfer on her backhand, Hinata Shimizu. Good first and second turn. This wave kind of just flattens out a little bit for her, as we've seen this do time and time again. Once it reaches that channel, it kind of doesn't really stand up anymore.
Yeah, time to get off this thing and get back out the back. But Hinata, strong and long bottom turns is what I saw on those first 2 moves. Really holding that bottom turn forever. Couple of good blasts off the top, so everybody's off and racing. The judges now have to decipher whose was the best, by how much, whose was second best, whose was the weakest ride, fit them all in so the scores separate. And that's what they're doing right now. So we'll know shortly what's up. 7-5 for Jazz. That was such a good start.
Yeah, and that was a really great wave. And that's exactly how you want to start your semifinal. She wasted no time in between her turns, but she didn't rush it, which was really good. And that's what you want to see. She wasn't moving her board unnecessarily or wasting energy. That
was really
that
strong.
didn't need to be
7-5. Well
wasted.
done. I think meanwhile, Daiwako is already in the chute to talk to winner of the last heat, Yuma. So go for it, Dai.
第1位通過でファイナルへと進出を果たしました長澤優馬選手に来ていただいています。ヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
そうですね、結構波、昨日は面白かったんですけど、今日後ろで良くて、でもなんか思ったより波来なくて、スローなヒートだったんですけど、最初に気持ちいい十分を抜けて最高でした。
昨日 SNS か何かでいい波乗りたいって言ってましたよね。乗れましたか？
そうですね、もう1本目チューブ入れたんで幸せです。
Is very happy with the first wave actually, getting a choose in the heat and getting those scores and get through. もうすぐファイナルだと思うので、休んでほしいんですが、ちょっと一つ聞きたいことがあって、ヘッドバンド、次はつけますか？
そうですね、バンダナ朝つけたんですけど、ちょっとドルフィンの時に外れそうになって、ちょっと試合中それなったら嫌やなと思って、ちょっと今回はなしでいきます。
Right, Mark, he's not gonna wearing this headband in the finals. He was almost losing his headband this morning, so that's why. では最後にメッセージの方お願いします。
はい。今日の朝ちょっとお腹痛くて調子悪かったんですけど、ちょっと、はい、気合で次は優勝したいと思うので、チェックお願いします。ヤマン。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Dai. So Yuma is a worthy inclusion into the Pro Junior Men's final. Him and Kenshin will be taken on Western and Iko. What a matchup that's going to be.
Yeah, and talking about good matchups, Anon Matsuoka's first wave comes in at an 8.
Wow.
Yeah, so incredible start for Anon Matsuoka, showing exactly why she is a winner here. And right behind her, Jasmine Studer on the 7-5, Hinata Shimizu 4.33 and 1.8, and Imari Hearn sitting on 5.5. This is the replay of Anon's last wave. This is the 8. Beautiful surfing from Anon Matsuoka. She has such smooth style. Look at that. I think she's definitely one of my favorite surfers to watch in these 2 events. She has so much precision, such good timing. She wastes no time in between her turns and finished it off beautifully. And straight off the bat again, this is Anon Matsuoka. Nice opening first turn. She's backing up the 8. Welcome back to the booth, Daiwako. We're just, unfortunately doesn't land that one, but Anon already with an 8. She's backing that one up quickly. Jasmine Studer 7.5. Hinata Shimizu a 4.33 and a 1.8. And Imari Hearn sitting on a 5.5.
A lot of great scores already locked in.
Yeah, this heat has started off incredibly. So many waves ridden already. Great scores coming through. Anon has been a winner here in the past. She has she's an incredible surfer. We're saying with Mark, we can't believe she's still a junior. just shows how early she started and how well her career already takes off. Oh, look at that wave.
Just peeling perfectly along the reef, but no one's on it. Even those smaller ones, I'll be happy with that.
Me too. I'll be stoked on this one.
Right.
No one's even looking at it. So tell us a little bit about Anon Matsuoka. What can you tell us?
Well, as you all know, that she's very, incredible competitor. That's because she spent a lot of time in overseas. Actually, she spent in Indonesia in last month. I think she did a surf camp with other surfers, and she had a surf camp in Australia. So she trains in Bali, Australia. She tried to go out there overseas to improve her surfing skills. So that's why, she's very smart. She's very strong competitor.
Would you say she's one of the best women Japanese surfers right now?
Definitely, she is one of the best, female surfers in Japan.
Who do you think matches Anon Matsuoka's level at this precise moment?
Well, I would say, Mirai Ikeda is probably similar age, and there's a good relationship in between two of them. So I would say Mirai Ikeda in this category.
All right, funny, both juniors. So
and Sumomo, yeah,
Sumomo
they are
as
all
well.
in the same age, same generation. So
Oh, unfortunately, Hinata Shimizu goes over the handlebars on that last one. This is Jasmine Studer wanting to back up the 7.5. She cashes in priority, highlands this one, and does one
Wow.
huge layback there. Just that one turn, but that's going to be a pretty good way to back up the 7.5.
yes, that is a huge layback up there.
This is Imari Hearn on her front hand. Nice opening first turn. Let's see if she gets anything done on this inside. Looks like she kind of wanted to go in for a
right.
barrel there, but goes for this closing turn. Unfortunately, looks like her nose was just lifted up a little too much, maybe too much weight on her back foot. But I was just telling Mark earlier that Imari Hearn is here training with her coach called Ivan.
Right.
Ivan is living in Bali right now, and he has his group of surfers here. He's training Imari. I know he's going to be training Philippa Anderson and Paige Harrop, and as well as the Indian team. So the first name that comes off my head is Kishore. I hope I said his name right. And I think we're going to be seeing him in the first round of the men's QS later on today. He's on the beach right now filming everyone. So hard work done there.
Hard
from Ivan.
work. But what are the benefits having coaches with on this tour?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, now I think, in my personal opinion, if you want to make it to the highest level nowadays, you have to have a coach of some sort. If it's not surfing, at least maybe a mental coach, like a sports psychologist in your
Right.
corner. Because as this our sport grows, it shows how big your mental side is and how important it
Right.
is. So
Definitely.
yeah.
Because nowadays everyone surfs great.
Mm-hmm.
It's just high level
Exactly.
right now. So only thing you need to work on is pretty much like a mindset.
Exactly.
And how you can prepare yourself for the heat before and after. Maybe.
Yeah, exactly. It's, not only before but after. You're totally right.
Right.
And now you can see even on the CT people using breath work and meditation as a form of preparation. So it's incredible to see how much our sport changes.
What trying go for the barrel from Anon 松岡選手、3本目のライディングになります。この波で 5.20 をマークすると1位へジャンプアップしていきますが、どうでしょう。これはインサイドラストターン入るか。さあ、ここで切り立ってくるところにレイバックターンを入れてきます。 そしてもう一発、これはいい波になってきました。Oh, that was a great ride from Matsuoka, needing 5-0 to go back into the first. She was kind of trying to go for the barrel in the first section, but pretty much after that, she did a couple of good turns. She did a good layback.
Yeah, so Jasmine Studer's one turn layback comes in at 5.70. That was an incredible wave from Jasmine. Again, just one turn, but it was different. It gave variety. It was a solid set and a big section. So really well deserved from Jasmine Studer. Pushed her straight into the first position. Now Anon, as you said, looking for that 5.20. I'd like to maybe take a look at Anon's wave from the beach angle to see how deep she was for that barrel. Was it a shampoo or was it a barrel? But incredibly well done from Anon.
Well, the last of red comes in 503. So it's not matching the requirement, but still extending her lead over to blue and green.
Yep, you're right, Anon. Not meeting the requirement, but creating distance from herself and Imari Hearn and Hinata Shimizu. She wants to be in this final. She wants to win. So nothing's really looking like it's going to stop her anytime soon. Anon, as you said, has been coming off a huge leg of training.
Yes.
She, I follow her on Instagram and I do see her traveling all over the world. She goes to Hawaii. She's been to Australia, spends some time in Japan, here in Indo as well. So it's great to see her, really growing into this great athlete.
Now she's a Challenger Series surfer, so probably main focus is QS as well, but definitely she's looking forward to claim the champ for the World Pro Juniors as well.
So we probably won't be seeing Anon and Nias if she's gonna be going to Bali to South Africa.
That's interesting, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Wow, some big names are not gonna be in the draw this year.
Right.
So it's gonna be interesting who takes the crown this time. Most of the Challenger Series surfers are either not here or not going to be joining Nias.
Right.
So I think we're gonna have a lot of new names on finals day.
Definitely.
It's gonna be an incredible event. I took a quick look at the forecast recently, and it's looking like we're gonna have very similar conditions throughout the whole week. So it's gonna be fun and great.
Hopefully, a few barrels.
Oh, I hope so. It's gonna be torturous for us because we're gonna be watching the whole time. But actually, no, never mind. I do have heat later on, so I get a little bit.
You get to surf in this condition with other 3 girls. So,
yeah,
wow, that's amazing.
So I'm Goofy Foot. I am all about the lefts. So this contest is paradise for me.
Definitely, Goofy Footer loves going left.
Yeah. I feel like goofy footers love going left and never go right. But regular footers go left and go right.
They don't really mind going left. Right?
Yeah, exactly. All my friends that are regulars, they all go left, but I will never go right.
I always searching for the left, where the left banks are.
Me too.
Yeah.
I'll take a bad left over a good right any day. My best friend is regular, so we always have this issue. When she comes to Indonesia, we're only surfing lefts. And when I go to Costa Rica, we're only surfing rights.
Wow. That happens.
Yeah. Especially, I was recently there and Pavones was pumping. And she is regular. And we're in her house. So we went to this right instead. And I was looking at Pavones like, no way. It was a good time, though. We had an incredible time. I miss her a lot. So back to this heat, it is still Jasmine Studer with a 7.5 and a 5.70. Anon Matsuoka closely behind an 8 and a 5.03. it is eyes on Imari Hearn and Hinata Shimizu. Will they be able to get the scores they need? Hinata looking for an 8.70. That's a pretty big score to get back into this heat and back to have a chance to getting into that final.
Wow, interesting how where Anon's sitting right now with a fourth priority. She's just way out of back, sitting by herself.
Yeah, you're right. With having fourth priority, it's interesting that she sits there. There must be some sort of heat strategy that we haven't seen yet.
But here is Shimizu. Nata having a look at this one, but decided not to go.
It is Jasmine Studer on the inside. Cashed in her second priority. Nice first turn. Wants to improve on a 5.70. Good second one. Let's see if this wave gives a little bit more on the inside. It's looking like she will be taking it there, giving the judges a variety. She shuts this one down.
Wow, that was a great surfing from Jasmine, but at the back, 清水選手、一発目は大きなターンを入れてきたこの波はインサイドまでしっかりと続いてきます。そして、フィニッシュもしっかりフローターを決めて前に出てきます。8.70 をスコアすると2位のポジションに上がってきますが、どうでしょう。残り時間が6分を切ってきています。
All right, so this is semifinals. Heat 1. We will be going straight to the second semifinal of the Pro Junior Women's and finishing off the Pro Juniors finals today. So we will have our first finalists of the Krui Pro, day 2 only. And after that, we're going to be heading straight to the men's QS, the first 2 rounds. So there's going to be lots of surfing, lots of waves, and it's going to be a long day for us.
Big day ahead of us. Round of 144. We have 8 heats, and we're going to be moving into round of 128, which have 16 heats. It's a big day.
I don't think I've ever seen a contest with so many athletes in it.
Right, true.
Both men's and women's side. Like
one of the biggest events.
100%.
Probably.
And it just shows how incredible this wave is. Everyone wants a piece of the Crewy cake.
Like if you're surfing in a challenger series, you don't really want to go to the QS tour right after the event, but Crewy. Why not?
Why not? It's an incredible wave, and you get to surf it with 3 other people out. So it's not only about winning your heat, getting points and money, but it's about being able to surf more heats and get more time out by yourself. Because otherwise, you're getting stuck with the free surfs and the whole event out there.
You have to be lucky to get, waves in a free surfing. So
Exactly.
surfing like this, surfing in this condition with other 3 guys is just amazing. Just a dream came true thing. So
100%. And the best part about this event is that at least there are so many waves all along the coast that you can find your own break. So this is the last of Jasmine Studer. Comes in at a 6.50. 2 huge turns out the back. Kind of weaves through this dead section of the wave, wraps it around nicely, and then shuts it down. So really, really well done from Jasmine Studer. Extends her lead over Anon Matsuoka. Now looking for a 6 to go back into first. Hinata Shimizu and Imari Hearn are trying to play catch up, but the ocean seems to have gone a little quiet right now. And Anon is with first priority, so it's not looking great for Hinata and Imari.
The last wave of Hinata comes in 6.83, which is a pretty good score, now needing 6.21. But I think she's still paddling back out, so it's going to take a couple minutes to back out the lineup. And less than 3 minutes remaining. Oh, this is Hinata up and riding again. That's a huge, one big turns, but unfortunately she went down.
You're right. So Hinata does get a really good score under her name, 6.83. Now looking to back it up. This is Anon now. Wants to get rid of that 5.03. Good first opening turn.
Wow. さあ、ここで大きくスプレーを上げながら、ワンターン、ツーターンを入れて、ここのセクション駆け抜けて、次のセクションへ。さあ、ここ大きなセクション出てきた。メイクしてきました。これは大きなスコアになってきそうです。Well, that was a great surfing from Anon Matsuoka. Managed to put 2 or 3 turns in, but really liked the finishing turn. It was a big and strong finish.
That's exactly right. Anon, I think she will definitely be getting rid of that 5
Right.
after that. Will it be the 6 though? I'm not sure.
No, it's gonna be close, really close. Like you said, to me, it's gonna be better. It's gonna be better than the backup score 5.00, but it's gonna be close to the requirement.
100%. So I'm excited to see that last wave of Anon come through. Now it is Imari out the back. Needs a 7.54 to get back into the lead. Tries to pull in. Unfortunately, this wave does just close out. I think she knew she needed a big score. She's like, well, I might as well try.
Unfortunately, just wave shut down on her.
So Imari is actually a charger. She's not afraid of anything. I've seen her catch some massive waves. I did a trip with her in HTs last year, and it was like 12-foot HTs, and she was going for it. I was like, "You're crazy! Like, why would you go for that bomb?" She's like, "It was okay." Okay.
Okay, the last of red comes in 6.5. Now she's in the first place. This is a replay of her last wave and racing down the line. Really love this finish turn. Strong finish.
Yeah, really, really well done from Anon Matsuoka. With 30 seconds left, she goes straight to the lead with an 8 and a 6.5. That's a huge heat total. She really, really wants to be in that final. Will she be able to win this thing again? Jasmine Studer taking a look at that one. Looking like it's a little fast. Imari Hearn, let's see if she's able to get back into this one. Big turn, unfortunately falls off on that one. We're going to count this one out, and it is Anon and Jazz Studer into the final. Congratulations, girls. And with that, we're going to head over to a quick break and see you guys in the next heat.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
It is finals day for the Pro Junior. And up and riding right now, that was Mirai Aikida. Unfortunately, coming off the back of that one, Giada Legati in the booth with myself. And we're going to have the women's finalists.
Yep, so this is the semifinals heat 2. Welcome back, True. This is an incredible day of waves right now. We have on your screen Rita Suzuki starting this semifinals right under the lip, manages to stick through with it. This wave not really giving her too much to work with on the inside, but early days, just started. Mirai Akeda, Sumomo Sato, Neisa, Amalia, Shaldira, and Rita Suzuki in this heat. So we already have our first finalists for the Pro Junior Women's. Congratulations to Anon Matsuoka and Jasmine Studer. They absolutely destroyed that last heat. It was incredible. Huge heat totals. We had 8s and 7s and 6s. It was a walk in the park. This is right now Sumomo Sato, our surfer from Japan. She has been around Crewy and Nias a lot. We've seen her name. She's passed rounds. She has had great results. And this is our local surfer right behind her. Nesa had a great last heat. Last minute clutch win. Good surfing here from Nesa. And one of my favorite surfers of the event is Mirai Akeda. And I'm super excited to see her surf again.
Yeah, she's a force to be reckoned with. And speaking of her, she's up and riding on this one. She's looking to back up that 5.5 and tags it there. So Mirai won the Pro Juniors last year. She also won the QS as well. So she knows this wave. She's got that special connection. I feel like she's probably one of the only, is the only person that's actually done that so far. Maybe we can see her go back to back.
Yeah, 100%. We haven't had the Pro Juniors around for long in these two events, but hopefully we'll be seeing a lot more of that back-to-back win. Usually you can kind of tell who's really connected to this wave already, like early days.
Yeah.
So Mirai last year, already in the first free surf when I got here, I saw her catch a wave and I was like, who is this girl? Like, she's absolutely blowing up out there. And she didn't lose a single heat. I mean, she didn't come second in a single heat. She won every heat, both Pro Junior and the QS Open Women. So it was an incredible event to watch for her.
Yeah, she's a charger. It's very exciting. And Sumomo Sato just locked in that 617. She was actually in the Newcastle Challenger Series as well. She had a heat win over at Newey, but I think she may have got knocked out in the next heat or the one after that. She actually didn't qualify for the Challenger Series, but she was able to get into it. But she's going to be locking in for the QS season this year.
100%. We were saying with the Dai earlier that the Challenger Series event in South Africa is really tight with Nia. So many of the big names aren't going to be in these two events. So we're going to have some new names come up and hopefully some new names on finals day. This is Sumomo Sato, a name we have seen a lot in finals day, especially in the Pro Juniors. I can't believe her and Anon are still juniors. That's crazy.
I know. Yeah, it's pretty insane. I mean, Anon, she got to the WSL World Junior titles, which was pretty amazing last year, or this year, I should say, in La Union. And she's such a force. I mean, 14.5 heat total for that first semi-finals. Pretty next level. And I was saying, she's so switched on, and like she's just such a fierce competitor. I mean, a lot of these Japanese women and also men are, as soon as they put the rashi on, it's like, well, I'm gonna go over there. I'll let you do your thing, because it's. I said to Anon before, I was like, you are so nice, and I loved seeing you, but when you put your rashi on, you scare me.
100%. And she kind of reminds me of Carissa Moore in that sense. Like, she's so sweet and bubbly and kind, but then in the water, they just change completely. The personalities are just, it's incredible that they can do that switch, you know, and still be so happy and kind outside.
Yeah, I actually couldn't agree more with that. Yeah, that's such a great analogy. She literally, she's like Carissa. It's so insane. Yeah, I'm excited to see how this women's second semi-final is going to shape up and who's going to join Anon and Jasmine.
All right, and with that, we're going to head... Oh, speaking of Anon, we're going to head down to Dai, who's going to interview her.
じゃあ見事ファイナル進出果たしました松岡アノン選手です。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
まずはヒート振り返ってみて、どうだったかというのを聞きたいんですが、先ほどのヒートで調整したいところがあるといった点ありました。そのあたりを含めてヒート振り返ってみてどうでしたか？
そうですね、エクセレント出せたので嬉しかったけど、やっぱ最後が何回かこけちゃったので、ファイナルはそこを修正ってことで、しっかり最後まで決めきっていきたいと思います。
So she was mentioning about the mistakes she had in the quarters, but she adjusted that. She got the excellent score, but still, falling off in the last section. So she's gonna be adjusting that in the final and try to get a win. ではもうすぐファイナルだと思うので、ゆっくり休んでほしいんですが、最後にメッセージの方だけお願いします。
はい、次ファイナル、楽しみます。あとは今回乗ってるボード、ロストサーフボードのジャパンメイドの板で、自分いつもより若干1インチぐらい結構長めでやっていて、すごいここの一昨年か優勝した時もそのジャパンメイドだったので、ロストサーフボードジャパンに感謝しています。次もその板で頑張って優勝します。応援よろしくお願いします。
ファイナル頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys in the booth.
Amazing. Thank you, Anon and Dai. Anon, definitely a crowd favorite around this part of the world. And I am excited to see her bright future ahead.
Yeah, me too. She's also a champion here at the Krui Pro in 2023. She took out the women's QS. She also won the Cloud9 event maybe 2 years ago, I think. So Anon, she's, she knows how to win events, which is huge. So she's definitely aiming for another trophy, I'd say.
100%. She knows how to win events, and at such a young age already. These Krui Pro and NIAS events are huge, like so many points. So she's constantly in the challenger. She's constantly traveling and training. So I'm pretty sure she is. It's not a matter of if, but when she gets to the CT for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got 2 6,000s back to back with Crewy and then NIAS, and then another one in Korea in July. So there's lots of points on offer, lots of events to really get to that Challenger Series qualification, which, is that next step to getting to the CT. And a lot of these surfers, particularly in the Pro Juniors, this is kind of just the learning kind of ground for them. Of course, you want to be a World Junior champ and you want to win events and things like that, but it's also a time where you just can really learn through heats and just grow and kind of take those lessons into the QS and Challenger Series, where making those mistakes matters a lot more.
Yeah, 100%. And there's a huge difference between the Pro Juniors and the QS. Like, I've seen it time and time again, people who are big names in the Pro Juniors, but as soon as they get into that QS world, they kind of not disappear, but they don't get as many good results until they get older and like, okay, this is how it works. And you're against some big names and people who've been doing it for so long. So it's not easy, and it's not an easy game.
Yeah, no, it's not. You got to be 100%, pretty much 99% of the time anyway. There's moments where you can kind of scrape through heats if you've made a mistake or, or if things don't go your way the whole time. But it's just when they kind of iron out those bugs or polish their surfing or just kind of find those completions or tidy up those priority mistakes and things like that, which it's just those 1%ers that make such a big difference.
100%.
So it's cool to be able to watch, these men and women grow throughout their careers, starting from the Pro Juniors and going up to the QS and beyond.
Yeah, and you're right. The level of surfing is so high nowadays. It's not even about coaching your actual surfing anymore. We were saying with Dai, it's such a mental game now as well. So you really got to have your mind under control, especially in those 20 minutes you're out there. And it's all the preparation that goes not only the couple days and hours before your heat, but months before. And people spend so much time getting ready for these events, so much energy, so much effort and sacrifice. So it's all comes down to 20 minutes, and it's pretty huge.
Yeah, it's crazy how all of that all that preparation comes down to such little time. That's why you see so many athletes, especially surfers, go into that meditation and that breathing kind of to get themselves into that zone or into that space where they can be laser focused.
100%. Yeah, breathwork has played a huge part in the CT nowadays. meditation and mindfulness as well. I've applied a little bit to my daily life, and honestly, you can really feel the difference. You just manage your emotions a lot better, and especially out there, you can't let your emotions get the better of you. So you just see a shift in professional surfing as well, especially from a couple of years back. You didn't really see people do meditation or breath work or any alternative type of preparation. So it just shows that it's not just how physically strong you are or how much time you spend in the water, but it's also about how you are mentally and how you get ready for those 20 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. It all comes down to that. And right now with 12 minutes to go, it's been a little bit of a slower heat. 617 for Samomo. That's the best wave of the heat so far. But Mirai has the best two-wave combination of 5.5 and a 3.97. I'm sure she is wanting to get rid of that 3.97 by the end of this one. Rita Suzuki holds the priority. She's got a 4.1, needing a 2.08 to go to second. And Nasa, that 3.53. She needs a 2.65 to jump up into second place. And you mentioned she had a buzzer beater finish.
Yep. So her
Talk me
last
through that.
quarterfinals, she was in third. She caught a couple waves and just wasn't really able to get that score until literally the last 30 seconds. She got her wave and got straight into second and got into the semifinal. So it's already a huge result for her. I think this is probably the best result she's had. I'm hoping to see her in the final. It'd be great to have a local surfer out there. But with 11 minutes remaining and a little bit of a break in the action, I want to give a huge thank you to all the sponsors that, made this event possible and made this happen. Thank you so much to Kemenpora from the Indonesian Sports and Youth Minister. Thank you, WSL and PSOE. A massive thank you to the province of Lampung and the region of Pesisir Barat. And of course, to the ASC. Without these people, we wouldn't be able to do these events or be sitting where we are right now, surfing these incredible waves, giving these people opportunities to showcase some surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. We wouldn't be here without any of the amazing people behind the events. And it's exciting to be back here for another year. And, we've got great waves so far. I feel like it's super exciting to wake up each morning and see clean lines, good swell. So with 10 minutes to go, I feel like these women will get plenty more opportunities.
100%. 10 minutes doesn't seem like a long time, but in surfing, anything can happen until the last 10 seconds of a heat. It is never too late. Never say never. I think that's not only an important lesson in surfing, but also in life. You don't give up.
Yeah.
You got this until the last seconds.
Yeah, literally. Yeah, don't wait. I mean, it's over when the hooter goes.
Yeah. I mean, when it's done, it's done.
Yeah.
But you got seconds until it's done.
Yeah, just go for it.
And we've seen those buzzer beater finishes time and time again.
Yeah. Have you had any moments like that? Buzzer beater?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's gone both ways. Buzzer beaters where I and buzzer beaters where I lost, So
yeah.
It's
Is there one that sticks in your mind that's like either a favorite or one that kind of stings a little bit?
I think I remember more the ones that sting. I think I've had a few in Europe mostly, but it's more of the feeling more than the actual memory.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah.
And in surfing, you lose way more than you win.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. That was like one of the biggest things is figuring that out, just going, okay, what can I take out of this loss or what can I take out of this heat or whatever it is, because it's so hard to have the expectation that every heat you're going to go in, you're going to win.
Yeah.
And like that's sometimes not always reality.
Mm-hmm.
So just going with it and maybe instead of focusing on the results, being more aware of like, okay, how, did I do my best surfing in this heat?
100%. And I think it's important to be able to come back after that loss, watch your heat again, be like, all right, these are the mistakes I made. Try to improve every time you're back out there. And I think that's what probably the best surfers in the world do. They learn from their mistakes and they make sure that they try their best not to do it again.
Yeah.
But again, surfing has so many factors to it. You can't expect to win all the time. Sometimes the ocean just doesn't work your way and you just don't connect with it. But that's the beauty of our sport. It keeps it exciting. It keeps it different, and it makes sure that there's always a new winner.
Yeah, which is exciting for us as well. It's never the same story. It's always, every heat is different, every moment is different, and it's times like that where it's like, what are we going to get right now? And even talking in a few heats before with Mark, like talking about Western and Eco, they're surfers where they're exciting because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how they're going to approach the wave, how they're going to paint that canvas, and it's you're just sitting on the edge, just going, okay, what fireworks do we see now?
100%. I think it goes back to that conversation we were having yesterday about like bringing that free surfing into the heats and being able to land those big turns and big airs. And knowing Weston, I'm sure we're going to be seeing him take to the air a little bit, I think, on now in the final.
Yeah.
So he's going to be wanting to take that win. He's been in this final quite a few times before. There you see them already paddling out, getting ready. It's going to be a great a great day of waves. We're going to have our first finalists already, day 2 of the Krui Pro. And it's a great opportunity for these guys to come into the QS, having warmed up already, gotten some heats under their belt, and learn from their mistakes.
Yeah.
And get it done for the QS.
Yeah, absolutely. Weston's been in 3 finals. He got a 3rd last year and a 2nd the year before. We'll come back to that though, because Mirai, reigning champion of the Krui Pro Junior, up on this one, loads up for this turn, gets a nice connection, driving through a 3rd one, tags it there, a little bit more spice, a bit more grunt, and Mirai is just looking really solid on her feet as she gets another connection in there. Wow, she's looking pretty unstoppable right now in this semi-final.
100%. I mean, she fell on that last part, but I think it's going to be considered a finish for Mirai Akeda. Wants to get rid of that 397. Sumomo Sato, though, close behind, sitting on a 617. Doesn't need a big score, but it will increase after Mirai's last wave. This is our surfer, Rita Suzuki, cashing in her priority on her backhand as well. Good first opening turn, straight up into the 2nd section. A little more critical. This wave just flattens out. She's going to try weave through this flat section, but I don't think this wave is going to give her anything more on the inside.
Yeah, I mean, she's only chasing that 208, so it'll more than likely be the score to get her up into 2nd with 5 minutes to go. It's been, one of those heats where the ocean's having a bit of breathing time to just kind of regroup and hopefully send a few more sets in. We've seen that happen every couple of heats or so, it going a little bit slow, and then towards the back end of the heat it starts to really ramp up. And we actually have had a schedule update as well. We are going to finish the day off with the first 4 heats of the men's round of 128, so the 2nd round of the men's for the QS after the 1st round of the men. So lots of surfing to get through today, but it's going to be exciting. And something that is exciting is this last score of Mirai Akeda, an 8.0, skyrockets up into the lead, and she's looking pretty comfortably in 1st right now.
Yep, 100%. Rita Suzuki with her last one goes straight to 2nd, comes in at 5.3. This is Mirai Akeda's 8. Good first turn, sets it up for the 2nd one. Just a big fan of spray. She doesn't waste any time in between her turns. She's super smooth, doesn't waste energy where it doesn't need to be wasted, and finishes it off upside down again. Pulls off. Really, really well done from Mirai Akeda. Showing exactly why she's back-to-back winner here at the Krui Pro.
Yeah, super exciting. She's looking like she's hoping to get another win. She seems like she's comfortable out there, so it's exciting right now with an 8 and a 5.5. Mirai well out in front. Nasa chasing a 5.8. Unfortunately, just caught a little bit behind on that one. Has to jump out pretty quickly. Sumomo looking for a 3.17. She has that 6.17 in her scoreline. Trying to get in position, but just a little bit too far in for that wave, unfortunately, for Sumomo.
yeah, we're going to reach the last 3 minutes of this semifinal, which will confirm our finalists for the Pro Junior Women's. Straight after this, we're going to have our men's final Pro Junior. As you said, True, we're going to go straight into the first round of the men's QS. Just taking a quick look at the sheet here, we have some big names already in the round one. I'm seeing a big name that I've seen before is Toi Tanaka. He's a really, really strong surfer. Teddy, Billy. I am seeing Caleb Tancred, Heat 1. I remember growing up, he was a huge name as well. So it's going to be an action-packed day of surfing. You don't want to miss out. We're going to go straight into the round of 128 right after. I don't think I've ever seen so many surfers in an event.
Yeah.
It's pretty insane.
We got lots to get through.
Yeah.
It's exciting,
got
though.
a lot to get through. Fortunately, the waves are firing.
Yes.
We're gonna see the conditions change quite a bit when the tide goes down. Hopefully the wind won't pick up like it did yesterday, but I think I'd be asking for too much.
We'll go with it. We'll just go with whatever comes.
Positive vibes.
Yeah.
Positive vibes.
Well, 90 seconds left in this heat. And currently it's Mirai and Rita moving on through to the final, but Samomo only needs a 3.16. She had a pretty quick wave just before, just a quick in and out. Nasa looking for a 5.8. Hopefully these women get the opportunity to open up on another wave before the completion of this semi-final. Yeah, we'll see. A minute to go. It's a fair paddle out after waves too, so it's, you know, hopefully they get back out into the lineup in time.
Yep, we're just under a minute, and it's looking like Mirai Akeda in first place with first priority. I can practically confirm she's definitely going to be in the final here for the Women's Pro Junior. Rita Suzuki now, priority number just left. So looking like she caught a wave. Sumomo Sato right behind. Huge set. I don't know if she did anything before that. So a couple scores to come through. We're reaching the last 20 seconds of this heat. A bit of a victory lap for Mirai Akeda. See what she does.
Oh, wow.
Huge first turn. Just a one and done. Warm up for her final. Let's see the scores come through for Mirai's last wave, but I think we can confirm that it's going to be Mirai and Rita Suzuki.
Yeah, it looks like it for sure. An 8 and a 5.5 for Mirai. That's huge heat totals. That last wave is going to be a good one as well.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to head to a quick break before we start the men's final.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
taking on Iko Watanabe, Yuma Nagasawa in the white, and Kenshin Matsunaga is in the green. And yeah, this is going to be a huge final. Westonhurst straight into it. Nice first carve, driving through it with so much power. It lays into another one. You could just see his intentions in this heat. Huge snap there for Weston. He's gaining some speed. What's he got for us? Tags it to get a finish. That was really well done to start off this final for Westonhurst. Huge surfing to call me through this final. Is a very excited Mark Clift.
I am, because I love Westonhurst. Being a Lakey fella, he's just got so much that I like over the years. He's only 16. He's up against Team Japan, so we're going to get Daiwako back in a minute to help us through the 30-minute men's final. But I just had a quick little chat with Weston on his way up to get his rashi, and I've noticed he's rocking with Bronson, is his caddy.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so the boys are...
Oh, here we go. Bit of live action. We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
Nice connection there for Iko. He is looking really sharp. He's been one of the in-form surfers in this draw, gets a solid connection and tags it once again, but can't quite find the finish for Ichi Watanabe. Out behind him, Yuma Nagas. He's been looking solid on his forehand as well. This is going to be an action-packed final for the Pro Junior. Yuma driving through a nice carve. A little bit of a slower moment here on his first wave of the final. Waiting for it to stand up once again. And he kicks out. I think he likes the feeling of it, though.
Finger clicking going on.
Yeah.
All four now have got off to a ripping start, True. So let's watch the big fella Kenshin. He doesn't mess around. When he does a turn, they stay turned because he's a big lad. He's the tallest out there. Strong statement by all four surfers, ripping in hard. Everyone wants this title. You can sense it just by what a great way to start a final by all four guys. That's so sick.
Yeah, that was amazing. Everyone just getting a really, really good start. Just pushing each other. You know, I love watching heats like this where, you know, it's anyone's heat and it's anyone's game right now. And I feel like it's the start of these moments where they come out all guns blazing, and then it's really where the backups that matter as well. And these four men have been the most informed surfers in this Pro Junior draw. And I feel like going into the QS as well, having the extra time out there in the lineup with no one else out, it just gives them a little bit of extra edge. We've been saying it the last 2 days, and I'm excited to see them bring this same fire over the next week.
And boy, oh boy, there's been plenty of fire to kick off this this one here. A 6-5 drops in for Weston. There was lots of spicy moves on a smaller wave, but absolutely killed it, blew it to pieces. 3 Japanese surfers waiting a number each as well, and they all pretty much teed off on the sections that were offered. So it's a great start for a grand final. Here's all the replays. So this is what a 650 looks like. The size of the wave might have had something to do with this number just dropping into the 6.5 True. But what did you like about this?
Yeah, I just love the seamless surfing. He got a really nice connection there. And then you can see him. I felt like he was going to go to the air, but he just changed his line a little bit. He liked the feeling of it. I do agree. I think a 6.5, the judges are saying, yeah, it was solid surfing. It was really good, but the wave was small.
Yep.
And we know what 8.5s look like. You need to be on those sets.
Yeah, if you did that on a set, for sure, it's an 8.5. That was sick surfing.
Yeah, his surfing is looking really good. And I think, Iko's first wave was a 4.67. Let's take another look at this one. I mean, it was strong surfing, Mark.
Yeah, look, this guy is a quality act. He's all over it all the time. So we'll just stay with this replay for a moment. Great wave. Again, just top to bottom surfing, really good here. And that fall, a little bit costly. Everybody's got good numbers coming. Yuma with an 8.33, the best of them. He's gone into the excellent range. So a huge statement by Yuma. We're waiting for a number for Kenshin, but more importantly, because we've got a final coming up, we're going to throw down to Dai, who's got the winner of the last heat. Dai, go for it.
見事ファイナルで進出を果たしました、未来選手お越しいただきました。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
素晴らしい試合運びで最後の最後にまた8というエクセレントスコアしましたが、ヒート振り返ってみてどうでしたか？
最初の 1,2 本波はいいんですけど、自分のサーフィン出し切れてなくてちょっと緊張もあったのかもしれないですけど、なのでもう思いっきりやるしかないなと思って思いっきり行きました。
she was kind of nervous in the beginning, but she knew that she has to do everything she could, and that's exactly what she did on the last two waves, and did get to excellent score, and she's very happy with that. じゃあ次ファイナルということでしっかり、休んでほしいんですが、最後にメッセージだけお願いします。
応援ありがとうございます。ファイナルまで行くことができました。次も自分のサーフィンをするっていうことだけにフォーカスして海に入りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Dai, and thank you, Mirai. I'm looking forward to seeing Mirai in the final coming up next. Huge scores locked in for Kenshin Matsunaka, a 7.33. So, wow, huge surfing to start off this heat. Yuma gets a 8.33, Kenshin a 7.33, a 6.5 for Weston, and Iko getting that 4.67. I mean, you'd think that Iko Watanabe would be nudging into that 7 range if he had made it, but this was huge surfing from Yuma.
And that's what we're talking about, a bigger wave, right? So he had good sections compared to what Weston did, who might have changed it up a little bit with the variety as well. Was really strong point of difference by Weston. The biggest point of difference, though, was the size of the wave for Yuma. Strong top to bottom surfing, super slick. He's just got a style to die for. It's a pleasure to watch, basically. No one failed in their first efforts. The little hiccup by Iko, though, it's still a reasonable number, but everybody, the other three at least, absolutely went to town on the sections they were given. So for everybody online, this is going to be a hell of a final. We're going to bring Dai in to throw some Japanese Bahasa out there as well.
Yeah. I think as well, you know, the difference between like that 8.33 from Yuma and Weston 6.5 is Yuma's first 3 turns were more vertical. Weston's were carves.
Yep.
And also taking into account that his wave was small. Like if we're looking into the nitty gritty of it, like Yuma got those 3 critical snaps, which is that excellent range where the judges are seeing that 8.33 from. So hopefully all 4 of these men get the opportunity to go vertical throughout the next 22 minutes of this final. But Dai Wako has joined us in the booth. Dai, Mirai had a pretty great semi-final, and right now Iko Watanabe is trying to back up a 4.67.
渡辺選手、2本目のライディングになります。ここで高さのレアを見せてきますが、ここはメイクできず、現在第4位のポジション。
All right, so the conversation you just had about, Yuma's wave and the pockets and the bigger wave, these are the conversations the judges have up there in the tower when they're looking at the replays and they're trying to separate numbers. They always evaluate waves. They then compare the rides and then try and separate scores. So that's probably the conversation they would have had to throw the 8.33 to Yuma, to then fit in Kenshin's wave between Weston's and Yuma's, and they've set the scale. So they want to see people go nuts on the set waves where possible, and hence Yuma got the upper number.
Yeah, it was huge surfing. Dai, you know, it's finals time. You were just over there chatting with Mirai.
Right.
And, you know, figuring out where she's at. It's going to be a really exciting final for the women. How are they looking? Are they up in the athlete area getting ready?
Yeah, everyone's getting ready. And actually, the Indo team stayed in the athlete area and just cheer out for Weston. And there's a lot of heat going on.
And no doubt for Jasmine coming up next.
Yeah, there's lots of Indo support over here. It's going to be, I mean, this heat is already super exciting. I don't know if you saw any of the waves Dai that came through, but
great start.
It was a huge start.
Yeah. I did actually saw it live. It was great exchange. Every surfer just, that was amazing surfing from all the 3 surfers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, I did notice when Weston went out, speaking of the Indonesians supporting each other, Weston's caddy is Bronson. He's here. So I tapped Bronson on the shoulder and said, at some point today, come in and have a chat. Let's do a whole heat. He said, sure. I said, just let us know when you're ready. We can have a chat with the world champion at some point today, which would be pretty exciting for the people online. We are also going to try and bring in the winner of this final and also the winner of the women's final when we get to it. Who's this?
渡辺選手、この波で 3.67 をスコアし、1位に上がっていきたいところですが、まずはバックアップを揃えたいところです。しっかりとフローターターンから一発当てて、インサイドまで綺麗につないでいきます。ここからラスト、フィニッシュのターンができると、スコアが伸びていくんですが、ここはしっかり決めてきます。
Weston out the back here. Wave number 2 throws up a couple of big highline, roofline floaters. Now trying to get onto some clean green face and bury a rail. Tags it again. So 4 reasonably good hits by Western, and some pretty bossy surfing also by, who was it? Iko.
Iko Watanabe.
Yeah. So far, I'm seeing lots of goodness in this final. Very little errors. It's just boys blowing up.
Yeah, they're looking solid. It's definitely exciting to watch them just lift their levels. I feel like all 4 of these men in this Pro Junior final are just looking switched on. They've lifted the level. They're just a little bit more passion and power throughout the final. It's exciting to see. Dai, you know, having 3 Japanese surfers in this heat as well. I haven't seen too much of Yuma Nagasawa in events, still being a Pro Junior. That 8.33 that he started off with was pretty huge. Is that the kind of surfing that he usually brings in events?
Right, exactly what he does in every competition, and he's a very smart competitor, and he's very aggressive surfer as well. But he always, here he is, 長澤選手、2本目のライディングですが、ここはこけてしまいます。But thing is, he's always wearing this headband. It's like his routine thing, but he's not today.
Okay.
He doesn't want to, lose the routine headband anymore. So yeah, he stayed without it, but he's still ripping out there. So
yeah. Starting off with that 8.33 was pretty huge. That last score locked in for Iko was a 5.27. 17 and a half minutes to go. We're still waiting on this last score of Western Hurst. It's looking like it'll drop in.
Yuma's will be a throwaway, so Western's just about in. Yeah, there's a score coming in. The red column looks pretty good. So a nice big attack again by Iko for the number that is not huge, but he's still on form and he's still dead set shredding. Western Hurst, meanwhile, is throwing a number which is very close to his first. A 6.43 there for the Indonesian in red, temporarily in the lead, but a decent connection right there for Iko. And all scores are in. Iko is second. His requirement now is a mid-7 to win. Yuma is currently now in third. His requirement is a 4 to win and a 5.6 needed by Kenshin to win. Kenshin has priority and a really good number. So here's our replays.
Wow.
Yeah, this is a beautiful wave from Western Hurst. 6.43, huge first snap. Gets that second connection in there, floats it. And you can just see that he's waiting for it to once again offer a meaty section, which it does, and he tags it. He's up and out of that one. He's staying busy. But Western, that pair of sixes has got him in the lead for now. 16 and a half minutes to go. I feel like we're going to see a shake up as well. That 8.33 is looking pretty healthy for Yuma. Kenshin with the 7.33. Iko is going to want to try and nudge in that excellent or 7+ range as well. It's really anyone's final right now.
And I think Western as well, like a couple of sixes, he won't feel comfortable, not with the quality that's he's in the water with. He's going to have to, like he's done every other heat, go into the excellent range. He's got it in him. He just needs now to go, okay, the platform is laid, I'm in the lead, but that's not enough. Time to get back in that excellent range.
Definitely. You got to win, right? You don't want to be in the second place. That means you got to have at least one excellent score to go into the first place. So this is all about winning. So
potentially 2 excellent scores in the time we still have left. There's still half this grand final to go. And as Weston stated earlier, he's already got a second and a third in this division. He's got the world champion in his corner in Bronson, mate. He's caddying for him, for God's sake. So there's a fair bit of incentive for this young man. Here he is now on wave number 4. And what just looks so good is when he lays a rail on a clean face. It just, that's his bread and butter. He just needs to find those sort of waves.
Yeah, just one that opens up a little bit more. I mean, finding those moments, especially for any of these 4 surfers out there, finding those moments where they can create a point of difference and kind of just stand out from everyone else in the final is where those excellent scores will come from. I think in quarterfinals, semifinals, and a final above, you don't want to be living in that 12 heat total kind of range. You want to be nudging in the 14 plus, and we've seen most, if not all, of these surfers actually do that throughout the Pro Junior in the last 2 days, which has been super exciting.
Incoming, everybody.
Wow.
Incoming. Get near a screen or get your phone back up into your hands because we can see some joy on the way. Priority sits with the surfer in green. He's already got a big number. So he'll have first pick of what we can see is unfolding out the back. The boys are yet to get their eyes on this next thing. But all right, I think we're going to see some action here. This is looking really good. Look at these lines heading our way. Blue's ducked on the inside. Does green want a piece? He's been pretty well. It kind of just mushed out right where they are. The next one's probably going to be on the head. A little bit unfortunate. Is there someone out wide that could get onto this thing?
Looks like it's one of those wide sets that maybe looks like it's going to go a little bit fat. I don't think there's going to be anyone really.
Yeah, probably the biggest wave we've seen for a while. That's why maybe it mushed out.
Right. You don't really want to take off those bigger ones because it has really opened up and kind of like fat out.
Yeah.
Well,
through the
Yuma
shoulders.
found a good one. Yuma's first wave was kind of a set, but it wasn't as big as that one, right? It still hit the reef nicely and stood up.
Yeah, that one looked like it broke a little wide.
Yep, that one was kind of not ideal. So hence everybody lets it slide through to the keeper. They all maintain their positions. The priority billing is just about set. Western will pick up fourth priority in a moment. The Indonesian has the lead over the Japanese at this moment, but it's a shaky, nervous lead for Western. I'm sure his old man down there and his mum will be watching. If so, guys, throw him your mojo. I'd like to see Western, after getting a third and a second. I think he's, kind of put in the hard yards, and I'd love to see him get a victory. But I mean, not disrespecting any of the Japanese. I've loved all three of these guys along the way. This has been such a worthy final. I'm glad it's panned out like this.
Right. Everyone, having a great serves throughout, quarterfinals and semifinals. Everyone's getting excellent surfing. So I can't wait to see them surfing in the next set.
Yeah,
maybe.
100%. 12 minutes to go. So come on, Huey, let's lay down some tracks for these boys. I'd love to see them ride another 2 waves each. So I think there's enough time should the ocean cooperate. But right now, it's a good final. It's a nervous moment for all of them. They're all well positioned pretty much with their starts. Even Kenshin, who's fourth, has a 7.33, the second best number. So the good news for him is he's got priority. So he'll be having little chats to himself under his skin going, just pick the right wave.
Yeah, he only needs a 5.6 to go to first. Yuma chasing that 4.6 and Ichi chasing a 7.66. So, they're really manageable numbers to get, especially for these men in the Pro Junior final. I feel like they've been dropping big scores like this all event, so it's not like they have to surf out of their skin. It's more just incorporating a little bit of finesse in this final and making sure their surfing is really polished.
The requirement is not that big at the moment, but do you think they are looking for the requirement or going for the excellence?
At this stage, they all want to get over the line. So the requirements, although they're minor, and both green and white have the best shot at taking out Western, looking at their requirements. But everyone will know that you can need a 7 or an 8 from here on in to convincingly win this thing. So I reckon their requirements is a number that would be present in their mind, but not the number that's going to serve to.
Definitely.
Yeah. Here we go again. Maybe a better set approaching now.
Well, Western is just pulling back out. I mean, getting away from those 3 other surfers.
Yeah,
Still, they could take all 3 of them could take the wave off it. Anyway, look at these things unloading. So another substantial sized set. Kind of no one showing any interest. They're not hitting the A-grade spot on the reef. One behind is kind of a closeout as well, but there's plenty of size out there. Look at that thing.
Yeah, there's definitely some decent sized sets rolling through the lineup with 10 minutes to go. It's just those, Western right now, he is in the lead with a pair of 6s at 6.5 and a 6.43. Kenshin up and riding.
松永選手、2本目のライディング 5.60 で第1のポジションに大きなターンをしてきます。少し肩が張っていないですが、ここでタイミングを測って縦のアクションをしっかり入れてきます。さあ、この後どうなってくるか。切り立ってきたところに大きなカービングセクション。ここからフィニッシュを入れられると、その点数さらに伸びていきますが、ここはポテンシャルがなかったか。Well, that was a little bit of, I don't say error, but I don't think it was, that one he was expecting.
Yeah, well, either way, it wasn't a fail. Didn't have any real big blockbuster moments. There was one really good hit along the way. He potentially could go to first. He's only chasing a mid-range number. So let's see. It'll probably be either side of the requirement. Just couldn't hold on any longer, and he just took that wave, and he surfed it well, but it didn't have a super steep. When we flash back to Yuma's wave, it wasn't a Yuma sort of wave, was it?
No, it wasn't. I feel like there was a few moments of, not fumbling, but just maybe not as much power as what he was expecting in that wave. And I kind of agree with you, Di. Comes in at a 4.8, sorry. So it's not the 5.6 that he's looking for. It takes him into second. I think maybe he thought it was going to be a little bit better than what it was, Di. I really liked his surfing still. I thought it was really clean and smooth, but I feel like he's wanting a little bit more.
It could go to 5.6 if this wave had a finish.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he didn't have the strong finish, but really loved the first turn and tried to time it right here, deep bottom turn, and wrap this vertical snap that was strong second turn. But after that, wow, here he is.
Upside down. What an Abi.
渡辺選手、これは2発大きなターンを入れてきました。7.66 で1位のポジションに上がります。そして長澤選手、重要な波になってきます。必要なスコアわずか 4.60。ここで大きなスプレーを上げてくる。少しフォーミーですが、大きなカットバックをして、先のセクションに抜けてきます。ここから波が出てくるのか、ここでも大きなスプレーを上げてきます。さあ、ここでプルアウト。
Wow, that was power and passion from Yuma Nagasawa and also Iko Watanabe there. That was
great exchange from two of the surfers.
Yeah.
The stills and the drone footage of that wave of Iko's, like his first turn, we've gone, oh, wow, upside down. I think it was his first turn. We're not sure. We didn't see the whole wave. But his second last turn kind of went upside down.
Right.
Oh, that looked really good. And then he went more upside down on that end move. The judges are going to soak that up. Guaranteed. I'd love to see the replays of both these waves. And then the sniper came into play, right? And he just does what he does, which is just surfing seamless on a pretty good wave again. So this final, the leaderboard will change, I've got a feeling, and stuff just got a whole lot closer.
Yuma only needs 4.60, but probably he's done that.
Yeah, I think he's got that.
That wave is going to be close to the good range.
Yeah.
Iko's going to get a good number too, trust me. That was some sick surfing. Upside down, super high risk. All right, let's have a look at Kenshin. So he's back out there and he's got another wave. So Weston had priority. He let him go. So Kenshin's moved up into second.
Oh,
tagging it nicely. His requirement is a 5.6 out of this thing.
Wow, Kenshin getting a nice section to finish that one off. Weston, good looking wave, driving through a nice turn there. He's got heaps of speed, floats it. He tries to get around this one as he floats again. A little bit caught behind, but he manages really well. Gets a nice carve through and kicks out. So nice surfing from Weston Hurst. I mean, we do have some pretty big scores to lock in. I feel like we're going to see requirements chop and change. The leaderboard's going to change a lot as well in this heat. Scores to lock in for all of our surfers in this final.
That's the way we could hear the athlete area from here where we're sitting, and we're in a room about 50 meters away, and the athlete, it must be full of a lot of Western fans because they just went nuts. There's a lot of Indonesians in there. The Japanese have got good numbers and they're attacking hard. Everyone's owed a score. If you're sitting on the edge of your seat at home, so are we. This is the final we wanted to see, I reckon.
Yeah, definitely. In 5.5 minutes to go, we still have scores for Yuma and Ichi to lock in. Iko Watanabe, his last wave is starting to filter on through. First indications look like it's not going to be the score that he is looking for to get to first, but it's definitely going to be his best number. It's a 6.43. And scores for Yuma Nagasawa to lock in. I feel like that's going to sit pretty healthily in his scoreline with 5 minutes to go. Yeah, lots going on in this final. The women's finals coming up next. Anon Matsuoka is going to take on Jasmine Studer, Mirai Akita, and Rita Suzuki. That's going to be an epic one as well.
Something else I'm looking forward to seeing is Red's got a big number to come as well, I reckon.
Right.
That was a good ride on cue by Weston. Was saying earlier, needed a bit more room to move, needed some clean green face. He waited for a little while out the back, kind of got a set wave that time, and we could hear the athlete zone going nuts. So we liked it, and so did everyone out there in the pavilion. So So meanwhile, Yuma's gone to first via a 5.17. All right, so not a massive number, but sits pretty well alongside his 8.33.
Yeah, well, it definitely increases the scoreline for the other three surfers. Kenshin looking for a 6.18 and Weston chasing a 7.01. This is that 5.17. What do you like about it, Mark?
Okay, once again, he always tags the lip, with precision. His precision surfing is a real feature, and it just looks slick, all right? So it probably didn't have the real big moments his first wave had. He really liked it. He tried to sell it a little more to the judges, I think, at the end, and fair enough, he was feeling it. He'll know the 5.17 is probably due to the fact of what else is going on in this final and the fact that it is a final. So scores are in for Kenshin, and it falls a little under the number required as well. It was a 6.1, and Weston's number yet to be decided. He needs a 7.01, and judging by the noise from the athlete zone, I think he's going to get it.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, a 6.1 for that last wave of Kenshin. He missed out by 0.08. And this score for Weston is still to lock in. 7.01 is what he's looking for. It was a beautiful wave at the start. Here we go. Iko Watanabe die.
渡辺選手、この波で 7.08 が必要です。さあまずはカービングターン、スプレーを飛ばしていきます。そしてここで縦のアクション、大きなスプレーを飛ばしてきた。そのまま縦、もう一発。これはいいライディングになりました。そしてフィニッシュもストロングに決めました。Wow, that was a well said.
Thank you very much, basically. Thank you very much is what he's saying. That was
thank you very much,
solid.
That was what we all love to see as surfing purists. He goes the sniper. What's Yuma got? He's in the lead.
長澤選手、これで 5.17 以上スコアするとその差を広げていきます。さあ、大きなスプレーを上げて、そして2発目も厳しいところにしっかりと狙っていきますが、これはバランスを崩した。
Wow, that
could have been the big score for you, Nagasawa, but unfortunately it comes in stuck.
Barely seen him fall all week. Really? Like that was probably the first error on a scoreable number. Either way, I'm loving this final.
How is that Ichi Watanabe's last wave? But here he is, Weston's on it, racing down the line.
He still owed a number from his last effort, so he got no points out of this wave yet. First turn, blows it out, gets a little excited, and fins out the back for a fall for Weston. So we're still owed a number 2 waves ago by Weston to determine who's on top of the leader pole here. It's pretty brutal.
There is so much good surfing going down. I'm sure that replays will be watched over and over for the judges. I mean,
they're still
big scores to lock in for that last wave of Iko Watanabe. Weston has a score to come through.
Weston has a score.
Yuma's last wave maybe could have bettered that 5-on-7 dive if he made it. It was very it was such a great attack on that wave.
Iko only needs a 7.08 out of his big blast to go to the first. So those two numbers I feel will determine who wins this thing right now, because we're down to only 1 minute. So there's not much opportunity for everyone else to add to their totals. So where these two scores go, I think at this stage will have a big bearing on who wins, because Kenshin's out the back. He doesn't like this wave. So Kenshin is out of the picture for the win at this stage.
So Weston's previous wave comes in 6.60.
Wow,
not enough.
So half a point under what he needed. He's in third. We've got 3 surfers in the 13 range. There's half a point separating Yuma.
Wow, an 8.6 for Iko Watanabe.
Wow.
That was incredible surfing. Straight up into the lead dive. That was so good to watch.
That was a great ride from Iko Watanabe. Every time was on point. Taxi with big sprays.
So sick. That was just golden, that surfing. Yeah. As you said earlier, someone's going to catch a wave shortly that's going to be a point of difference. Here's what we're calling the point of difference, everybody. Check this out. It's a medium wave, but geez, it bowled out so nicely and driving straight into a third monster hit. The finish was just as gigantic as the other two moves. Iko Watanabe, I take my hat off to you and I salute you, because that was just sick surfing right when he needed it.
Yeah, that was incredible stuff, that 8.6. He has that never say die approach, and that was so good to watch. I mean, Daiwako, what an incredible final.
Well, we're over and out with the final. Right. We're going to get Dai to quickly rip down and have a chat with Iko, then grab him and see if we can get him in here for a chat, a full heat after the women's final. Thank you. Stand by, everybody. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series. Right, I think we're back with the women's final. Has started 30 seconds off the clock. There's Mark Clifton here with Giada Lagarde. Gee, that final was insane.
Absolutely crazy stuff went down. Give me a little rundown.
Oh my God! Look, everyone had a piece of the lead at some point. Pretty much everyone had big numbers. Yuma started off with an 8.33, and then just couldn't put another huge number together. Kenshin was looking really good with a 7.5 or thereabouts early on in the piece. Weston couldn't get out of that 6 range. Iko made the most errors early in the final, and you're like, oh, maybe he's sort of blowing it a bit, but he just got better and better. And his last wave, I think he threw an 8.6 was the score, but he got a little runner, a medium-sized runner that bowled out perfectly, and he absolutely teed off. It was so sick.
Yeah, we've been saying all week that you don't need a set to win heats or finals. This is Anon Matsuoka. Beautiful first turn, wraps it around for this second one. This is a past winner here for the QS. This wave is a wave that keeps on giving, and it's looking like it's going to bowl up here on the inside. She gets a few more. Beautiful start for Anon Matsuoka. This is the Women's Pro Junior final. Oh, unfortunately falls off on that last one, but right behind her is Mirai Akera smashing this one. Oh.
Mirai, how did she land that?
Oh.
Yes. And meanwhile, I think Blue, who is Jasmine Studer, flicks off her first wave. You know, the fact that Anon fell on the end of that, she did so much good work at the start. I feel like it's no biggie, no big issue that she fell. Anyway, here is green, Rita.
Yeah, this is Rita Suzuki now, the 4th surfer of this final. This is the Pro Junior Women's final. Incredible day, incredible conditions. Day 2 of this Krui Pro. And these girls are killing it already.
100%, they're killing it. Another great start, you know, and the ocean's sort of starting to breathe again. There's some waves now rolling through. We saw the men's final have probably a couple of the biggest sets we've seen in the last 2 hours. The women's opened with a strong set, so it's probably right at that nice mid-tide range now. It's 11:30 here in Crewy time. We saw a big heaving tide this morning, so you can see the reef draining out nicely there. So it must be only an hour or 2 off low or thereabouts. So the waves are hugging the reef nicely.
100%. And I don't want to jinx it yet, but the wind hasn't turned onshore yet. Hopefully.
We don't talk about
wind. Oh, sorry. Hopefully we're going to be seeing these beautiful glassy conditions all day. It's a huge day of competition here at the Krui Pro Day 2. We're going to have our second finalist and winner already. Mirai Akeda last year trying to defend her title here at the Pro Junior Women's.
And yet again, yeah, she won in 2023, Anon. Can't believe she's still a junior. She's just been around for that long at not only this level, but just all over the world. And she picked up a Rashi for the junior. I said, oh, I'm still a junior. She's like, yeah. So once again, we've got a 3-person Japanese matchup, v1 Indonesian. So Jazz Studer is holding it down for Team Indonesia there in the blue. She's got priority. Everyone's owed a number. For sure, for me, Anon will have the early jump. That was just such a good wave.
I think for what I saw, I think Mirai got the better of this one.
Let's see. Time will tell. Yeah, Mirai had that amazing blast at the end. I kind of, to be honest, I vagued out a little bit on White's wave, Mirai's wave, so apologies. Time will tell. Let's see whether Red gets the chocolates or whether Mirai does. Mirai's last turn was
It was
impossibly
insane.
hard.
It's because I saw the previous 2 turns
Oh, okay. All right.
out the back that she did, and it
Right.
was just like blow
Gigantic.
for
All right,
blow.
okay.
It was crazy.
All right.
So,
Anon's got a 7-1-7.
and that's without completing the wave. So
Yep.
it would have definitely gone into the into the 8s if she finished it. But now we're waiting for Mirai Zaketa's a 9.27.
Sorry, you are 100% correct.
Is
Sorry.
a
Gee, I did
huge
not focus
score.
as closely as I should have on White's wave. I was still blown away by what Red was doing. But
It completely caught my attention. Like I just saw
Yeah.
her do
Well
that
done.
first turn, and I straight away started looking.
Okay, no, kudos. And the defending champ is up again. Oh, well, this is it. All right, so I didn't see some of these moves, but I saw the end move was just brutally high risk, and how she made it was just still baffling.
Here we go. This wave starts to come up on the inside, upside down. A huge fan of spray goes up for the second one. Managed to shut it down. Beautifully done. Showing why she's
9.27.
a back-to-back winner.
Biggest score of the whole event. What a time to do it in a grand final. So the defending champ is looking really strong. Off to a killer start. Anon, who is also a past champion of the QS side of this event, opened with a 7-1-7. She's well placed. Rita, a 6-1-7. And Jazz, Team Indonesia, just a 2-3-3 to kick off her campaign. So the stage is pretty well set.
100% and a 9-7. That's exactly how you want to start a final. There is no better way. Mirai Hakeda showing again why she won this event last year. Not only the Pro Junior, but the Open Women's as well. Ano Matsuoka, also a final at the QS here. Winner as well. So it's going to be an interesting way to finish this one off, especially since this is just the juniors.
I know. And, the level of surfing is just so high. And we've been on about it for a long time, about the level of Team Japan that have been coming out. And we see them every year at these Asian regions. And it's, a matter of time before one of them really attacks and gets through the Challenger Series and steps up onto the biggest stage. Speaking of big stages, we're going to have a chat with the winner of the Pro Junior Men's, Iko Watanabe and Dai Wacko. Go for it, Dai.
見事、クルイプロ、プロジュニアディビジョンメンズ優勝いたしました渡辺一行選手です。おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
素晴らしいヒート展開。最初の前半は少し波とのタイミングが合わずでしたが、後半にかけて徐々にエンジンをかけていった、そんな印象でした。そして最後の1本でエクセレント。ヒートを振り返ってみていかがですか？
やっぱりファイナルまで行ったらみんな研ぎ澄まされてる人たちばっかなので、プライオリティがうまく自分に回ってこなくていい波つかめなかったんですけど、最後の最後まさか点出せてよかったです。
He knew that it's going to be a tough hit because every other three surfers can surf really, really well. And he didn't have a good rhythm in the first, early on the stage, but still managed to get 2 good scores, and he's very, very happy with that. そして浜松オープン優勝から2週間後にこの立て続けの優勝ですが、やはりそこでの優勝というのはここの優勝につながったんですか？
やっぱり3回目のクルイなので、サーフボードもいろいろ調整して頼んで、自分がこの大会にベストな状態で挑めたことが良かったです。
So in the area round, when I did a post-hit interview with him, he said he was kind of struggling with this place. He didn't get any good results, but he was adjusting all the surfboard physically, and now it comes all together. He got the win. He's very happy with back-to-back win actually. それでは最後に、メッセージの方をもらいたいんですが、たくさんの方見てくれています。そしてこの後 QS も立て続けに行われていきます。意気込みとメッセージ両方お願いします。
ジュニア最初にできたことで、サーフボードとの調整もできたので、次の QS も頑張ります。いつも応援、スポンサーの皆さん、家族、いつも応援ありがとうございます。次の QS も頑張るので、応援よろしくお願いします。
おめでとうございました。This is Iko Watanabe, the winner of the Krui Pro Junior. Give it up, everybody. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Dai.
Yep, thank you and congratulations, Iko Watanabe. He's been on fire the past 2 days. Definitely a standout. Non-stop high scores in every single heat he's done.
He actually has the 2 highest scores of the whole boys division. the 8.83 yesterday, the 8.6 in the grand final. So no one's gone better than his two numbers. And to pull one of them out in the GF when he needed was just, kudos. And just it's what it takes to win at this level, I suppose.
100%. And it's not an easy field out there. Everyone is surfing incredible out there. And it's just a matter of wave selection at this point because everyone surfs good.
Unreal. It's they're here for a reason because their countries think they're good enough to send them to these events. Their sponsors probably have a huge saying in financing these kind of campaigns, and they're here for a reason because they are considered, these surfers, the best in their area. And here they are putting on a hell of a show. And we've got to remember this is just the juniors. So once we step into the QS realm, men's and women's, and there's surfers, we're starting at the round of 144 with the men, but there's guys seeded into the round of 64, and same on the women's side of the draw. So there is a lot more goodness on the beach watching.
100%.
That are about to step into rashies in the next 6 days.
I'm sure all the QS surfers have been frothing on this wave conditions that we've had. They've probably been begging for the QS to start.
Yeah, the first day I remember a few of them are like, I'm so jealous of the juniors yesterday morning when we started because it was better than today, to be honest, in the morning. And so they're waiting on the sidelines. They'll get their opportunity. And I believe the forecast is that we're going to have pretty much really good size surf throughout the duration. So there, keep watching everyone.
100%. I think we're going to have very similar conditions all week here at the Krui Pro. Ana Matsuoka looking for shade. Unfortunately, just gets clipped and isn't able to ride out of that one. She has a 717. She did hear Mirai Akeda's 927, so she knows she has to go big to take this title.
I can't wait for Di to see this. Have a look at those numbers, Di.
Wow.
Yes.
9.27.
Yes, trust me, it was pretty sick, really sick.
What was going on?
We talked about that in a minute, but this is the surfer that needs to do some work now. Jazz Judah starting to click with some better sections. It's only a second ride. At first was an absolute throwaway. So just grinding it around now. I imagine if folks, Luke and the mum are here watching intently. The drone footage stays right in Jazz's face right there. Some pretty good clips coming at us of that wave. That was so sick. So good effort, Jazz. That's put her back in the conversation. But boy, oh boy, Akita at this stage, hearing that number with, about 25 minutes to go in a final, has got to be feeling pretty bulletproof.
Oh, yeah. She's got to be feeling pretty good. And just that 927, she can practically just back that one up. And she's going to be feeling pretty untouchable.
So tell us, what did you ask Eco just then? How did that combo go?
How is it feeling that, back-to-back win? Actually, he just won the QS 2000 Hamamatsu Open back in Japan 2 weeks ago. So he said he had a good rhythm from the event, and he was adjusting surfboards and physically changed a little bit because he didn't get any good result here in Crewy last 2 years. So now, he's good. He's in good shape, and he has a lot of confidence. But he didn't realize that he got the 8 in the last wave. So he was kind of surprised.
Couldn't he hear the beach announcers, or did he not realize it was that bottom?
Well, he didn't think it was going to be an 8.
Yeah. Come on. Well, we know he's good, but surely you got to feel that you've just landed the deadly blow. This is the replay of Jazz Judah's number. Still got no indication of what the judges are thinking with this one.
Yep. So a replay of Jazz Judah's last wave, only sitting on a 233. It's going back to Iko. It's funny that you're saying yesterday that he wasn't feeling confident, usually because he never had results here, and then coming off and winning the Pro Junior, he must be feeling great right now.
He is. Yeah, he was frothing about it, and he's so ready for the QS coming up in a few heats.
It's going to be a huge confidence booster for sure.
Well, look at this thing out the back. Anon's broken away from the pack. She pulled into a tube on the last wave, which didn't pay off, but she's more than happy to investigate the top of the point where we know there's some pits going on. So she's decided to take a slightly different path than the other three. The next 15 and a bit minutes will determine whether this tactic is going to pay dividends. But here is Rita.
鈴木選手の2本目になります。3.11 以上で1位のポジションへ。これは 素晴らしいファーストターン。そしてここはカービングターンでしっかりインサイドまで繋いでいきます。ここからどうでしょう、波が切り立ってくるとポイントを重ねることができます。さあ、切り立ってきたようですね。しっかりとポケットでサーフィンをしていきます。これはもう一発入れられたが、ここで少し力を入れすぎたか。
All right, so Di, we just see Rita right away. Tell me a little bit about Rita because we know a lot about Anon and we know a fair bit about Mirai. Fill us in on some details, the Rita Suzuki story.
Rita lives in the east side of Japan and been in this industry for quite a long time. She's still young and she hasn't been winning a lot of events, but she's getting those a lot of finals, the quarterfinals, semifinals. So she's always in the top, 8 or top 4. So she's very strong and smart competitor.
All right, that's good to know. So Mirai, is she 16 or 17 this year? She's still pretty young herself, isn't she?
Yes, but right. I think turned 18 or 19. Yes, this year.
So we know Anon's doing big things, been at the Challenger, and she's there again? Is she in the Challenger this year? She is. Okay, so that's good because I think she belongs there. So Anon then, given that stat, would have to be the most heavily fancied surfer in this final. But Mirai being the defending champion, who would you, if you had to put a wager down, who would you whack your money on?
Probably Anon. Because I'm goofy footer. I don't know. I know they both surf incredible, so I can't say who's gonna win. But yeah, they both surf great.
Rita snuck into the lead. How'd they go with that?
Yep, we're a couple waves ridden. Jasmine Suter on that last one. Mirai Akeda looks like she also caught a wave. It is now currently Anon Matsuoka sitting out there with priority. So a few replays to come through and a few scores as well. Mirai only needing a 2.83 to go back into the lead. She has a 9.27. That's huge.
That's serious. Anon wants to get barreled. She broke away from the pack earlier, sat a little further up the point. The drone staying with her because Riza believes she can get tubed, but she's dropped into third. Mirai's gone back to the lead. Oh my God, what's that backup number?
8.33. She has everyone in combo.
17.6 2-wave total. Stop it. And she's only ridden 2 waves. Is that unbelievable?
That is insane. That's insane.
2 waves, 927, 833.
So in Japan, Daiwako, is Mirai Aikida considered the next big threat for the world stage?
Yep. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
She's the next generation's threat, definitely. Well, you can tell now, 927, 833 in the first half of the heat.
Yeah.
She
5.77 meanwhile for Jazz as well. Gets her into third at this stage.
Anon Matsuoka sitting on that 7.17, but she is in combo to go to first.
Everyone is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mirai's just blowing them out of the park right here.
It happens. It doesn't happen much. Just put everyone in a combination situation in a final.
In a final.
So
I'll go in.
I'll tell you something a little funny about that. Remember last year we're at NIAS, right? And it's pumping. It's that pumping day, the day of days. And when Xavier Huxtable got his 2.10s, he was in a final, he got 2.10s. I think someone else that was Zane Asic, he had 18.9 and he got second, right? And then there was a guy that got 18.1 and he got third. But he's had the heat of his life and he's got third. All those surfers needed 20.1 to win. So he comboed them beyond combo. You know what I mean? So that was the most silliest numbers I've ever seen on a scoreboard. And I'll remember that forever because it was, you never see it, right? So Mirai's doing a Xavier, but without the 10s. But she's this is what the sort of form has got her into a super strong, kind of unbeatable position at this stage.
Yeah, so this is the 8.33 for Mirai Akeda. 2 beautiful first turns, straight up for that second one. Massive fan of spray. Wow. That's why she wins out here.
Doing Mirai things. The future of Japanese surfing is right there in the white rashi, Dai believes, and that's the rumor mill going around in Japan, and I can believe the hype.
Right. And I did a heat post interview with Mirai just before the men's final, and she said she knew that she has to do anything she could in the final. And that's exactly what she did, what she's doing right now.
Yep, and with 10.5
And on
minutes
time
left.
to strike. Look at this.
This is Anon Matsuoka. She has been a winner here in the past for the QS. Good looking wave. Big first blast. Sets it up for the second one. This is Anon doing Anon things. That first turn was huge. And she, unfortunately, doesn't land this one. But I think she was well on her way to get herself out of combo with that one.
Right. Really loved first and second. And that
She went for it, didn't she? That was a good wave. 10 minutes to go. Great drone footage as well, I've got to say, by Ryzen Williams. He's the best in the business, folks, and he's the one that continually brings us these amazing clips and footage that is just so good. If you're a fan of surfing and you're miles away, the other side of the world or wherever, and you're watching this, you go, my God, who's flying the drone? Ryan Williams.
It's a Ryan Williams.
What about when we're at the so we're back to that one again, and it's bowling and guys are deep in pits, and Rise is just about in there with them, filming them, as just following the wave at the perfect pace. So hence, if you're wondering about the broadcasting going, that's that good, it is, because Ryan is one of the best in the business when it comes to being a drone pilot, right?
100%. He is the man with the drone, especially here in Indonesia. You know, everyone that comes here, everyone that wants to film always calls him up because he has an incredible ability with that drone.
Yep, he's a busy man for a reason. Surfers, high-end surfers are prepared to part with their funds to get Ryan clips. And that's why he gets a gig every year on this, and it wouldn't be the same without him. So what we've got to remember for all the people online as well, drone footage, great. The judges do not base their scores on the drone clip because not every wave is filmed by the drone. So when we're at NEAS and that, we're watching people in tubes and go, how come that was only a 9? Look at what he did. They don't see that, right? And it's good for us viewing to see it, and we can see what was going on in massive tubes and all that. But the judges don't get the access to every single wave from the drone side on. So they base their numbers on what they initially see from the tower, which is the view we're looking at, and that's fair enough. Until technology goes a little further and everyone can have perhaps their own drone person out there filming all their waves, then it becomes fair, and then maybe it will go there one day. But at this stage, I know the boys throw down numbers first, then watch the replays, and then that's how they come up with their initial score. So there's 8 minutes to go, everybody. Anon shuffled up the leaderboard, a 5-4-7, puts the defending, well, not the defending champ, a former champion of the QS side of life here, Anon into second. Jazz Judah, she's still comboed. Anon, if she had made that turn like you suggested, G, probably could have got herself out of combo. But at this stage, Mirai is probably just having a little chuckle to herself, going, oh my God, I don't really even need to ride away. She's got priority.
It's only two-way rhythm, right?
Two ways rhythm.
For Mirai Ikeda.
She's basically surfed right now the perfect final. 2 ways for that, and now priority. And sitting there having a giggle going, you girls need 2 8s each to track me down. No, 2 9s.
2 9s, not even 8s,
Wow.
2 9s.
So Mirai is a very humble surfer. Always when I do the interview, even hit like this, getting high score, excellent scores, she said, well, it was enough for her. It was enough. I should do this. I should do that. So she's very humble.
Okay.
So
that's good to
I don't know what to ask.
this one. Like you said, let's just watch Jazz here, because this is an important ride for Jazz. She's got herself sort of in the hunt, so she's got to go for it. You've got to get A out of combo first. But I like what you said earlier about Mirai. You said, she's just so cute. You just want to give her a cuddle until she gets the rashy on.
Yeah, no way. Once she gets that rashy on, paddle as far away from her as possible. Give her space, guys. Give her space. Both Mirai and Anon are very humble surfers, very kind outside of the water, very happy. You see them always with a smile and always saying hello to everyone. But once that rashy's on, you don't want anything to do with them.
You can tell by her faces. Faces can change so quickly into the battling mode.
Battle mode, get in the zone straight away. Rashi goes on, the beast comes out, right? And she's proved that in this final. Look at her, the youngster there, and she's a very slender human, and she just surfs well out of her weight division. And same last year when she went back to back. To me, she looked unbeatable that day at Crewy left last year.
100%. I was telling Jessie actually, speaking of Anon, that she kind of reminds me of Carissa Moore.
Right.
Yeah,
Alright.
very happy and bubbly and super kind outside the water. But then when she's in the water, she's a fierce competitor and does those big Carissa Moore carves. I think they even have a similar surfing style.
That's so true, actually.
Right?
Yeah.
There's the gangsters down in the athlete zone. Check them out. All going blah, blah, blah. How are you? Yeah, plenty of good vibes down there in the tent. There's a lot of Indonesians. All I see there is Indonesians in Jazz's corner. But at this stage, it hasn't really clicked for Jazz. She did a great job this morning to win and get through into this round, into this final. But right now, Mirai's just stolen the thunder out of everyone's campaigns here.
Yeah, Mirai showing exactly why she won not only the Women's Pro Junior last year, but also the QS Open Women's.
Right. And if she wins this back-to-back junior winner,
I don't even want to know what she's going to do at the QS.
You know what, and what we got to do, right? It was a little tough to try and get Iko in here because I think his English is not as good as perhaps, and he felt a little intimidated. He didn't want to do it, but I reckon Mirai's got great English, hasn't she?
I gotta ask.
Do you reckon we could get her in here and
hopefully,
maybe have her on a heat on the broadcast? Would be nice. So
I ask her.
If that happens, it wouldn't be the next heat, which is, by the way, the first heat of the men's coming up. We might be able to nail her and get her in here for the second heat of the men's and get some insight into this little rising star. Here we go now. Let's watch Rita.
鈴木選手、逆転に必要なスコア、まずはコンビネーションから、脱出することが必要ですが、ここで8ポイント出していくと、その差を縮めていきますが、かなり攻めた姿勢。ただここでワイプアウト。残り時間3分30秒。池田選手が現在第1のポジション。
So you can see what's happened with this scoreboard pressure. Everybody's kind of making a few little mistakes because they're going for it big time because terms have dictated that Aikida is demanding the best out of them and it's drawing errors. But this is a bomb of a wave for Anon.
Anon, now, walk us through.
Gone a little fat.
松岡選手、これはいい波になってくるのか、この後インサイドで波が張ってくると点数を上げてきそうです。ここで一発大きなターンを入れてきますが、この後続かないようです。It was a big wave, bigger size waves, but doesn't have any opportunities to hit.
Didn't connect with the reef, did it? Really?
Right.
That did not look nearly as good as I thought it was going to be.
Right.
When she was paddling for that, I was like, this is it. And then it just like faded. But now Mirai with 2.5 minutes left. She's sitting out the back with priority.
Yeah,
she's. I'm gonna say it. I think she won.
Hang on, I wouldn't go that far just yet. There's still 2:25 on the clock.
Oh, I don't know. I just have this feeling.
I wanted to ask what she's thinking right now.
Let's have these questions when we get her perhaps in here, or you're probably going to get first bite of the cherry on the stage. So maybe ask her these moments. Go, was she happy just sit there and not ride another wave? What was going through your brain about now? Were you working on your speech? Were you thinking of the people you got to thank at the end of this final? What were you thinking?
Jazz Suter, I think, already congratulating her. I'll be thinking about the speech at this point. Yeah, I'd be like perfecting it.
Have you thought about what you're going to do
probably
with the prize
thinking,
money?
Yeah, or thinking about the English speech as well. She's going to do both Japanese and English at this point.
I don't need to ask, Just give her mic.
Yeah, just give her the mic. She's just going to do it herself.
All right. Well, I reckon it would be cool if we could get her in here because, not many times do you ever see people go back to back. Bronson's done it once at this event in the juniors. But Mirai is the flavour of the month. We've got to get some words from her for everybody online. This is the last wave of Anons, and it just did not connect. Is this her last wave?
Yes.
It is, All right, well, it stood up a little more than the drone footage kind of suggested, but it just wasn't an A-grade wave in the scheme of things. So enough to upgrade her total and consolidate second with a 6-7.
Mirai still sitting on just 2 waves.
I know.
With the first priority.
Hasn't caught another wave
Pacing herself. She's still pacing herself.
It's like a perfect heat strategy right now.
And is she going to sign off in the perfect way? With
And
40 seconds to go, she's probably going to get another ride here.
it's coming in with a winning run.
A bit
I
of
would
a
say.
victory lap.
Victory lap, we like to call that, Di. No, she doesn't even take it.
Nah. Oh, it was a
Oh.
closeout.
There we go. That's fair enough. I mean, the damage was done in the first,
Wow.
in the first minutes of the heat. That 9.27 was deadly, and it proved to be a fatal blow, really. And it was the 8.33 that just buried the others, and became, without a doubt, a very worthy back-to-back recipient here in the Pro Junior Women's. We might finish with a bit of a set anyway. Men's action is about to start 4 seconds, everybody. So for the crew online, do not go anywhere. Men's round of 144 is about to start. I'm going to applaud that effort. That was amazing. It was the perfect heat, really. And thanks, G, for your thoughts. Thanks, Di. Di, you better rip out there and have a chat with Mirai, and we'll be back shortly with the men's round of 144. You. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
We have the results for the last final. Congratulations to Mirai Akeda, winner again here at the Pro Junior Women's in Crewy. Back-to-back wins for her. She absolutely destroyed that heat. Only caught 2 waves. Had
Wow.
everyone in combo. It was pretty crazy.
Wow, a 9.27 and an 8.33, right? That is huge surfing for Mirai. And yeah, back to back, that would feel pretty nice.
100%. And it would feel nice to just surf 2 waves, sit there for 25 minutes, and come in with a win.
Yeah, that is huge and a real testament to how confident she is right now. We have moved into the QS. Caleb Tancred up and riding on this wave for the first heat of the men's round of 144. Nice opening carve. Gets a second one in there. And he's just patient, waiting for this one to stand up. Beautiful drop knee as he tags it there, throwing heaps of spray and gets a finish. Caleb Tancred starting off with a bang giada.
That was pretty insane.
Yeah.
That was pretty insane. I'm not gonna lie. I'm shocked.
Yeah, that was huge surfing. He's had a bit of time off, but he is taking on Alexander Smirnov, Kishore Kumar, and Srikanth.
Danasekaran.
Thank you. My eyes couldn't read that. And wow, this is a really nice looking wave.
Oh, beautiful wave for Kishore Kumar. He didn't have a great start to his Pro Junior, but this is his second chance, and you can see that he's taking it on by storm. Really well done for our surfer in white from India, Kishore Kumar, here training with Ivan. I'm sure Ivan is on the beach right now filming everything. But he's here with the Indian team, and I'm pretty sure that is his teammate, Srikanth, in the green.
Yeah, they actually have some really fun waves over in India. We'll get back to that though, because Alexander up and into this one. He was in the Pro Junior as well, and nice opening carve as he just kicks out. Doesn't like the feeling of that one. But yeah, India, there was a QS 5000 there a couple of years ago now at Mahabalipuram, and it was such a fun wave. It was like this man-made kind of break wall. There was a rock right in the middle of the beach that you could surf around to get like these end sections. And yeah, the surfing in India, it's starting to really blow up over there. It's huge.
Yeah, the team last year when me and your sister were in Maldives.
Yeah.
we hung out. Oh, we hung out with Team India quite a bit, and they're an incredible group of people and so kind and welcoming, and they're super stoked on surfing, and they really want to make sure surfing grows in India. So they were showing me all these waves and showing me all these clips. So hopefully one day I can get over there and hang out with the team.
Yeah, it's worthwhile. The food over there is so good. Oh,
Don't tell me
the
about
curries are amazing. Yeah.
That's a good spot for you. There's a lot of veggie curries.
No, yeah, so good. It was, definitely put on like 5 kilos. It was so worth it though.
You were enjoying life.
I was, it was the best. I love that place. It was so great.
All right, so the judges taking their time to put the scores in because this is the first heat of the QS now. No more Pro Juniors, so it's gonna change a lot. We're gonna see a shift in the score line. We're seeing a couple scores trickle through right now. And there we have the first one, Caleb Tancred, a 717 to start off his QS campaign here. Now on your screen is our man in green, Srikanth. Good turn there. A little bit of whitewash on his face, so it's not easy to keep his board under control. You can kind of see it chattering a little bit under his feet. Alexander paddling over, looking at his competitor. And let's see if he gets good finisher here. And he does. So well done for our man in green.
Yeah, that was a really well served first wave. I mean, I'm sure for the QS athletes, especially in this round of 144, they might be feeling a little bit of nerves. It's the very first heat of the QS. So it really sets that bar. So it's good to see all of the surfers take off and get a good wave under their belt. A 717 for Caleb, a great way to start. And Kishore a 5.5. So yeah, really good way to start this one.
Yep, that must feel pretty good for Caleb Tancred. I haven't seen his name around this part of the world much. What could you tell me?
Yeah, Caleb is from Avoca, and he's straight up into a backup wave as well. Beautiful style. I love watching Caleb surf. He's got great attack. Just a one turn for Caleb, but yeah, he's from Avoca. He took a bit of time off competing. He kind of dominated everything in the junior series. He was always one to watch for sure. He took some time off. He actually just graduated uni doing architecture. So he's super smart, and he's like, you know what, I'm gonna give competitive surfing a crack. And with dropping scores like 717 and doing surfing the way that he is, it's pretty exciting to see him back in Arashi.
Welcome back to the QS grind.
Yeah. Literally, I mean, this replay, this is a 717 of Caleb's first wave, and it was just so smooth to watch.
100%. And with wave like this is not a grind at all. Look how beautiful that wave was. Really well done. Caleb Tancred came back from uni architecture. That's a big career path.
Yeah, it's huge. He recently moved up to the Gold Coast. To just kind of get a little bit more in the surfing scene. I mean, Avoca's great, but there's definitely some better, I would think, better quality waves up on the Gold Coast, and more opportunities in regards to competitive surfing. So hoping that was a good move for Caleb. It was not too long ago, as well. So yeah, it's nice to have him up there and just kind of competing on those good quality waves.
Yeah, the Gold Coast is definitely a little bit of a surfing hub. Many, many big names come out from there. So definitely, if you want to play a part in this surfing world, you're gonna have to go there if you're in Australia.
Yeah, for sure. It's a good zone to be in for sure. And it's exciting. And Alexander Smirnoff, we saw him in the Pro Junior, right? How is he feeling? Did you get to see him before this heat?
I haven't seen him yet, but I am excited to see him after this heat. He's just so stoked to be here. He's so excited. This is a replay of Caleb's last wave. We're still waiting for the scores to come through. He didn't get to finish it off in that last section, but well, kind of. He did. He did really well done. But yeah, Alexander is one of, if not the youngest surfer in both the Pro Junior and the QS Open. He lives in Bali. I see him around quite a bit. He's a very, very kind boy and always happy, stoked to be here. I'm sure his mom is watching. So, yeah, I hope to see some good scores for Alexander.
Yeah, it's exciting to, see him in the QS and have that opportunity. That last score of Caleb locked in at a 3.83. So he's gone out to an early lead. Kishore, that 5.5 looks pretty good in his scoreline right now. Srikanth, that first wave was a 2.7 and Alexander's just a 1.6. Caleb having a sniff on the inside and he's taking this one. Looks like it could be a really fun wave, just carving through that first section, so much power. Gets that second turn in, throwing buckets of spray, unfortunately goes down on the third. Trying to better that 3.83.
Yeah, it kind of looks like he's just trying to get some waves under his belt, like get some scores. He has the highest wave for now, the 717. So he just wants to back that up quickly and make sure he's got this heat under control. Hopefully we'll be getting an interview soon from our Pro Junior women's winner. I just want to go back to that because it was such an incredible heat.
Yeah.
2 waves, a 9 and an 8. Sat down for 25 minutes, won it back to back. I'm really impressed with Mirai Akeda.
Yeah, she is just showing up and blowing up pretty much. I mean, the winner of the Pro Junior last year, the winner of the QS last year, I feel like she's setting her sights on that. We keep saying, but she's looking so in form. And she's, a super, super nice on land. As soon as you see her out in the water in Arashi, it's, she's a force to be reckoned with.
And speaking of Mirai, we're going to head down to the interview right now. Take it away, Dai. Action, we'll get right back with that interview. Not too much happening. Caleb did increase his score a little bit. He got a 4.40. So unfortunately didn't manage to complete his last wave, but I'm sure with just under 14 minutes left, he's gonna get an opportunity to do it again. But we're gonna try the interview again. Take it away, Dai.
クルイプロジュニアウィメンズディビジョン見事優勝を果たしました池田未来選手にお越しいただいています。まずはおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
ウェブを見ている限り完璧な試合運びでヒートを進めていったような印象なんですが、ヒート中も含めてとにかくヒート振り返ってみてどうですか？
はい、そうですね。自分の一番ベストなサーフィンをするのがまず第一だと思って海に入って、で波はどの波がいいか自分で分かっていたので、ただその波を選んで自分のサーフィンを出すっていうのを意識してやりました。
One of her main goals in the final is to just showing her potential, showing her the skills at the highest level, and that's exactly what she did. And she knew which one to pick, and she's very happy with the results. 一つちょっとお聞きしたいのが、もうコンビネーションのシチュエーションになった後にかなりの時間プライオリティを持って沖で待っていたと思います。あの時特に最後の2分3分は何を考えてたんですか？
一回プライオリティロストしちゃって良くなかったなと思ったんですけど、やっぱりその自分の心境、心のちょっとメンタルの弱さが出たっていうか、でもしそのままプライオリティ持ってたらまたいい波に乗ってスコアを伸ばすつもりでいました。
So when she put everyone in the combo situation, last 2 or 5 minutes, she was having this first priority for quite a long time, and she was thinking about to better her scores. それではたくさんの方が、ウェブを見て応援してくれています。メッセージ、そしてこの後 QS が始まっていきます。それに向けての意気込みを含めて、メッセージの方をお願いします。
皆さん応援ありがとうございました。この1位というポジションに戻ってこれて本当に嬉しいです。もう明日
まだわからないですけど QS も始まるので、はい、自分のサーフィンを皆さんに見せられるようにします。応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございました。
次も頑張ってください。優勝した池田未来選手でした。This is the winner of the Krui Pro Junior Women's Division, Mirai Ikeda. Back to you guys.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Dai and Mirai. Congratulations. Huge win for our women's Pro Junior surfers. I'm excited to see her in the QS. And on screen right now, that was Alexander Spernov, the youngest competitor in this event, going to town on that wave.
Yeah. He only needs the 3.91. I mean, he took that wave all the way through to the inside, and right now Kishore up and riding on his forehand.
Yep, this is Kishore. This wave a little flat, so I'm not sure if it's going to be standing up for him on the inside. We'll see what he does. He's only sitting on a 5.5. He wants to back that up quickly because it's not an easy field. Even if it's a round 1 QS, anything can happen, really.
Yeah, it's can definitely be anyone's moment out there, and Kishore, whoa, ditches the fins on that last turn. I was not expecting that. Gets a little bit of variety in there to finish his second wave off with 10.5 minutes to go. And he's hoping to make it a little bit harder for Srikanth and Alexander. Unfortunately, Srikanth coming unstuck on the takeoff there. We've seen that happen a little bit throughout the last day or two.
Yeah, definitely that last section has gotten a few people by surprise. But it's when you keep your board in control and manage to ride out of it that those big scores come through, like we've seen throughout the Pro Junior. I'm excited to see the rest of the day. We have all the round of 144 men, and we're going to go straight into 4 heats of the round of 128. We've had the Pro Juniors all morning. We've already finished those divisions. So there's so many names in this heat draw. I have never seen so many competitors in one contest.
Yeah, it is absolutely crazy. That's for sure. We've got so much going on, but it's exciting. I'm excited to see so many different people in the draw, and just seeing what they can do out there. I feel like everyone has a different way that they want to approach this wave, so it's you never know what you're going to get in each heat.
100%. And with 9 minutes left, it is Caleb in the lead with the 717 and a 4.4. Kishore Kumar's last wave came in at a 3.03. So it does extend his lead a little bit, makes it harder for Alexander, looking for a 6.03 now to go into an advancing position. And in 4th is Srikanth, only sitting on a 2.7. So he needs to get his ball rolling a little bit.
Yeah, he does. Just a little bit. I feel like catching a few more waves in this last 8.5 minutes. I mean, of course, you want them to be quality waves, making sure that they're not those fat ones that kind of only allow those calves. So we'll see how it goes. This is a replay of that 3.03 of Kishore, and it was a smaller wave, but he did well driving through that turn there. I mean, I really liked the variety and the pizzazz that he brought on this last turn, ditching the fins. It was exciting to watch, but very similar surfing at the start, hence why it didn't really rival that 5.5.
Ah, okay. I missed that last turn actually on that last one. But it was really well done. You're right, finishing it off strong, and that's something that many coaches have said in the past. You got to start and finish your wave strongly.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a slower heat. Not besides the 717, nothing too crazy happened. I think I'm just so used to the finals of the Pro Juniors with the 9s and the 8s that I'm like, come on, guys.
Yeah, literally, they've set the bar for the rest of the day. That's for sure. The Pro Juniors just going ham out there.
All right, just looking through in Heat 2, we're going to be seeing in red Harry O'Brien, in the blue Tommy Hinwood, in white Eki Setyawan, and in the green Duta Adrian. So that will be the second heat of the QS Open Men's. while we're having a little bit of a break in the action, I want to give a big thank you to our sponsors because we wouldn't be here without them. The Kemenpora Indonesian Sports and Youth Minister, the WSL, and PSOE. Thank you to the province of Lampung and the region of Pesisir Barat, and as well thank you to the ASC. So true. What have been your highlights today?
Highlights, 8.6 from Iko Watanabe in the men's final. That was a really clutch moment. And Mariah getting a back-to-back win. I thought that was pretty huge.
For sure. I think for me, my highlight was the women's final, for sure. That was, well, two of my favorite surfers were in it, Anon and Mirai. And the combo situation of Mirai was insane. And there was just incredible surfing going down.
Yeah, it's always good to watch. I feel like the women have a little bit of extra like passion out there in heats, you know. They're a little bit, you can just see the emotions a little bit more, I feel like, and you can see how hungry they are, and how much they want to beat each other. Whereas, not saying that the men are a bit more nonchalant because they're definitely competitive, but you don't see those emotions as much. So I get excited to watch the women. I agree.
Yeah, especially with how much the women's surfing has grown.
Right now, Caleb, though, great to watch. Unfortunately, just pushing that one a little bit too hard and coming off the back of that wave. So just over 5 minutes to go. Caleb Tancred out in front with a 7.17 and a 4.4. Kishore Kumar in second with a 5.5 and a 3.03. He needs a 6.08 to go to first. The young gun, Alexander Smirnov, has that 2.5 and a 1.6. He now is chasing a 6.03 to go to second. And Srikanth looking for 5.83. I mean, they're definitely achievable scores. We've seen plenty of them throughout today so far. We just need to hope that they can be on those waves in the next 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, 100%. And there's plenty of waves and opportunity. 4 minutes, as I've said quite a few times, 4 minutes doesn't seem like a long time, but in surfing, anything can really happen. So until the buzzer beats, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, definitely.
And we have a couple sets coming through.
Yeah, well, I mean, right now, Srikanth and Alexander, they have the first and second priority respectively. So they get the pick of whatever wave comes through next, which is exciting for them. And then as long as they can, you know, connect with those good sections, looks like this one, they were maybe caught a little bit out of position, unfortunately, with 3.5 minutes to go.
Gonna be a big day today. We are gonna get through a lot of heats. We're gonna be finishing the first round of the men's QS and then first 4 heats of the women's. So exciting stuff. It's going to be nonstop actions. The waves are firing, the tide's getting lower, so we might see a bit of a shift in conditions. Hopefully, we won't be seeing too much of that backwash again.
Yeah.
I don't want to jinx it, but the wind has been really great for us for now. It's blowing offshore. We haven't had that swing onto the onshore yet, so, or not yet. It's not going to rock up.
No, it's not happening today. Well, this is live action. Caleb Tancred, nice opening turn. Gets a second one in, but similar situation, unfortunately, just going over the handlebars. But I feel like, you know, he's in a position where he can kind of just catch as many waves as he likes out there. And, yeah, it's exciting.
All right. So as we reach the last 2.5 minutes of this heat, it's going to be crunch time for Alexander and Srikanth. They're going to have to really start getting into this heat, finding their waves, finding their rhythm. This is our surfer Kishore Kumar right now on a good, well, I thought was a good looking wave. Decides to pull off. Clearly didn't see any potential in it. Kishore is here training with Ivan, which I'm sure Ivan is on the beach right now, filming his wave, taking notes, seeing what he's going to tell Kishore to improve for the next heat, which looks like for now he's definitely going to be going to. Ivan is training Paige Harab as well as Philippa Anderson.
Wow.
The whole Indian team that is here. And speaking of Indian team, that was a beautiful turn from Shrikant. I'm not sure what he did out the back, but with that last one, I think he's definitely going to be getting rid of that 0.33.
Yeah, exciting stuff. I always wonder, how the coaches are feeling on the beach, if they feel the nerves for their athletes, or if it's, that, what, they're going to be fine. They've done all the work. Caleb Tancred right now loading up. Nice connection. Gets the second one in and just kicks his board away. Just having a little bit of fun out there. He's well out in front.
Yeah, well, I can't speak for all coaches, but I know Ivan well, and he definitely feels the nerves. He really, really wants his athletes to pass. Obviously, he creates a really good connection with most of his athletes. So it's great to see him really care about it, and I'm sure he's out there writing notes and getting ready to tell both Kishore and Shrikant what they've done well and what they could improve for the next one. Because at the end, it's not only about, telling how great of a job you did, but also improving the mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a fair few coaches on site here. And you can see up next, that is going to be Heat 2 of the men's round of 144. It's going to be an exciting one. But yeah, with 20 seconds to go, it looks like Caleb Tancred is going to take this one out. It's right now Kishore Kumar. Nice first turn. Gets his second one in, really leaning into that rail. That was a nice turn. And loads up off the bottom. Really low bottom turn, but just pushes a little bit too hard. And we'll see if that betters his 3.03, but really nice surfing.
Yep, so a couple scores to come through, and we will get straight back into it right after this quick break.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Have moved into heat number 2 of the men's round of 144, and on screen there you can see the winners, and right now that is Mirai Aikita. She just took out the women's Pro Junior. Anon Matsuoka coming in second. What an amazing final. And yeah, Mirai going back to back. Huge stuff. Jasmine Studer, she's been ripping all event. It's been so good to watch her, especially nursing a knee injury. I mean, what incredible surfing these women are doing, and we are definitely going to be seeing them once again in the QS, probably in the later rounds. I mean, these women, I would say, would definitely... Well, we're going to see what Mirai has to say.
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much. Terima kasih. I'm happy to come back here, Krui Pro. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
She's super excited to be here, back at the Krui Pro, taking another win. But right now it is Heat 2 out in the water. Harry O'Brien taking on Tommy Hinwood, Eki Setiawan and Dutta Adrian, which is going to be an exciting heat. Giada, we've kicked off the QS. It started.
Yeah, 100% QS is well underway. Super, super exciting stuff. Feels like we've been here all week, but it's only day 2.
Yeah. Yes.
And we already have winners for both the Pro Junior men and women. It was an incredible 2 days of actions. Congratulations to all the winners. They must be super happy, and that's a great way to start off their QS run as well, because most of those surfers are going to be in the QS as well.
Yeah.
There is a huge day of competition ahead. So it's going to be great. Well, not only today, but a huge week of competition.
Yeah, it's going to be a big week. We have a lot of heats to get through, a lot of surfing to talk through, to watch. I'm sure we're going to get our minds blown a fair few amount of times. Harry O'Brien, originating from Lennox Head. I think this might be his first proper year on the QS. He was definitely a force to be reckoned with on the junior series, that's for sure. Tommy Hinwood from North Narrabeen. He's been over here since, I think, maybe the 4th or the 5th with one of his mates, Macca, I'm pretty sure. So, they've been surfing with each other. Tommy actually had a bit of a stack on the reef yesterday, I think, is when I saw him. And, his feet were all cut up a little bit. He was kind of limping, just nursing those cuts. So,
yeah,
he's just going to have to push through.
Yeah, is not nice to be hanging out with.
Yes.
You do not want to be getting close to that reef. But it's great to have you here, because I've never seen Harry O'Brien or Tommy Hinwood here. So it's great to have you here and giving us a bit of insight on these surfers. Harry O'Brien, you said just left the juniors?
Yeah, so if I'm correct in saying this, I'm pretty sure this is his first proper year on the QS, maybe his second. And it's exciting to see him here. He was getting some really good waves yesterday. I was like, oh, maybe, but he was absolutely ripping, and it's exciting to see the new faces in the men's draw and the women's as well. The young juniors just graduating to the QS level. It's the first time I've seen Harry in a heat, and Tommy as well for these QSs. So yeah, it's exciting to see them. So Giada's going to go and have a chat with the winner of the last heat. I'm going to welcome in Daiwako for a moment in this one. And once again, it was Mirai Akita and Iko Watanabe taking out the Pro Juniors. I mean, what amazing surfing. Dai. It's been a great day, and I just said to Giada, we've just started the QS. It's underway, and I'm really excited to get this going.
Right, first round of men's 144 is now on, and the waves are still great.
Yeah,
there's so many opportunities for every surfer, so can't wait to finish up with this round. And we are going to, after this, we're going to the round of 128. Heat 1 to heat 4 as well.
Yeah, so we got 8 heats of this round, and then we'll do 4 heats of that second round, and then I'd say pick up with heat number 5 tomorrow morning. And it's exciting. We're seeing some really good surfing so far. Caleb Tancred won that last heat with a 7.17, back up of a 4.4, 19 or just under 19 and a half minutes to go. And these are the winners, or the surfers in that Pro Junior. You can see Weston Hurst. He came in 4th. Kenshin Matsunaga in 3rd. Yuma Nagasawa, he came in 2nd.
Right.
But it was the winner that really stole the show.
That's the handband that I was talking about.
Oh.
That he's always wearing in the heat.
Love it. That is awesome. Iko Watanabe taking the win. I mean, what a clutch performance. Getting that 8.6 right in the dying seconds of his heat. That was just so incredible to watch.
And he didn't even know that he got that score in the last minute. So
really?
He was kind of surprised. He just asked me, straight running to me and asked me if I don't know how I got that score.
Wow.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how.
And he didn't even think that last way it's going to be 8. So, wait.
That's up.
It was actually 8.
From Iko Watanabe. We'll see. Well, that was the place getters for the Pro Junior. Huge congratulations to Iko and everyone else in that final. What an incredible final it was to watch. Fireworks from the beginning.
Definitely, everyone was on fire and getting those excellence. To see that, amazing to be here.
Well, 17 and a half minutes to go in this heat for the men's round of 144, heat 2. No waves just yet.
Right. It's been at 7 minutes already, but no waves.
No waves.
A little bit of a slow heat in this heat. Probably the tides is still dropping, or probably reaching to low tide right now.
So just under 17 minutes to go. Bit of slow heat this one, Mark, but that last heat to kick off the QS was very exciting to watch. 717 from Caleb Tancred. Backed it up with a 4.4, but yeah, it's the conditions slowing up a little bit right now. What do you think's affecting that?
Okay, I guess we're approaching the low tide, the dead low. We did see the real full tide this morning before we started. I'm not sure exactly what high tide was, but right around kickoff time this morning, the waves were slapping right up against the break wall, indicating that was probably pretty close to high, and we started about 7:30, 12:30 now. We're probably within an hour of low tide. So potentially that's it. But Caleb Tancred, he's been a real high profile surfer for a long time as a grommet right to now. Surfed a good heat, yeah?
Yeah, he surfed a great heat. He had some really good waves, but towards the end of it, I think he was just trying to surf as many waves as he could to kind of just get a little bit more feeling for the lineup out there, for what's going on. It's obviously quite hard to get waves in the free surf. You're battling with 144 men plus 72 women.
Oh, you get no waves at a free surf. That's why I don't bother.
Yeah.
We had a couple on our first lay day being the Monday, and I just sort of put my boards away for a moment and wait till people either nick off as they drop out of the event. People rush to Nias, I suppose, is generally how it happens. And then I might get my boards back out. Let's see. But I'm happy to sit on the sidelines. I mean, my God, it's about them, not us. So if you do go out and you don't get waves, well, that's why. There's 200 frothing QS warriors out there all trying to practice.
Yeah. All trying to get their turn out there, that's for sure.
And as we've said a few times, that's exactly what this junior round will probably give these juniors a little leg up going into the QS, is the fact that they've just surfed 2, 3 or 4 heats each to get through their rounds and their division. And I think we've just had a restart. Would that be it?
Yeah, we've just had a restart. There was no waves caught in that first 10 minutes. And with 25 minutes now to spare in this second heat, it is Harry O'Brien out there in the red rashi, Tommy Hinwood wearing the blue, Eki Setia in the white, and Dutta Adrian in the green. So, yeah, heat restart, the judges have deemed that there was no rideable waves in that first 10 minutes, and obviously no one stood up, hence why the clock has restarted back to 25 minutes. And hopefully, usually what happens is we have that restart and some sets start to roll through basically straight away. So hopefully that happens.
Maybe lunchtime on the beach has got something to do with it as well, because everybody's feeding. All our lunches from our various homestays have arrived. It's let me have a look at this. It's 12:30 down here in Crewy time, and we just hope for these crew involved. I'm sure they're stoked that the clock just got reset, because there's nothing worse. And they're sitting out there, they're super pumped. They've been waiting ages for their opportunity, and they get it, and then the ocean goes dead flat. So that's just not fair. We're watching heat 2 of the round of 144 of the men's. So big numbers involved in this event. It's the first time ever we've run a 6,000 QS in Indonesia. So today, just moments ago, whoever surfed in that first heat just created history. They surfed the first 6,000 ever. And Caleb would be pretty stoked that he's won the first 6,000 heat ever on Indonesian soil. But a lot on the line here this week. the points, the cash, the credentials that go with winning a high-profile event like this. But I guess overall, more importantly, the points.
Yeah, the points are a big thing. I mean, 6,000 points sits pretty nicely in your back pocket when you're looking at a Challenger Series qualification. And the next event that we'll be going to will be NIAS. That's also going to be a 6,000, which is going to be super exciting. And then after that, there is another QS 6,000 over in Korea, which is also co-sanctioned. So
we've got a heat.
Here we go. This is Eki Setriawan up and riding on his first wave. Nice first turn, but just comes unstuck, unfortunately. So he'll lock in his first wave of the event so far. It's a 0.83.
So effectively, there will be no second restart. We have one score on the board. I don't know whether they were having any room in the budget for a second restart if things went really weird in the next 10 minutes. But either way, we're off and racing, and now this is our surfer in blue, so Tommy Hinwood.
Yep, Tommy is from North Narrabeen, is used to surfing lefts, used to being on his forehand, gets a nice connection in there. He's been over in Crewy for quite a while now. I was just saying to Giada before that he had a bit of a stack on the reef and cut up his feet a little bit yesterday, so he's just nursing that, but he's got a beautiful style. I actually really love watching Tommy surf, so just opening up his account in this, I think, could be his first ever QS 6,000 heat.
So did he cut himself up out here, or was it around at the other?
I believe it was out here. Okay. Yeah.
A lot of people do that. It does get pretty shallow, and that upper section on the reef, when it barrels, it kind of breaks on pretty low.
Yeah.
Not much water under your fins, let's put it that way. So Tommy's paid the price, and a lot of surfers have over the years, made a bit of a donation to the reef.
Yeah, you're doing pretty well if you're not walking away with a few reef cuts. Here
or you're not having enough of a go. Let's have a look at Eki.
Yeah, really nice first turn. Gets this second one in. You could just see his back foot, unfortunately, just slipping off his board. So he does lock in a second wave, but pretty similar to his first one. Hopefully he can tidy that up just a little bit.
All right, well, it's good to see a bit of motion out there in the lineup and some sets rolling through, because 4 people heats, we need at least 8 good waves to come through to have a fair battle. So a 3-5 at this stage for Tommy. Probably left a couple of points hanging out there on that ride, but he decided enough's enough. Score in for Eki, a 2.67, his better ride. Here's the view of if you're walking down the beach and you're coming in on one of the little side gangs right next to our judging tent. There's our judging tower, actually, just onto the right in the middle of the screen right now. A little gang that brings you down to the beach and puts you directly in front of the lineup, Ujong Bachor Reef. This is the Tanjung Setia area. It's basically what the all the local setups are on the Tanjung Setia area. Pesisir Barat is the region. Thanks to that government for coming on board and throwing a fair bit of money at this event to make it happen. And of course, it is all happening in the province of Lampung. Numbers are in. They're not very big, but we have 3 scored rides. Would you like to enlighten everyone that might be listening, True, as to how to get here?
Yeah, it is a bit of a mission, but it's definitely worthwhile for sure. If you're coming over from Australia, which is where I came from, you can either fly into Denpasar or Jakarta. We'll get back to that, though. This is a replay of Tommy's first wave. Just kind of feeling his feet. Nice connection there. This was a 3.5. Gets a little bit more vert up and over that foam. So 3.5 for this first wave of Tommy. You can see that the calves, the judges are saying, yeah, it was good surfing, but we want to see that critical vertical approach. So hopefully Tommy can reassess that and find a wave with a little bit of a steeper face to it. Looks like Harry O'Brien is scratching around, trying to see if he can get onto this one. Looks like he might just miss it. Unfortunately, it's going to be Tommy Hinwood that picks it up, Mark.
All right, let's see if his body language likes what he sees down the line this time. He looked a little bit lackadaisy on his last wave, just feeling things out. Goes a little semi-Larry. He's got a fairly composed kind of a style. There doesn't seem to be much rush going on or urgency in Tommy's style, but he does connect well, strings it together, flicks off, lands on his feet. I reckon that's better than his first ride, but probably only just.
Yeah, Tommy Hinwood putting that Simon Anderson to good work for sure. Looking to back up that 3.5. That's his approach. He's got that real, style where it's super cruisy, but when he puts it on rail, you definitely know about it. He's from the area that I grew up in, so he's a great kid. I know him well, but this is Duta.
All right, did we see him on day one in the men's, the boys Pro Junior round, wasn't it?
Yeah, we saw Duta in the Pro Juniors, and he's showing us the experience that he's got out on this wave. A couple of nice carves. Driving through another one here. I'm pretty sure he made 2 or 3 heats in the Pro Junior from memory, and it was exciting to watch. Harry O'Brien.
Yeah, digging in deep here, starting to really challenge these sections and really getting a strong whip out of the top now, Harry. For sure, I reckon he's already got the best score in this heat, and he's still got a bit more to work with down the line. A big hit here would be mighty fine, and he does just that. For me, well done, Harry. I reckon he's just going to extract the biggest numbers out of the judges so far. It was pretty good. That second hit in particular, really connecting well with the lip. So Tommy's last wave is yet to lock in. Harry's was pretty good by my reckoning. And Duta, just a little bit less experienced than Harry and Tommy, but he goes white.
Yep, Eki up and riding. Looking to better a 0.83. Really get a good score on the board. Drives through another nice backside carve. Puts it up and over that section, but just gets absolutely eaten. Unfortunately, just timing that one a little bit too late. So Eki will get back out there with 16.5 minutes to go. We have scores for all 4 of our surfers to lock in.
All right, and you can see blue right in center of our screen now. Tommy's ridden 2 waves. His last wave was pretty long. He's paddling back, trying to get in position and get first priority. But it's pretty hot out there, all right? We've got to remember it's almost 1 o'clock down here at the beach. The water temperature is like 30 degrees. When you're having a free surf, True, you'll know this, you're paddling around and you're pretty hot. Now, when you're paddling hard and under sort of competition stress, you sweat. It's really quite brutal.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot. You want to go into heat super hydrated, that's for sure, because you're sweating a lot, you're freaking out, it's warm in the water anyway. You don't really get that refreshing moment that you would when it's a little bit cooler. So you have to find that or, create that in another way. But scores locked in for that last wave of Tommy Hinwood. It's a 4.33. First wave of Duta, a 3.23. Scores for Harry and Eki to lock in. But yeah, in heats, it's especially in Indo. I mean, I love when it's warm.
You can see them paddling now. They might be going, how come they're not sprinting back out there? They kind of are under the conditions. That's you're putting it in, and you've probably got sweat on the brow doing it. Here's these replays, everybody. Duta's last wave, the 3.23. So he'll be feeling pretty good about this ride. The number wasn't huge, but at least he put some decent moves in. It was fairly attacking by, I guess, his level and his standard. We've got to remember, not everybody is a WQS warrior. Some of these guys come out of the jungle, get the rashi on, Duta, and he'd just be trying to learn as much as he can and savor every moment, because he probably only goes in one event a year, and this is it.
Yeah, definitely. And this is at 5.67 of Harry O'Brien. Beautiful opening carve. Drives through this second one. Loads up here once again. And it's this end turn that really just had that stamp of authority, I guess, on this wave for that 5.67. I mean, tags it there for Harry. Releases the fins a little bit, but remains in control. So he goes straight into second on one wave.
Yep, and the judges, rightly so, that we've moved into a 6,000 QS event, staying a little reserved with the numbers. There's still good waves on offer. There's a lot of surfing to get through at a high end this afternoon. So 4s and 3s and one lonely 5 at this stage on the scoreboard. We're rapidly approaching the halfway mark of this second heat of the round of 144. But yeah, this week, judging by what I've seen in the free surfs, True, there's a lot of shredders here. There's going to be high-end numbers going handed out all week long, but you've got to earn it. and the judges are staying reserved because they know the quality of the field that's contending this men's round of the QS.
And it's a different scale, right, to the Pro Juniors that we've seen. So, you know, the judges are being a little bit harsher. Let's see what Eki can do on this wave. High lines, and unfortunately just gets out of that one, doesn't offer too much. But yeah, as I was saying, it's a different scale. The surfers need to bring a little bit more to the waves and lift that level, which the judges so far have really been saying, yeah, you know, that probably would have been a decent score in the Pro Juniors, but the QS level, the bar lifts.
Yeah.
So that means that you either need to lift, or if not, then you're just going to remain in the threes, you know. So it's listening to, you know, the judges saying, okay, for example, Tommy's first wave was a 3.5. He's like, okay, I need to do more to get more on my second wave.
Yeah.
He approached that wave with a little bit more aggression, gets at 4.33. So now he knows, okay, that's what a 433 is in a QS 6000. I need to lift to get into the fives.
I need to lift again. You're going to have to, because a lot of quality surfers all trying to get through to the next round that will surf out in front this afternoon. There's some really high level surfers in this event. I saw Xavier Huxtable getting around this morning. He's on the Challenger, and he's just started straight up here to contest one of his favourite parts of the Asian region, which is these next two events.
Yeah, there's actually a fair few Challenger Series surfers on the men's side here. Zave, Tully,
Bronson,
Winter Vincent. Yeah, Bronson. I can't think of anyone else that's in the draw.
I don't think we've got the draw that deep to really see where all the top seeds are, but I'm sure a bunch of them are here. Because it's a fun event that's held in quality waves, in warm water. It's got a lot to like, a lot of attractions that drag people to these events. First Asian region points of the year, first 6,000 ever. So there's a fair few cues to help get the field up to these sort of numbers. Here's White, Eki.
Yeah, nice opening carve, throwing lots of spray. But it is Harry O'Brien that has the priority over Eki, and he's going to go this one and defend second place. He only needs a 2.16 to go to first. Looks to go a little bit more vertical, which he does on that section, and loads up for a big finish for Harry O'Brien. Yeah. Really well done.
100%, really good. He goes green now. So let's watch Duta. It's only his second wave. He gets a little overamped and blows the tail out of a section that was looking like he just needed to tone that down a little more and perhaps finish that wave. But a little bit excited under the green rash vest there. A little bit less experienced than the others. But he goes blue, your boy.
Yeah, Tommy up and into this one. Nice opening carve. He loads up for his second one, really leaning into that rail. He's got that really sure-footed approach and looks like he holds on to that last turn. I'd love to see that front angle approach. Tommy and Harry right now just keeping a hold of first and second. We have a score for Eki as well to lock in, and also I believe Duta. So scores to come through for all of our surfers with just under 10 minutes to go.
Yep, nice little breakdown. So the judges have the option of looking at replays, 4 rides. They're going to compare once again who did the best surfing, by how much. Oh, someone's in a tube. I love to see that, Duta. Oh my God, a bit of local knowledge on display right there. Found himself a nice clean little drainer. I think I've only seen one other tube this morning. For me, this was probably a longer tube than the first one we saw earlier. Add some turns to it for a little bit of flavour and a little bit of something extra for the judges. Kicks out and says, there you go, boys. That's how you do it. So I hope we get to see the drone replay of that again, True, because I think you might have missed it. It was a pretty clean tube.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how deep he got as well for Duta.
He was travelling. He was in there, and I could see him the whole time. It was pretty good. Wave didn't touch him. It was a nice thread.
Ooh, scores just locked in for Harry O'Brien, a 6.5 for his last wave. So he goes straight up into first. Duta has a score to lock in, as well as Tommy Hinwood. So
I think Duta's got 2.
Yeah. 2.
Yep.
2 scores. So.
Yep. The second one's just throwaway 2, because the next score with the little tube and a bunch of swacks after it is definitely going to be his best ride. He needs a 4.6. Depends on how they're rating the tube as to whether he's got a chance of going into second. Eki's lurking around out the back in white with priority.
You could see Tommy just having a look down the line. I mean, we'll see that a lot throughout this event. The surfers having a look down the line to see if the wave's going to hold up and hit the reef or be a little bit flatter. This is at 6.5 of Harry's mark.
Yeah, I liked it too, because he's really digging in. He's not just tapping the lip. He's given it a good red hot crack, and that finishing move, perfect little statement to sign off and say, well, throw me some numbers, boys. The best of them, the 2 best numbers actually in his column. So he'd be happy with how things are proceeding. Duta, we'll get back to his wave in a moment, but let's stick with White Eki. Now, do we know where Eki's from? Is he a local? Is he a Balinese? You got any clues?
Unfortunately, I'm not too sure about that, but he is really making a statement in this heat, unfortunately, on that last one, coming unstuck. This is a good-looking wave.
All right, so this is Tommy, your boy. Narrabeen, that's why I say your boy. Right. So out of Narrabeen, I know you were. When did you move out of Narrabeen, can I ask, True?
About 4 years ago now.
Okay, so did you see much of Tommy surfing when you were there, living there?
Yeah,
Okay.
heaps. Yeah,
So where does-
Tommy and his sister Sienna surfed lots.
Where did he sort of stand in the scheme of things down there in the hierarchy? North Narrabeen.
When I was there, he was still pretty young.
Still picking up
but-
scraps, having to get the scraps?
Not really. I think it was definitely still up in, working his way up there. I mean, he was always so nice. But he was just one of those kids who was just a wave magnet. He was always on a wave.
All right.
Which was awesome. And, I really love his style. He's got a really cool different approach to surfing and how to surf waves. So I've always loved watching him surf. So yeah, he's definitely, grown up a lot over the years and obviously gotten better at surfing, and he's here putting on a rashi and going for it. It's awesome to see.
Roughly how old would Tommy be?
I
He's
wanna
not the
say,
juniors, so he's got to be maybe early 20s, I suppose.
Or I don't know if he'd be that. I think he might be 17 or 18.
How come he didn't go with the juniors?
I don't think Australians. I think it's only in Asia ranked.
Yes,
It's not co-sanctioned.
True that.
The Pro
The
Junior.
juniors aren't. Yes, I
Mhm.
remember they've done that a couple of times now. So just to give the younger Indonesians and the actual crew in the Asian region more of a go. I get it. Thank
Mhm.
you for enlightening me.
Yeah, that's okay.
So when I didn't see him in the juniors, I thought maybe he's just out of the age bracket, but not. 5:20. He goes White. Eki. Got a good bowly section ahead of him. Boom, that's much better. I reckon his best turn so far. Closely followed by probably his second best turn. Another strong manoeuvre. Eki's needing a 6.73. Looks over his shoulder. He's pretty chuffed. He's looking like his body language is into it. Not sure it's the 6.73, but for sure, I think I just saw his best surfing.
Yeah, that was a really well put together wave from Eki. With under 5 minutes to go, he's getting the ball rolling. Needs a 6.73. I don't know if it'll be the 6.73, but hopefully it'll better that 3.13 and lower that requirement. And Duta chasing a 6.63. Last wave of Eki was a 4, so he now needs a 5.86 to jump up into second place. Duta up and riding. Nice snap there. That gets a little bit more critical. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck.
And I guess, that's just a little bit of experience in their surfing, and their skill set is showing between Eki and Duta versus Tommy and Harry. Harry's got the 2 best scores for a reason. He's really digging it hard and really creating his own speed and power. The other 2, although they're surfing well, and Eki surfed well on his last wave, they're just not in the same sort of class, I guess, at this stage of both red and blue. They're not far behind, but this is where they can learn and garnish some little coaching tips. This is Eki's last wave. I really liked it. I thought he found a ripper of a wave.
Yeah, it was a really good wave. Nice surfing, throwing heaps of spray. Maybe lacking like a second good critical turn. Maybe that's where it locked in at that 4. But, really, he's a strong surfer. And he looks really confident on his feet for sure.
And the judges, I suppose, are comparing that against what Harry's done. So they've got to go, all right, well, under Harry's, because Harry's kind of, really, really looking quite strong and doing the sort of surfing the judges love. And Ecky's a little under that, so hence the 4-point ride. Either way, he's still in with a shot, needs a high 5, and the other fella, Duta, needs a mid-6.
Yeah, decent scores required for 3rd and 4th. 2 waves for Harry O'Brien, a 6.5 and a 5.67 from Lennox Head, the famous right point, and he's just showing us how it's done on his backhand out here right now as well. He's looking really solid. Good way to open up his first QS heat here at the Krui Pro.
All right, so Harry is a Lennox lad. All right, good part of the world, northern New South Wales coastline, but he's here doing business in the Lampung region, Lampung province. White's on the inside. He probably has to give it up should Red get it, but Red doesn't. Red's probably going to lose priority here. He paddled really hard for that wave.
Yeah, he did. He almost scratched on, but just couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, he does. There we go. So priority is now blue. Fair enough. I mean, he tried everything to catch that wave and he just didn't get it, but he'll realise, once you commit that hard, you probably got to go, or that happens, you lose priority. Either way, he ramps straight into 2nd priority, so either way, 2 minutes to go. Harry won't be too fussed. He's looking like he's going to be a winner, unless Tommy can put together a mid-6.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy holding that first priority right now. He's in a position where he could better that 4.33 and make it harder for Eki and Dutta. So we'll see what happens in the next 90 seconds. I mean, Eki and Dutta have really shown us what it's all about in this heat, but unfortunately maybe just not on those good quality waves. Maybe the waves are a little bit smaller, hence why their scores have been capped in that 3 and 4 range, which the judging gets a little bit more critical in these QS heats. In this QS draw, you have to do a little bit more to get into the 5s and 6s.
Yep, and I guess conditions are kind of dictating that sometimes you've got to catch those just to get some sort of numbers going, but good surfers can still extract numbers, a la Harry, on those more medium-sized waves. The less experienced people do generally find it a little bit harder with less room to move. But a great job by the Australians, looking like they're going to do the 1-2. It's a matter of which way they drop. And Tommy Hinwood out of the Narrabeen area, just doing what he's been doing all heat, looking pretty cruisy. Not too fast, throws it up, a little bit of an airdrop, little sign off, he'll come in for lunch. Yep, job well done, mate. Probably see him in the next round, I guess. Being one of the early heats of this round, he might feature in those first 4 heats of the next round when we get to it. But that is pretty close to it. The Aussies taking out the 2 Indonesians.
Yeah, a pretty good heat for that second heat of the men's round of 144. It'll be Harry O'Brien and Tommy Hinwood moving on through to the men's round of 128. A pretty exciting next heat for heat number 3 of the men's round of 144. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for more action of the 2025 Krui Pro right after this.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series. We're looking at Heat 3. Those results were just flashed up on our screen. Congrats to Harry and Tommy, the 2 Aussies, through to the next round. Let's have a look at this. Jack Bassett is our surfer in red, the Australian. Isaiah Norling is another Aussie there in blue. Farhan He's a local fella that was in our trials earlier today, and I didn't catch where Japanese surfer Kai Kobayashi, yeah?
Kei Kobayashi.
Kei Kobayashi.
He lives in United States, and he originally signed in States region, but he changed to Asia region this year. So this is going to be his first year on the Asia region tour.
All right. And is he highly rated? What's his gig? I remember seeing his name a few times in draws.
He's highly rated surfer in US as well.
Okay.
Couple of wins in QS tour before, so.
Wow. All right. Well, big deal. And let's watch Farhan's very first wave. I remember calling this young man's name out yesterday in the early rounds of our sort of semi-trials event. Here is blue now. Isaiah Norling. A goofy foot. He's got a good little bit of style about him. He's picked a pretty good wave in this afternoon's conditions.
This is where the wave sends up for him and gets a finish right there. That's a nice wave to start off in this heat.
Yeah.
From surfer blue.
Yep.
Isaiah Norling.
Yep, so just some cruisy work done there by Isaiah. Did what the wave offered. Didn't have those real stand-up moments, but he just hung in there and sort of got some runs on the board, eliminating a little bit of nerves. Nice work, Isaiah.
Pretty much every surfer in this heat is first surf in this contest. So
yeah, good point. Yep, so
a little bit of nerves going around.
And as we've said throughout the commentary, hard to get waves in a free surf. So a lot of guys will be doing their best kind of feeling it out situation in rash vest on, because you can get dragged all over the place in a free surf when there's a couple of hundred dudes out there and you're all fighting for waves. You can, it's a battlefield.
So this is Kei Kobayashi up and riding. Nice strong carve off the top, but decided to quickly, kick out. That was a great decision from Kei Kobayashi. He's a very, very smart competitor, strong and very smart.
Okay, and what sort of age are we looking at for Kai?
He's still young, probably early 20.
All right.
Just graduated from a junior division, so 21, 22, 23.
All right, okay. So just no brutalness on the scoreboard. Isaiah Norling, a 3.83. Kai, just a mid-2 and a low, just under 2 points for Farhan. Jack Bassett, the other Aussie out there in red, waiting for his opportunity to impress. These are 25-minute matchups. We're at heat 3. This round has 8 heats. And then we are going to do 4 heats of our next round of 128. Wow. Yeah, so it's a big day, but
big day.
Might as well when you're starting off with these sort of numbers. On day 2 of an 8-day waiting period, you've got 144 dudes to get through, and then a whole bunch of women's surfers as well. You got to milk it. All right, so this is Isaiah's.
Really love that, lays into the big carve in the fast section, but there's a quite little bit of downtime there, and trying to waiting for the wave to send up for him, but he gets the finish. It was a great surfing from Norling. Comes in 3.83. Just like you mentioned, there's not much big, vertical big hacks. So
it wasn't his fault, just the wave. Best bit of the wave was right there at the end, the only bit that really stood up. Now, looking through the draw in this round, Daiwako, being a Japanese surfer, who can we look forward to seeing out of Japan that you might think will feature strongly in this round?
I would say heat number 8. There's 2 Japanese guys, Toi Tanaka and Keanu Kamiyama. Toi spent a lot of time in Australia. He went to high school there, and he has really stylish surfing. And Keanu now lives in US actually, and is doing his competing in US, and recently coming back to the QS tour this year. So these guys are the surfers that I will watch out.
All right. Okay. Thanks for that. I love your insight. Anyone else that might catch your eyes through the list? This guy here in the next heat is he's featuring in red. You got any stats
Keitaro Fujinuma is from Shonan. That's where I live actually. I sometimes see him in the surf. We surf together. But
Right.
he's really floating surfer. He always go out when it's like he's gonna be the first person to see in the water.
Oh,
He's
oh,
really
he's a
loves
early
surfing.
bird.
Yeah, early bird. He's traveling with his mom this time. And
We'll just watch Jack Bassett here, if you don't mind. He's got himself a chunky wave. This is one of the bigger waves we've seen for a while. Some really top to bottom attack going on here for Jack, helping himself to the first two sections. He's got a third strong section and gets out there for another whip. All right. Pretty strong surfing, I reckon, for sure the best number of this heat. Well done on finding that wave, Jack, I'm going to say. And the better number will drop shortly. They've all got a wave each. It'll be Jack Bassett that will go to first, and 17 and a bit to sort out a result. So what else has been going on your day today, mate? You've done a lot of interviews with the Japanese team, Japan, cleaning up in the juniors.
Right, I'm happy with doing a lot of Japanese surfers as an interviewer. Just love to be helping out for them because there's so much. I think there's so much to talk about for them. So I'm really happy to be here and just doing interviews, watching great actions. That's how I spend a day today.
And what about after heats? Okay, well, in 17 minutes, we'll get a result here. But in the meanwhile, we're going to throw down with Harry O'Brien and True Starling. Take it away, True.
Thank you so much, guys. Harry, an amazing start to your QS season here at the Krui Pro. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it was fun. The waves are pumping. It went a bit slow, but stoked to get a couple.
And it's your first time here in Crewy. What's been, I guess, your first observation of this place?
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I'm loving it already. Having a hell time, just getting good waves and stuff. So fun.
And navigating the slow conditions has obviously changed a lot since this morning. What was your tactics going into that heat?
I don't know. I was trying to get one early, but it went we had the restart. It was pretty slow, and then I just thought I needed to be on a good wave, so just waited it out. But it was pretty nervous at the start, waiting that long.
You have lots of friends and family back home watching, I'm sure. Would you like to say hi to anyone?
Yeah. Hey, mum and dad, all the boys, and James, if you're watching. Cheers.
Thanks so much, Harry. Back to you guys. Well done.
Thanks very much. Big lad right there. Down interviews going on in the athlete zone. I was about to get to a question with you. We'll just see if anything happens out of these lines. Quite a good wave. Looks like it's approaching. Priority sits with your boy Kay. But here is Jack's 5.33, best wave of this heat. For the first thing I noticed out of this was a really good wave.
Really clean wave as well, right?
Yeah.
He's
on again. Boom. Blasting. Jack Bassett jumping out of the blocks, feeling inspired and improve after that first effort. So a smaller wave, but actually hit the lip this time a couple of times.
Like I can notice that he pushes a little bit more than his first wave, actually. The first wave, he's more feeling it and trying to get good connection to it.
Yeah, I guess the 5.33 just took a bit of pressure off. So you're right, he got a smaller wave, but he pushed a bit harder, actually hit the lip a couple of times then. He probably had the opportunity on his first wave as well to hit the lip, but maybe the nerves he went, just bank this thing. It's such a good wave, just finish it. And he did. 5.33 is probably going to stand in his totally at the end of this heat. So it was a wise move to surf that wave the way he did, but I more like the way he surfed his second wave.
Right. But he's getting those 5.33 without the finishing maneuvers. So this 4.83 comes in for the.
Yeah, I mean, he just
red.
pushed harder. Smaller wave, but pushed harder through his moves, hit the lip. Blue gets up, gives it a pump. Isaiah Norling. I thought he was going to get barreled. Probably still could if he gets it together. Wow.
That was a really critical section to hit, but I kind of noticed that he went a little bit too late for that section.
That thing was bowling out so hard, it probably had a tube there. I'd like to see the replay. It probably had a tube there, and he probably thought, hell, I've done nothing yet, and rushed into a hit on a super bowly section that drew the error. It was such a good-looking wave that wasn't really capitalised on, and I think he maybe just lost his patience with that wave.
Right. Yeah, he could have raced down the line more so that
Probably.
he would get more like open face. But unfortunately, there's slightly error from Noling.
Or maybe slowed down and got barreled. It looked like it was kind of going top to bottom right where he was. I don't know whether he could believe what he'd paddled onto, and it only ended up producing a 0.83. Meanwhile, Farhan has gone into second with a 3.2. So the surfer in white, the local fella, I'm sure he's got his buddies on the beach, all down here watching, and in his corner. With 13 minutes to go, he's holding on to second. Isaiah probably had the opportunity to get back into second position. It's so close for that all-important second spot. But as I was going to say earlier with you, Dai, all the Japanese surfers here, and you've interviewed a lot of them today, and you watch their heats. And when you watch a heat, you kind of scrutinise it very closely. Do you throw down any tips to Team Japan to the younger crew that may not be traveling with a coach, or obvious things that you spot that you might give them a little bit of assistance with? Any of that goes on?
Not today, though.
Not today.
But I would like to do that, but still, I would rather give them a space to think by themselves than just giving them random advice that they don't need. So I just gave them a space. But if they ask me, then I would definitely love to do it.
All right.
But sometimes watching on live, like a whole heat, you can get a lot of information from the, live actions.
Yeah, well, probably no one really watches heats any closer than us sitting in here, right?
Definitely, that's true.
Yeah, 1 second. Very close. Look at that between our two dudes shooting for second spot. There's, what's that, 0.3, 0.27. 0.27 separating Farhan, the local in white, up against Isaiah Norling, the Aussie, who had a pretty good wave that he just didn't put any runs on the board. Doesn't need much. A 1-1 would do it. Your boy Kei Kobayashi, who's only had one wave, hasn't shown his best stuff yet either. He doesn't need much. Just a 2.37.
Kind of interesting that Kei hasn't got a wave yet, because normally he's the first person to get a wave in a heat. He really loves to do a quick start, but uncharacteristically, Kei's being really patient for the last 15 minutes, just waiting for the right ones. Hold on to the first priority for quite a long time. Probably try to pick a right ones. But normally, Kei is the first one to pick a wave in the heat.
So he's got a bit to live up to. 10 minutes to go. It's only
maybe little nerves going around.
He can only sort of improve, really. I mean, a 2.57, 15 minutes off a clock, not ideal. The fact that the other two boys haven't scored big has left the door open for your boy Kei. But I'm sure Isaiah has got more to show than what he has so far. He's 3.83 out of those guys shooting for second. It's the best number. But that last wave that he sort of fumbled around on a bit, real wasted opportunity for Isaiah. I'd love to see him get another wave, though. He looks like a good surfer.
Been a really quiet and slow hit for the last couple of heats, but probably we're just hitting the
low.
Dead low.
Yeah,
is that why?
Sure.
Because
when you see in front of the screen right now, folks, the water draining off. It's dark brown. That's the reef just about popping out of the water. It can, at most breaks, generally get a little lamer on the full lows. It's either side of the lows, the low dropping or the low coming up, where reefs generally love. And same here. We remember back to the finals of the Pro Juniors not so long ago, only an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. There was a lot of good set waves that came through in those heats.
It was really consistent, a lot of good waves and bigger sets coming through to the lineup. So probably we're going to see same thing happens for the next, let's say, 2 heats.
So your boy's got priority, so that's definitely going to help him. He's been pretty patient. He won't be happy with his one number. He'll be hoping in 8.5 minutes he actually gets 2 more waves, would be pretty handy.
8.5 seconds. There's still plenty of time to remaining for K to get 2 waves. Only needed 2.37, and Isaiah needing only 1.10. So it's very close in between 3 surfers right now.
Jack Bassett could easily upgrade his 2-wave total. He's got the best 2 numbers. He looks like he's a pretty quality act. His 2 waves happened within a couple of minutes of each other, so it can turn around pretty quick. Smart is what I guess the other 3 have got to be kind of running through their heads right now, going, we've had a shocker, but it can happen pretty quick. So no doubt we've seen Mirai just go back-to-back here today, which is a huge story. She's in the QS 6000 as well.
Right.
All right. Does she travel with a coach?
Oh, yes, actually. Now Omura, she's actually competing in this QS, but she is traveling with other Roxy team, Sumomo and probably Mirai together. So now could be her coach. So probably gave her some advices.
Whatever's going in her ear, it's working well.
Right.
No better act today than what Mirai Akita did.
3 of them coming here from Newcastle, actually.
Yep. All right. Okay, so they're on the Challenger already.
Well, here is...
Take us through this one, mate.
小林選手、さあ、大きなスプレーを上げながら縦のアクション、そしてここもフィンを抜きながら綺麗に前に出てきます。
Can I clap?
Well served. It was worth waiting for that one. Been waiting for like 10 minutes or so, and it got that wave.
Excellent surfing. Wow, just the blasting off the top. His wind up, you're just like, oh, what's he going to do here? And he took every bit of the top just to pieces twice on a large sucky wave. Huge number, I reckon, for K. For sure, I reckon he goes to first.
Right, 2 big hacks are really enough to get
Here's the boys.
Good scores.
Teddy, Micah, and who's the other cat in the middle? Not sure. All right, let's see if he does go to first. What would he need out of all of this? About a 7.5.
Right. 5, I would say.
I reckon the judges haven't seen a good wave for a while. Here comes 1.8. All right, which is what my thought was. That was excellent surfing, surely. That was just so sick. He did not hold back. 8.17.
Wow,
Thank you very much, judges. Into first. K.
Straight into
Your
the
boy sat there for a long time in last, and we're questioning his decisions, and he goes, boys, check this out. Boom. So sick.
But he did only 2.
Doesn't matter.
2 turns.
That's
so
all you got to do.
2 turns enough to get excellent
wave.
score. This is an indicator for everyone else.
Look, his extension off the top. I'd love to see a replay of that again, if there's any chance possible, because that's some of the best surfing I've seen since Iko Watanabe teed off on his 8.6. That was just brilliant.
So there's still 5 minutes remaining in this heat, and K, there's going to be enough time to go back out and get another wave for Kei Kobayashi as well. But his Bassett up and riding, we're throwing a bucket of sprays and going to the vertical. I was better hit, but gets a connection right here through to the inside and gets a vertical again. This is turning into the great wave for Bassett, needing 5.42 to go back into the first.
All right, I lost my focus a little bit on that. I was watching something else, but I'd love to see it again. Those last 2 efforts by both green and red, really strong, consolidating those qualifying positions. A couple of the lads down there just enjoying the view and this afternoon's actions. Hey, fellas. There's 1 green bottle out already. It's only 120. And the rest of the gallery probably won't be far off.
Nice to have 1 green bottle with this heat. 6.33. Going back to first.
Yeah. All right. Pretty close now on the top of the leaderboard. So Farhan and Isaiah, I've got a little bit of work to do, and they've got to do it in a hurry because we're down to 3:40.
小
Here
林
goes
選
your boy
手、
again.
3本目のライディング、少しレールが引っかかってしまったか、これはいい波だっただけに少し悔やまれるところ。Well, that was an unusual error from Kei Kobayashi. That was good looking wave.
All right, let's have a look at Farhan here. So he sets himself up. He's got a big number he's chasing, so absolutely has to tee off. That wave does not go to plan there for Farhan. So he'll have to try and regroup. And can he get another wave in 3 minutes? We can see the next heat circling out the back. And the drone has been up there all day, bringing us the coolest water angle. I love your boy Kay, what he's done for that 817. 2 huge blasts. And then you could see him setting himself up on that last wave, but he just got clipped by a little bump that things went weird. So this fella now, he's got something to prove. Norland, he's in 4th, a 692. That was nowhere near it.
Needing a pretty big score, 692.
Ooh. Should he have waited one wave longer?
Right here
Green
is,
seems to think he should have.
Right. さあ、小林選手、この波で 3.49 を出してくると1位に戻ります。さあ、一発大きなターンを入れてしっかりとこれはメイクしてきた。It was one big turn, but if it's incomplete, then it'll be enough for the requirement, I reckon.
Yeah, I think he had his eye on the other fella that was duck diving as well. Might have thrown him off at the back end of that wave a little bit. But here goes Norling again. Oh, he's having a shocker of a heat. In reality, his last 3 waves, he doesn't have... He's now put himself in a position where he needs a big number to catch up, but he's had 3 waves that could have put him in second. Kay's only had 1 real high moment and then a couple of little fumbles. So Isaiah kind of has really dropped the ball a little bit here in this performance.
But he could regain his
Still got
first
time.
priority.
I can't completely write him off. Look, if he gets a good wave in 90 seconds and gets a 692, he's in. All right, and your boy has fumbled equally on a couple of waves as well, same as Blue, but he connected for the 813, which was a huge congrats. It was some of the best surfing I've seen since Iko's wave, right?
So the question is there going to be another opportunities for Isaiah? It's just over a minute remaining. And we are still waiting for the green and green's last wave.
Highly impressed with Kai Kobayashi. Following some replays right now. Last wave for red. Looks like this would be his 633 maybe. Yep. Nice little slow-mo tag off the top there. Had some good sections to work with. Got up there and feasted above the lip a few times using some good strong rail work. Jack Bassett at this stage looking like he's going to take it out. 25 on the clock. And this is the wave I wanted to see a second time. Everybody watch this. Oh, no, not that one. That was his wave after his 817. The wave previous was the one. But you could see that little lumpy hit. It kind of put him off balance heading into the big attack. 10 seconds. It's looked like it's going to be Australia and Japan doing the 1-2. And it is. Well done, Jack Bassett. I better go and have a chat with him. Your boy, Kai Kobayashi. I reckon he's one to watch because I reckon he's got a much better heat in him than what he just showed us. But the 817, absolute standout wave. We're going to throw to a quick break and we'll be back shortly with Heat 4. On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Bachur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Everyone, this is day number 2 of Krui Pro. Now we're 1,000 round of 144, heat number 4. This is red Keitaro Fujinuma. And we have Aiden, Doyle Duffy, Jack Regan, Sina Tanjung, and I'm Daiwako in the booth with Jada. How are you this afternoon?
I'm good. I'm excited. There are big heats ahead. Lots of surfing to be done. So tell me a little bit about what happened in the last heat. What did I miss?
Well, you missed a case 8. Excellent score. Which he is actually lives in States and he changed his region this year to Asia. He used to be in the America region.
Yeah.
But this is his first year on the Asian tour, and he is a very, very smart and strong competitor. And that 8 show how what he can do.
And why did he change his region?
I never get the chance to talk to him about it, but probably bit away.
True.
Or maybe, and then he's he was born and raised in America, but his parents are Japanese, probably, and he's competing in the Japanese tour as well. So maybe that's why.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. And you're totally right. The waves are way better in Asia, 100%. I mean, he must have been seeing both Crewy and Nias year after year, probably surfing like HB or something. So he's like, "Oh, I'm probably gonna change."
And he had a great career. He had a couple wins in a QS as well in Japan and as well as in US. So he's a very strong competitor. But because it's his first year, he's starting from the first round.
Yeah, we've all been there. But actually, sometimes it's better to start from the early rounds just so you get those heats and you start, finding your rhythm. You get to spend time surfing that wave with less people out. And speaking of surfing and starting, here is Keitaro Fujinuma.
Yes, Fujinuma. This wave comes in 4.33. Not a bad way to start this heat. He is from Shonan area. Oh, really love the big arcing curve right there. But he's from Shonan area. That's where I actually live. And sometimes I get to see him in the surf, and he's always first person to be in the water. And I believe he's traveling here with his mom this time.
Oh, so I don't think I've seen his name around this QS yet.
I think he's competing in Japanese QS in Japan, but I believe this is his first one in Indonesia. So that's why you haven't seen him name.
Yeah, exciting. This year there are so many new names and new surfers, so it's great to get to know them a little better, get to know those new faces and kind of see what the up and coming generation into the game. This is our surfer in white, Jack Regan. Just a bit of a fade turn, nice pull off, but not too much on that last one. It's a good, okay start. Not ideal, but plenty of time. We've just gone 5 minutes into the heat. It kind of looks like the waves have slowed down a little bit with the low tide.
Yeah, last couple of heats it's been really slow and quiet, so not many potential waves coming through. So 433 can get you through the round.
We even had a heat restart earlier.
Yeah,
so
we did,
just to show that it's definitely not only slowed down, but the surfers are picky now. They're like, nah, we're not going for anything unless it's perfect.
But this guy is not wasting any time. Keitaro Fujinuma.
Is he has he done the Pro Juniors around Japan?
Yes, he's done a lot of competition in Japan, so he's very strong competitor as well. He's hunting every waves, but here is Reagan up and riding again. Nice off the top, just connecting through to the inside where waves actually stand up. So gets around the corner.
Yeah, so it's kind of a little bit of a Keitaro and Jack heat right now. They're the only two surfers who really started surfing. Sinar and Aiden are, being patient, sitting at the back, waiting a little bit more. So 2 different heat tactics happening right now. We have both red and white being staying busy and moving around, trying to get those scores in, whereas Aiden and Sina are being patient, waiting for the sets, being a little bit more picky. So it's just a matter of time to see which one is going to pay off.
Right, that's true. The last heat, Kei Kobayashi was waiting for the one for about 10 minutes or so. So it turns out, he got through the last heat. So you never know until the end.
100%. I've said it a few times today. Surfing is until the last second.
Right.
Until that buzzer beats, then anything can happen.
Anything can happen, definitely.
Especially because the waves and the ocean is so unpredictable, and you never really know if there's going to be one extra wave in the set or one less. So those buzzer beaters could be the best moment of your life or the worst.
Well, either way, we love to watch that.
Yeah.
Right?
It makes it exciting. It's
Yeah.
what keeps us here. It's what keeps everyone watching. It makes sure that it's not the same.
Right.
And I think that's what really differentiates surfing from other sports, that it's not the first one to get there wins, or the first one to, get the ball or something. It's about surfing.
Really
and with that, we're going to head to Mark with the last heat winner.
Okay, I'm down here with the winner of the last heat. His name is Jack Bassett, and I don't know a lot about you, Jack. Could you give us some insight where you're from and those sort of things?
From Victoria, Australia, around the Bells Beach area. 19, first time here, so can't ask really for a better day to kick it off. But it's pretty good out there.
All right, well, first time in Crewy, so welcome to it, and congratulations on the heat win. What's the best thing so far for your trip here to Crewy?
Don't know, just traveling with all the boys. We got a couple of the boys here from Vico and a couple from the sunny coast. So loving hanging out with the boys.
All right, and welcome to, and we're creating history here, the first 6,000 ever. Have you ever done really good in QS events?
Nah, not really. Hopefully this one maybe.
Yeah, more of the same like that last heat, and I reckon you're on your way. Can I shake your hand and say all the best, Jack, for the next round? Cheers. Thanks, guys.
Like we said, new faces, new names, new stories. So it's going to be interesting now with so many of the big names out into the Challenger Series and not really going to be here or in NIAS. We're going to be seeing a big change on finals day. Usually it's always those same big names that we see over and over again, but I think now we're going to see something different.
Especially in NIAS.
Mm-hmm.
We'll probably see some new faces.
For sure.
In the finals day. But already we've seen new faces. Keitaro is one of them too. Now he's holding on to the 4.33. Just waiting for the wave to back it up.
Yeah, so the ocean, on screen, it's there's a lot of waves, but the heats have slowed down quite a bit. We're seeing a lot of patience, and it's looking like a set is rolling through. We're still waiting for Aiden and Sina to kind of start off this heat and catch their first waves. Like I said, for now, it's just been Jack and Keitaro.
Right. But on screen, I've seen a lot of waves coming through, but is it either surfers be really picky or the surf is being really slow?
So
here is Keitaro is up and riding. さあ藤沼選手2本目のライディングになります。4.33 をスコアしているところ、バックアップを上げていきたい。さあこれは大きなスペルを上げていきます。これは一発のマニューバーで演技を終えますが、バックアップになってくるでしょう。It was only one turn combo, but only needing 2.07 to go into the first. Probably he's done enough for the first place with one big turn.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's definitely got the 2. There hasn't been any real significant score. This is the last of Jack Reagan, came in at a 3.73. Beautiful, really deep bottom turn. I like how you can't even see his head when he's doing that bottom turn because of how low he is. really low center of gravity. Nicely done. Finish this one off. But yeah, as we said, no real big significant score just yet. It's been the highest of 4.33. And we haven't gone past that section. We're hoping to get the ball rolling for Aiden and Sinar. Still no waves.
Still waiting for the right ones.
So Sinar Tanjung, I see him surfing around Bali quite a bit with Varun and Bronson. So Varun Tanjung and Bronson Meidi. They're
his brother?
Yeah, that's Varun's younger brother and Bronson's too. So they're a tight group of friends, family, and it's great to see them always together and always having a great time, really pushing each other in every surf. So when Varun does something, I see Bronson and Sinar want to do better, and it just shows that you can have healthy competition with your siblings and friends, and it's gonna help you improve. And Bronson now world junior champion.
Good to have some friend like that, and I love watching the YouTube channel. Actually, it's very fun to watch.
That's true. They have a really good YouTube channel going on. So really all-rounded surfers have good content, good in contest.
Good in the air.
Yeah, good in the air, good in the barrels. I always say this. Varun has the best wave selection I've ever seen. I had a couple sessions with him out at Desert Point, and I swear to you, he was on the best waves every single time. Yeah, it's incredible. He just has a really good eye for it. And of course, Bronson, speaks for himself. And Sinar is the youngest one, but he's coming up, and I'm sure he has a great, bright future ahead of him.
Now he surfs in the QS 6000.
Yeah.
That's a big step.
He had a great junior heat yesterday, and today, unfortunately, just got knocked off. But he's every year that he does these contests, I really see a huge improvement. And I see him training really hard for it.
Right.
So it's great to see. I'm sure all the families watching. So big shout out to you guys. Big part of Indonesian surfing.
Right.
Yeah.
So true. Big family. It's been almost 15 minutes, but not decent wave for green and blue. Still waiting for the right ones.
Yeah, we're just about to reach the 11-minute mark, and Sinar got a 0.5. Aiden's still sitting down on 2 zeros. Hasn't stood up just yet. He's being pretty particular about which waves he wants to catch. Don't know if maybe these are nerves or he's just trying to heat tactic.
Right.
Could go either way. Hopefully the nerves don't start kicking in. He seems like he's seen something. And will this be Aiden Doyle Duffy now?
Here is the very first wave from Aiden. Nice off the top. Nice off the curve. Right into it. Really love the third section. Throwing buckets of sprays and straight into float to finish. But unfortunately went down. But it was a great wave for Aiden.
Yep, so Aiden finally took off 15 minutes into the heat. This is your man now, Keitaro.
藤沼選手さ、こちらの波でバックアップを上げていきたいところ、さっきのセクションへ走っていきます。ここからしっかりと切り立ってきたところに当てていく。1発、2発、そしてしっかりと前に出てきます。これはいいライディングになりました。バックアップの 3.23 は超えてきそうな、そんなライディングでした。残り時間10分を切っています。Another great surfing from Keitaro. Again, but I'm just curious what Blue's gonna get for the last of exchange.
Yep, so for now, looking for 6.4, but he is sitting on nothing, literally. So after that, I'm sure that requirement is going to drop. He has just over 9 minutes to get back into this heat and pass into the next round. We will be finishing the round of 144 today, which is a total of 8 heats. And after that, we're going to go straight to the round of 128. But we're only going to be doing the first 4 heats of the round. This is now Sinar. Beautiful first turn. Sets it up straight for that second one. This wave, an insider, but has a really nice wall to it. Wraps it around, giving the judges a variety. A lot of spray out the back. Sinar not rushing his turns. Calm, cool, collected style. Right behind him, we see Jack Reagan falling off on 1.
Well, that was a smart, wave selection from Sina. It was an inside runners, but still, breaking along the reef perfectly, and he puts a couple of turns in, major turns. So it's gonna be his best score, that's for sure. But we're still waiting for the last of red and white and green.
So scores for all 4 surfers.
Right.
Hopefully after this exchange, we're going to see a bit of a change in the leaderboard. Going to have a solid idea of what sort of requirements everyone needs. So there it is. Aiden's first waves comes in at a 4.17. That's the second best wave of this heat, right behind Keitaro. Still waiting for scores for Jack, Keitaro, and Sinar. I'm sure there's going to be a bit of a change here in requirements and positioning. So just 7.5 left. There we have our Krui Pro setup right there, where you see the red roof that says Enjoy Crewy is the athletes area. And right besides that on your right is the judges tower. So beautiful setup here. You can just see all the reef, and that's exactly why we're all here, not only for the waves, but the beauty of this place.
But now Fujinuma Keitaro, having a look at this, decided to not to go. But last wave from red comes in 4.60. Extend his lead over white. So this is Aiden's 4.17. Setting up all the turns really great, and really love this third turn. Well, here is 篠間選手、大きなエンドセクションしっかりと決めてきました。
Oh,
that was a great, quick, tight turns.
And this is Aiden right behind him. So finally some live action, guys. We're seeing some sets come through, and those waves are looking way better than what we've been seeing in this heat.
Finally, the waves started to coming in for all the surfers. Just over 6 minutes remaining. And finally, Aiden got 2 waves. Blue now need 2.33 to go into the second, and then Sina needing 3.77 to go into the second. So not big scores needed for them to go into the second, but time is ticking in this heat.
Yep, so we are about to reach the 5-minute mark of this heat, and I'm sure Aiden will be backing up that 4.17 pretty nicely. Needs a 3.33 to go into an advancing position. Keitaro, we didn't see the first part of his wave, but the ending was absolutely beautiful. Right. He finished and closed that wave really nicely. So I'm pretty sure if he was in that same flow in the first part of the wave, he's going to be having a pretty decent score on the board. So we reached the 5-minute mark. This is when things start to get pretty critical.
Wow, last of red comes in 7.00. That is a great score. He's extending his lead 7 and backs it up with 4.60.
That is super well done for Keitaro Fujinuma. He's increasing his lead. Here is the replay.
Wow, that was a really deep bottom sand off the top and quickly finishing off strong. That was a really hard section to hit, but managed to get a strong finish from Keitaro Fujinuma.
And there we have the last of blue as well. Our man finally started his heat. A 4.17 and a 4.60 came in his last wave. He is now in second. He has priority with just under 4 minutes left. He finally got his heat started.
Right. He's been waiting for those waves for almost like 15 minutes. And now he's in second place with only two wave ridden. That's a great heat strategy.
I don't know if great, but it's working.
Right.
I would be so nervous if I was him
Definitely.
right now. Well, now he's comfortable, but I think maybe 5 minutes ago he was not feeling good. He was probably like, I
Right.
need to catch a wave. Or maybe you're right. Maybe it was all part of the
Maybe.
strategy.
Not
guess-
too sure, but
Yeah.
I hope it was his plan.
Yeah.
To waiting for the right ones.
That's the beauty of
Right.
competition. Everyone approaches it differently.
Yes. But doesn't like he's nervous at all on this wave. He pushes so much and throw a lot of sprays. Managed to get couple turns in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to connect through to the inside.
Yep. So we are about just past the 3-minute mark of this heat. It is Keitaro in first and Aiden in second. This is the current heat leader.
藤沼選手、先ほどのライディングで 7.0 をマークし、現在第1位、この波で 4.60 を超えていきたい。その中で大きな2発をまたしっかりと決めてきました。これが 4.60 以上でその差を広げていきます。That's a well served from Keitaro. Two big turn combo.
Yep, you're totally right. 2 turns. Will it be better than a 4.60? I guess.
So it's gonna be close, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's gonna be better than 7.00. That's for sure.
Oh, no way. That 7 had a beautiful finishing.
Right.
Super critical. He showed the judges, I finished this. He was low. His arms extended out wide. So it was really well done from Keitaro Fujinuma. Our man from, where was he from?
Shonan.
Shonan.
It's an hour drive from Tokyo area to the west coast. It's kind of similar to Gold Coast area,
Mm-hmm.
where all the main Japanese surf industries are, and we have a lot of unique culture, skateboarding, surfing, and music as well. It's a great place to
Do you guys have many QS events around Shonan?
Used to be. We used to have one big event in Shonan area, but not anymore, unfortunately.
Hopefully we can bring it back.
Yes.
All right, we're reaching the last minute. So Keitaro's last one didn't go into his top 2, but he still is in first. It is Aiden Doyle in second. Now, all eyes on Reagan and Sinar Tanjung. They're gonna be hoping to catch one last wave. They don't need massive scores.
Wow.
A 5 and a 6.14. Incredible surfers, so they know they can do it.
But that was one of the biggest sets coming through in this heat.
And we're about to count this one down. Last 20 seconds, and it's looking like everyone got kind of swept through from this set. And I don't think we're going to be seeing a big change in the leaderboard. Our man Jack Reagan, one last chance. Needs a 5. I think by his body language, you can see that this
Right.
wave might not possibly be it. But we'll follow with it until he finishes it off. And with that, I think we're going to head off for a quick break before we start off the next heat.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life.
Welcome back to the Krui Pro. We are officially onto the QS. This is of 144 Heat 5. Welcome back into the booth, True Starling.
Thank you, Giada. Yeah, it's nice to be back. It seems like it was a little slow in that last heat.
Most definitely, we have seen it slow down a little bit with this low tide. We haven't seen that many like those big scores that we saw earlier. But talking about surfing, this is our man in red. A beautiful start. Nice top turn. Huge fan of spray. This is Teddy Billy. Surfed a junior. Unfortunately, didn't have a great run, but this is him for the comeback. Tries to finish this one off. Will he land it? Unfortunately, just goes over the handlebars. But a good start.
Yeah, really nice way to start off his campaign in this heat. Unfortunate to not get the finish, but that sometimes happens. He has plenty of time to tidy that up in the next 23 and a half minutes. He's taking on Jaden Wilcoxon, Mohammed Sobari, and also Jenny out there as well. So it's going to be an exciting heat for heat number 5. There's 8 heats in this round, and then we'll finish the day off with the first 4 heats of the men's round of 124.
Yep, that's exactly right, which means that tomorrow is going to be a pretty big day. There are a total of 16 heats in the round of 128.
Wow.
I think there are still so many rounds of men's that we would probably go into another round of the of the men's tomorrow straight after. But I don't call the shots. I just call the waves.
Yeah. Well, Mohammed Sabari up and into his first wave. Couple of nice carves. He's got a really good pace right now. Oh, just a little slip up there, but recovered pretty quickly. Looks like this one might actually stand up for him on the inside. He's going to gain a bit more speed, floats that section, hoping he can get a little bit more critical on this wave. He's got a good-looking section here to end this wave. And wow, does well to ride out. That was a pretty well-ridden wave there for Mohammed.
Yeah, that was really well done. He kind of disappeared behind the whitewash on that last part, and I was like not sure if he was going to make it out, but he did. So really nicely done from our man Mohammed Sabari. I don't remember seeing his name in the juniors, so he must be first time surfing in this contest. Teddy's first wave of 4.33. I'm sure if he finished that wave off, that would have definitely gone into the 5s and increased his lead a little bit. Still waves to be ridden for Jaden Wilcoxon and Jenny. We'll just call him Jenny. So, Jaden, part of the Kandui crew, was in the Pro Junior the first yesterday and this morning. Unfortunately, wasn't able to get past his heat, but he did an incredible job nonetheless. I'm sure his whole Kandui family was out there not only watching him here, but I'm sure they were watching him at the resort. So a huge shout out to everyone at Kandui Resort. I missed you guys. This is the replay of Teddy Billy's first wave. This came in at a 4.33. Really well done. A little bit repetitive, I think, on the first 3 waves. But if he finished that, that would have definitely gone into the 5s range.
Yeah, he was almost on his way, maybe just going down that wave a little bit straight-legged, I think. But great attack, great approach for Teddy, 4.33. And waiting for this wave. Here we go. That is Teddy up and into his second one. Locks into that end section, but once again, it's just catching him off guard a little bit. I was actually bumped into Caleb Tancred just before, and I was like, oh, congrats on your heat. He's like, yeah, and he goes, I got a little bit too excited. I was just catching heaps of waves by the end. I was like, yeah, I kind of noticed that. And he's like, yeah, and he goes, I haven't really had that many waves in the free surf, so I was just taking the opportunity to just keep catching waves out there. I was like, yeah, well, you got to do what you got to do.
100%, and I think he's totally right. These first few heats are a good way to kind of get those rounds in, get those surfs in, and it gives these guys an opportunity to really get to know this wave when there's no one around.
Yeah, definitely. It's good fun, and to be able to surf perfect waves, pretty much perfect waves with 3 other people out is pretty ideal. It's very luxurious, that's for sure. And that first score for Mohammed just locked in a 4.17. So he has started this heat off well. It is Jaden and Jenny that are yet to open up their accounts. but looks like there might be a line rolling through, and I think Jaden is trying to see if he can get in position. But this is a replay of that last wave of Muhammad.
Yep, this is the 417. So nice looking wave. He wasn't rushing through. Oh, it looks like he got a little bump there.
Yeah.
So awkward on the bomb turn. But this is now Jenny on screen. Tries to get around that section, just closes off on him, wants to finish it off. Unfortunately, it falls off on that one. Not a great start, but good.
Oh, Muhammad loads up off the bottom, really draws out that bottom turn, but can't quite get that finish, unfortunately. But really good approach for Muhammad Sabari. And
so from that, we're going to head over to Daiwako and the winner of the last heat.
通過をして次のラウンドへと駒を進めました藤沼慶太郎選手に来ていただいています。ヒートを振り返ってみていかがですか？
すごい緊張しました。
なぜ緊張したんですか
？7年ぶりの海外の QS と昨日波大きかったから今まで乗ったことない510なんか乗って全然動かなくていつもこの板乗ってていきなり切り替えて乗れるかなってちょっと不安だった。
He was very nervous before the seat and in his seats because it's been 7 years since the last QS in overseas. So it was heart beating and he was so nervous, but he's very happy with the waves that he got. その中でたくさん波乗っていましたが、ヒートプラン通りに行きましたか？
もう前のヒート今回見ててあんま来てなかったからいっぱい乗ろうと思いました。
He knew that the waves would be really slow and inconsistent, so his plan was to just get as many as he can, and that's exactly what he did. And now he's doing a post-heat interview with me. では最後にたくさんの方が見てくれていると思うのでメッセージの方お願いします。
今リーフブレイク大好きでその中でサーフィンできてすごい楽しくて、数少ない僕好きのファンの方、次も頑張ります。ありがとうございます。
次も頑張ってください。ありがとうございました。Back to you guys in the booth.
Great to get some insight on Keitaro Fujinama. It was a super slow heat, but he got a 7 under his belt, which was really, really well done. Second to him was Aiden Doyle Duffy, who only caught 2 waves, but he did get into second spot. It took him almost 15 minutes to catch the first one and 20 minutes to catch the second one.
Wow, that is crazy. It seems like it's, slowing up a little bit. Maybe getting a little bit onshore. It's still pretty clean, but it looks like there's slowly a little bit of wind coming up. I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading too far into it, but this is a replay of the 277 of Teddy. Oh, unfortunate to not make that last turn.
Yeah, I feel like he could get to that last turn just a little bit earlier, so he gets to ride out of it instead of so late. If he goes later and he manages to land one of those turns, the score is going to be way higher. But so early in the contest, I would just play it safe and try to get those scores in. You don't want to be risking it now.
No, definitely not. Especially, when you have the likes of Jaden, Muhammad, and Jenny right now. To be able to lock down the lead with 2 healthy scores, which he definitely had the opportunity to get, would be the smart heat surfing to do. But with 15 and a half minutes to go, he's going to had a little look at this one, but doesn't quite like it. It's a smaller wave, doesn't offer too much. So we're about 10 minutes down in this heat. Up next is heat number 6. There's Haruta Mariyuma, Taj Simon, Sanjay Selvamani, and Alexander Lipinski is going to be out there as well. So that's going to be heat number 6 for the men's round of 144. Got some pretty huge names. Toi Tanaka, Jesse Ferguson. We've already seen quite a few. Tommy and Hinwood, Harry O'Brien, they made their heat. Caleb Tancred putting on a show to start off the round. Yeah, there's going to be some really good heats coming up, especially for the last 4 heats of the day. they're shaping up to be pretty good.
Yep, and as we get deeper into this conversation, deeper into this contest, we will be seeing some huge names come through. I've said quite a few times, it's going to be interesting to see how, with the Challenger Series so close, a lot of the big names didn't show up this year and won't be showing up to NIAS as well. So we're going to be seeing some new names in finals day. I'm pretty excited.
Yeah. Is there anyone in your opinion that you're like, oh yeah, definitely keep an eye out for these people?
Well, I would like to say Bronson Mady and Vang Tanjung.
Mm-hmm.
Kian Martin for sure. Some other names that I'm just taking a look at right now. I have faith in Caleb Tancred.
Yep.
He could be one of the guys that, starts first heat, first round, and makes it to the finals.
Yeah. Surfs his way through.
Yeah.
Just carries the momentum.
It's like an ISA type of vibe.
Yeah.
500 heats.
It's a marathon, not a sprint.
100%. And especially that 7 that he caught was incredible. So, yeah. Caleb Tancred could be one. I think for now, looking at these early heats, those are some names I would say.
Yeah, they're shaping up to be some pretty good heats. There's lots going on.
I saw Tully Wiley yesterday in the water as well.
Yeah.
He could be a contender for finals day.
Oscar Berry, for me, I love his backhand. Yeah. Reef Hazelwood.
We're practically naming the whole QS at this point.
Literally. It's good though. I mean, it just shows the depth of talent that 100%. We have. It's
although you have the seeded rounds too.
Oh yeah, you want to have a little sneak peek?
Yeah, I'm excited. This is what's to come.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. Some really good surfers coming up. And even in the women as well. It's going to be exciting. Got some new faces, also some faces that we've seen around for a while. I saw Philippa Anderson and Paige Harrop over at Leafy's. They were just, enjoying watching the surfing in the aircon room, although it was actually pretty warm in there still. But yeah, there's going to be some good surfing throughout the event.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty warm out here. Even the ACs aren't working. So everyone is trying to keep cool. But it's funny, as the contest goes on, you start seeing faces that you're like, I haven't seen you yet, and I haven't seen you around either.
Yeah.
People you haven't seen just like start crawling out of the caves.
Yeah, they just pop up and you're like, oh, hello, where have you been? They're just, I've been surfing Mandiri because I can't deal with that, And, this is, like, we've seen this event the last 3 years. So everyone would have been coming here 3 years pretty much back to back. So they know this wave pretty well, right? So I think they have that confidence in their landmarks, in where to sit, and what waves to catch. So sometimes it's nice to come here and go surf somewhere else to just get a little bit of rhythm in and just get that timing in your surfing.
Yeah, 100%. You're right. And this isn't a beach break. This wave is always the same. So every year you come here, this wave is going to be exactly the way you left it last year, and your landmark is going to be the same as well, unless it's a tree or something that's fell.
Yeah.
So you're totally right. It's nice to have that consistency.
Yeah, definitely. That I guess faith in where you're at and what's going on. And Jenny, he's got that 1.6 already in his scoreline. He's trying to get a 3.38 to go up to second place. Gets a second turn in. Another nice carve. Driving through a third turn. You can see him just really eyeing the sections out behind him. It looks like Muhammad gets a nice carve to start off, and he kicks out, and there's a few lines coming through out the back. Looks like Teddy was thinking about it, but doesn't like the look of this one with 10 minutes to go. So scores come through for Muhammad and Jenny, but Jaden Wilcoxon is still sitting with priority, yet to take off on a wave.
Yep, he's being patient. It's strange from Jaden because usually he catches 500 waves a session. Every time I'm surfing with him out at Mentwise, I feel like he's constantly on a wave. But hopefully he starts his heat off nicely. He's sitting with priority, just under 10 minutes. That's plenty of time to get 2 waves. Hopefully we'll see him do that. Actually, going back to what we were saying earlier, and I know you guys are really good friends. Yesterday, I was surprised to see Leilani here.
Yeah. Lei came over here. So she was obviously in the Newcastle Challenger Series, and she was going to stay at my place for a month in Oz, and then I got asked to come over here to Crewy and Nias, and I couldn't say no. So she's like, and we actually did plan on going over to Indo together. So she's like, well, why don't I just come over? She's a previous winner of the event, and she's just started training with Adam Dufner, Duffy, who's also over here as well. So she was like, I'll just take the opportunity to train and surf more heats and feel a little bit more comfortable in the Rashi. So yeah, I think
smart move.
Yeah.
So is she flying straight to South Africa? Is it after this?
South Africa is really close to Nias, so she's actually going to go back to Oz after this event, go and hang out with my sister Jessie, spend a bit of time in Oz, and she also trains in the gym with Jared Datiri, so she'll go over to JDT and do some strength training there, and then head over to Bolito on the 25th or something.
Wow.
Yeah, well, super exciting.
Yeah, that is very cool.
She was like, I want to go to Indo. And I was like, well, I have to go to Crewy. I'm really sorry. And she's like, can I come? And I was like, if you get in the event, like 100%.
I mean,
over.
even if she didn't make it into the event, I think it would have been worth coming here anyway. There's so many waves all along the coast that you can just grab your car or motorbike and find your own spot. And it's a perfect training ground. There's rights, lefts, beach breaks, reef breaks, everything.
It's so awesome. There's so much going on. And there we go. Jaden Wilcoxon up on his first wave, using the priority with 8 minutes to go. He was patient. He wants to go big. Nice connection there. That was a huge turn. Looking really confident on his feet. And wow. Jaden is just driving through another nice connection as he kicks out. What a great way to start off the heat. And how's the composure?
Yeah, really, really well done from Jaden, showing a lot of competitive maturity and improvement in his competition surfing. He really held his act together, waited a long time for that wave, and it was really well done. I love that second turn, so much spray out the back. He's definitely one of the youngest competitors in this QS event, so that's a big, big move for Jaden. He needs a 6.07 to go into an advancing position. I think it might not be the score, but it's definitely going to be chipping away at what he needs.
Yeah, for sure. It might even give him the opportunity to pick up a small inside one. It looks like it locks in at a 3.83. So at this point, he only needs a 2.25 to get to second, and he could find one of those smaller inside ones, go to town on it, and really challenge for that score.
So here's a replay of that last one of Jaden. Came in at 3.83. Good first turn, kind of high lines this one. And then this is probably the turn of this wave. Boom, goes upside down, manages to stick through, finishes this one off. This wave kind of tapers off a little bit for him. So just these two cutbacks to get those little extra points, but pulls off. So really well done for Jaden Wilcoxon.
Yeah, well surfed wave. I mean, he waited a really long time for that one, and he did well to convert on it. It's a 3.83. He only needs that 2.25 now, as I said, and I just feel like even though it was a smaller score, it just seemed like he was feeling really confident in himself and his surfing. So it was great to see that. He unfortunately got knocked out in his first heat in the Pro Junior, which I'm sure he would have taken a lot of lessons from.
100%, and he's so young. He has still so many years of the Pro Junior and the QS left, especially having been born, raised in Mentawai. He's used to these reef breaks. He's comfortable out here. He's not afraid to show his capability.
Yeah, it's exciting. And is this his first ever QS? Do you know?
No, I'm pretty sure last year was probably their first time coming over to do Crewy and Nias. If I'm not wrong, I think it was last year, yeah, or maybe the year before. No, I'm pretty sure last year. I'm gonna go ask them later again. But yeah, they came as a team. They are mostly in it for fun. Yeah, they're all so young. It's just to get some heats in, just to get that opportunity to learn a little bit from all these big names as well. Everyone comes to do Crewy and Nias, so they learn so much just from being here and watching heats. And getting to surf some incredible waves. I saw Dylan, his older brother, drop some clips from, I think it must have been Honey Smacks not long ago, and it was a crazy barrel. Dylan is one of the most talented surfers I've ever seen.
Wow.
Yeah, especially when it comes to like big barreling waves. He's just so comfortable. He gets barreled sitting down, standing up, switch foot, whichever way.
Yeah.
You name it,
Whatever
he can do
he's
it.
feeling
Yeah.
at that point.
So I'm sure Jaden is following closely behind, and their younger sister Alan as well. And like I was telling Dad, like with them surfing together all the time, there's a little bit of competition between each other. So obviously with that, everyone improves and everyone wants to be better than the other. So it's going to be an exciting future for all of them.
Yeah, it's exciting to see the next generation rising through, especially just trying their luck in the QS and seeing what happens. I mean, as you said, Jaden is quite young and he has so many years ahead of him. So it's moments like this where, you know, he can just take the lessons from it, win, lose, or draw, which is super exciting. And with 3.5 minutes to go, he only needs a 2.25. Jenny has that 2.83. He needs a 3.25. We saw him do some really good surfing, but maybe just on small waves. And I was saying to Mark, I think a little bit earlier, the scale has lifted. We're in the QS now, you know, and you got to surf these waves a little bit differently. You got to increase the intensity, the power, the way that you want to surf the wave to get those better scores, you know. And it's a good challenge for all these surfers, especially if they're just graduating from the juniors.
Yep, 100%. And most of the round one surfers are surfers that were in the junior as well. So, you know, those nerves won't be as high maybe if they didn't surf the juniors beforehand. So it's you're totally right. I agree. It's raised a lot, and they're gonna feel it for sure. Something that must have felt like an 8 in the Pro Junior is probably gonna be a 4 in the QS.
Yeah, definitely. It's asking a lot more for sure, and yeah, you can really see the difference between people who've been on the QS for a little while, understand the scoring, as opposed to athletes who have just, you know, walked up to the QS and they're like, you know, figuring it out as they go. So yeah, I'm excited to see some new faces in the draw here. But with 2 minutes to go, Teddy is out in front with that 4.33 and a 2.77. Mohammed has that 4.17 and a 1.9, sitting in second. Jenny with a 2.83 and a 1.6. Needing a 3.25 to go to second, so not a big score. And Jaden looking for that 2.25. His first wave was a 3.83, but with 90 seconds to go, it's the time that is the enemy right now.
100%. Time is definitely against Jenny and Jaden right now. So they're going to want to start getting some waves under their belt. Is now out the back, Jaden Wilcoxon, but he has fourth priority. Sorry, this is Jenny. He has third priority. So if Teddy or Mohammed want this one, no, it's looking like it's a bit of a fatter wave. He's going to weave through this one. Some nice cutbacks here, but definitely nothing too significant. Out the back is Jaden, but it's looking like Mohammed is going to be cashing in his priority. Let's see. And he does. It's a whole priority situation.
Yeah, wow, that was crazy. Teddy actually had the first priority then, so he uses it. Oh, huge surfing.
That was a smart move from Teddy. With 30 seconds left, he wants to get rid of that 2.77 and make sure that none of the others improve their scoreline. So really smart surfing from Teddy. And with that, just a few scores to come in for all four surfers, but I don't think it's going to be anything too significant. Maybe Teddy going to be improving his 2.77. We have Mohammed Sobari one last round before this heat ends. This is actually a really good wave. Let's see if he manages to do something exciting on the inside. And he does finish it off really nicely. So we might have a change in the leaderboard. I'm not too sure. with that, I think we're going to head off for a quick break and see you guys in the next heat.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
Krui Pro, we have moved into the QS and we are about to start heat number 6 of the men's round of 144. We are actually still waiting on scores from that last heat, heat number 5. That last wave of Jenny was a 2.23, so it was not the score that he was looking for, but we are still waiting on scores for Teddy, Jaden and Mohammed. Jaden's last wave was a 3.03. That takes him up into second place. Mohammed now needs a 2.69. We'll see if that's the score that he's looking for. He got a pretty good looking wave. And Teddy, I feel like he's going to better that 2.77. So we are still waiting on those scores to round out heat number 5. Before we start heat 6, Teddy's last wave locked in at a 6. So he extends his lead. He also has a 4.33. And Mark Clift is joining me in the booth to take me through heat number 6. And its conditions have changed a little bit. It's gotten a little bit slower.
I was going to say, looking at these numbers, well, kind of lowish. So was there not a lot of opportunity in that heat, or did they miss waves?
There wasn't really much opportunity, unfortunately. It was a little bit slow. But, you know, such is life.
Yep, just got to deal with it, right?
Yeah, exactly. It looks...
Jaden's still, I don't know, I didn't see his last wave. A 4.64 would push Mohammed Sabari temporarily in second. So heat 6 has not started, folks. Boy, the judges must be having a tough time with this one. It's not often it takes this long into, you know, after a heat finishes to get a result.
Yeah, well, it looks like last of blue is...
A throwaway number for Jenny, yeah. All right.
For Jaden, yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to be the 4.64 that he is looking for, unless he has one more score to lock in. No, that's it. So it's Teddy taking out that heat, Mohammed coming in second, and those two moving on through to the men's round of 128, 126.
128,
128, wow. But heat number 6, we are going to see Haruta Mariuma, Taj Simon, Sanjay Selvamani, and Alexander Lipinski.
Lipinski, okay.
So that is going to be heat 6.
Well, finally we get underway with heat 6. So let's see if these four can make a bit more sense of the lineup and give us a few highlights. I've just been outside. It's pretty low tide out there. I imagine that's what's maybe having the biggest effect on wave counts and wave quality. Yeah, it does look pretty tough.
Yeah, it's tough out there for sure, that consistency. Wow. But here we go. Taj Simon from the Wollongong area. Nice first connection. Gets that second turn in. He's got a beautiful pace right now. He's not trying to force it. Looking smooth on rail. Another nice carve. Looking to really get vertical at one of these next turns. Loads up here. Nice connection for Taj Simon. He's surfing with heaps of speed as he tags it once again. Yeah, that was a really well-surfed wave for Taj. And out behind him is Sanjay Selvamani, Mark.
All right, so let's see what he can string together. This wave's sort of running away from him. It's really pushing out into the channel. A big, meaty end section. Meets it head on, but doesn't come off first best with that exchange. With the section, but Taj Simon, right on cue, as you were saying, he's waiting for something steep. He found it right then, banged it with a big hit to finish. without seeing that last heat, I'd imagine that's a pretty good number.
Yeah, it was a decent score. It was a really good-looking wave as well. And someone who did pretty well with what he had was Teddy, and he is over there with Giada Lagarde. Well, we actually might go with this live action. Sorry, guys. We have Haruta up and riding on this one. A couple of nice backside carves. Unfortunately, just digging a little bit of rail. So while we have a break... Oh, we have a lot of surfing going on right now. The ocean is just alive. That looks like Alexander Lipinski getting his first wave in heat number 6.
Oops, big end section coming up.
Ooh, tags it there. Does a really good job hitting it early.
So we're owed 4 scores, so that wasn't bad. And what we're trying to do is throw down to our interview, post-heat interview with Teddy and Giada. Go for it, G.
All right, guys. I'm here with Teddy, the winner of the last heat. That was kind of a slow heat you guys had. What were your nerves like? What was your strategy? And did you have to change anything?
Yeah, I just wanted to get active, catch a lot of waves. I had a shocker junior heat where I just didn't really take off. So I wanted to do the opposite of that and just surf as many waves as I could. And that's what I did. I caught first 2 waves in the first, I think, 2-3 minutes. And yeah, that got the ball rolling for me.
So your board is looking really good under your feet. Can you talk us a little bit about it?
Yeah, shout out to the guys, Channel Islands, Surfboards, Bali, back at home. Magic right here, Fever, 6-0. Yeah, I feel super comfortable on this board. And yeah, thank you to Channel Islands.
So leading up to this event, what have you been training on, where, and what have you really been working on?
I've been training a lot. I had a bit of an injury. And yeah, just been trying different types of boards, new models, new fins. Just recently got sponsored by Shapers. And yeah, I got some Magic fins dialed in thanks to him. And yeah, feeling good. Equipment feels good and body feels good.
All right. It sounds like you have a lot of support. I'm sure there's a couple of things you'd like to say to everyone back at home.
Yeah, my mom, my dad, everyone back at home, my sponsors. Yeah, whoever's watching, thank you guys.
All right, back to you guys in the booth. Congratulations.
Teddy Billy there. He's about a foot taller than the last time I saw him. So whatever mum and dad are feeding him there, you're on the right program.
Let me know.
Yeah, the fella is going through the roof, literally. Let's have a look at Haruta here, his second wave. His first number has just dropped in at a 3.67. So at least we're off to a kind of substantial start in this heat. We've got a 6 for Simon in the blue. This fella's second wave here, he's looking for some steepness right here. Boom, big float grind across the lip, coping of that thing, holds on for all he's worth and does get credit for that end move, I reckon. It was pretty well done.
Yeah, that was a well-surfed wave for Haruta. Backing up that 3.67 beautifully, really. Still waiting on that first score of Alexander Lipinski as well. Sanjay getting a 2.57. 20 minutes to go. This heat has been a little bit more lively than the last one.
Pretty good start for me. Everybody's got something they could, at least loosen up on and get some wax on the feet. No one really had a shocker. We've even got a 2-1 in for Alexander. Sanjay with a 2.57. The 6, the highlight of this one, and not a bad little back up there, 3.67 with a wave to come for Haruta. So, yeah, maybe we've turned the corner of the low tide.
Yeah.
It is 2:30, so I imagine it's going to start pushing in, which is a good thing because that's kind of when it really starts to ramp up again.
Yeah, definitely bring it on, and hopefully we can see some more conditions like we saw this morning. It was pristine, so clean, and some really, really good waves coming through, but it's still so fun out there right now. That last score of Haruta locked in at a 4.23. So he goes out into the lead. He also has a 3.67, and it's Taj Simon with the best wave of the heat so far, the 6.0. He holds first priority. He's in a really good position right now.
Too. Yeah, that was a great start. Confidence builder. Really threw some good moves at that first ride. Haruta, meanwhile, he's just played the game reasonably well. He got probably 4 or 3.5 of those points off that end section with a big sort of a lip grind across the coping and did a really good job to hold on. So congrats right there. Sanjay, we got where he's from? Have we got the list there?
Yeah, it is here. So Sanjay is from India.
Another one of those Indians that have brought their act here. That's good.
Yeah. So they are over here in a big group training and surfing together. This is Taj Simon live action. Gets another nice carve in there. He's waiting to really get another critical section. Jams it in the pocket there. This wall is starting to open up a little bit more for Taj. Wow, connects beautifully and gets a completion. That was some really solid surfing from Taj Simon.
That wave just got bigger as it went, and it ended up about 2 foot bigger than what he took off on.
Yeah, what great surfing there. And
White gives it a bit of a pump and a grind now. His wave's starting to grow. So perhaps the tide is starting to push back in. There's been a lot of joy in this heat down on the end bowl so far. It seems to really be all the energy pushing down to that zone and standing up, and there's some goodness going on out there wide in sort of a caddy corner.
Yeah, there definitely is. I'm sure the caddies are being pretty loud out there. It's always a good moment when you're caddying a friend and you get the opportunity to cheer them on and yell and scream, and they can actually hear you, and then you can give them a little bit of feedback out in the water too. That's always nice to hear.
Well, the feedback from the caddies last year, mate, was it was a terrible job. It was way bigger than this. They were sitting in the strike zone down there, and they got cleaned up a lot.
Yeah, I was caddy for a few people last year. It was not fun. Can guarantee it. But you know what? When you're listening and you can hear the scores and you get to say, hey, that last wave was a 7. You're in the lead. Just go out there and stick with priority for the next 2 minutes or whatever it is. You know, it's always a good job to have. But this is Alexander Lipinski. Gets a nice carve in to start this wave off. It's a little bit of a smaller wave, but he does some really smooth surfing on it. Gets a little caught up there, but recovers well. Once again, leaning into that rail, hoping to get a vertical snap in. This wave starts to open up and he goes for it on that end turn, but just can't get the completion, unfortunately, for Alexander. But a really well surfed wave. I feel like this last one of blue is going to overtake that 6 that he's got.
It already has. A 7.5 locks in, so good call. 1.5 better. The 2 best waves, probably one of the best single scores in the last hour or so out there. Taj Simon can be quite happy with the work he's done early in this piece. He's got a substantial lead. He's picked 2 screamers, and he's just tagged every section. Has not done anything wrong so far in this heat. So 16 on the clock. I'm hoping he gets another bite of the cherry, and I'm sure he will, because it's quite entertaining what he's been doing.
Yeah, absolutely. A 6 and a 7.5 on his first 2 waves. This is that 7.5 mark.
I mean, look at the size of this wave now. All right, it's overhead, but just, and he sort of drops into this bit and starts growing, and he sort of starts his business up the top end of the wave, and he's got another good section and a huge hit where he holds on. If he falls there, it's probably only a 7 or maybe less. It was a big end bowl, and that's quite wide out in the channel. That's where you're sort of trying to cut through and get through that little zone there. So they are surfing a fair way down the reef, I've noticed, where they're sitting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely, you know, you got to shift and adapt with the tide. So like it's, you know, pretty stock standard, but it does change just a fraction.
And yesterday morning, they were sitting maybe 200 plus metres further south and taking off there. That's where, as opposed to where this heat is, and it's just due to conditions, not as consistent. Tide's all a bit weird for it now, a bit different. So it is a big takeoff area, and at times the difference from day to day is quite large. So you've just got to just try and roll with. You probably really can't come up with your heat tactics until maybe an hour or 2 before you heat, because stuff changes, right?
Yeah.
So what could be your go and starting point in the morning could look a whole lot different in the afternoon on this sort of a tide. So Taj Simon is doing it well. I'm not sure where he's from, but
Taj is from the Wollongong area, down just a couple hours south of Sydney. But he's just relocated up to the Gold Coast area.
All right. So that's why you'd be seeing him a bit. That's where you guys
grew up
parked up.
Competing with his sister Summer. Recently Just spent a little bit of time with Bodhi and Malia Simon, his younger sisters as well. So, they're such an amazing family, and I'm sure they're all watching as well, just cheering on Taj. He's putting on a show so far. They're a family of very talented surfers. It's awesome to see Taj over here in Crewy.
Cool. Well, it's 2 waves apiece. Taj Simon is the real highlight reel of this heat. So his folks, if you are listening in, your boy's killing it. And it can only go upwards from here. I'd like to see him have a crack at upgrading this 6. And while we're on the topic, a couple of shout outs to some friends that used to be here last year and the years before that aren't this time. Nathan White's just dropped me a line. Nate, Nat Bag, we miss you as well, mate. Billy Hangen, likewise. Our former production team, you guys are awesome. And we do miss you as well. Moved on to bigger and better things. Oni Anwar, Mare Joy, some of the team that aren't on the roster this year. But for those crew I've just mentioned, I salute you guys. It was so much fun to travel with the last couple of years. And we'll give you another shout out again throughout the weeks leading up to and beyond NIAS. Right, halftime in Heat 6. Our next matchup in the chute, ready to paddle out, is Raju Seren in the red, Nikita Avdeev in the blue, Agung Agung in the white, and Alzair Satria in the green. That's the sound of Heat 7.
Looking forward to it. Could be a fun heat to watch.
I think it will be, because I know Nikita's a pretty good surfer. Raju, I'm not sure whether that's Raju Sena, but it says Seren.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I did see Raju getting around. He's here. Don't know whether that's him, but find out shortly. The waves are still rolling through. Look at that thing up there. Mind surf that, gang. On any given day, that would be highly sought after, especially on our free surf sessions.
Definitely.
But the swell line's just a little bit broken up at the moment, and they're not really connecting from right up at the top of the point, was what I saw when I was watching, just when I was on my break. So most of the action is going on down here, sort of mid part of the reef towards Caddy Corner. But the big wide section has been standing up and offering a big heavy end hit.
Yeah, it definitely has. It's offering a bunch of scores on that end section there, Taj, just a quick in and out. And I feel like those, that end inside section is a moment where, you're either getting those big scores or it's like that almost made it moment, and it's such a, oh my, like, what, like you feel the emotions, you go through it with them.
I've seen so many beatings down there over the years, especially when it's bigger than this. It becomes super hard to connect with that end section. It just seems to stand up way too quick. And if you do get a hit in, to get back out in front before the whole thing drops on you is a real mission. When it's in the size it was before we started, say on the Monday, that was a bit rogue.
Yeah.
And a lot of that sort of stuff goes on when it's perhaps 2 foot, 3 foot bigger than this. So let's watch Haruta right here, wave number 3. He's already in second spot. He's looking for a massive number to win. He's got to do a mirror.
Whoa.
He's got to do a mirror and pull out a 927.
Yeah, wow. That was, I don't know if that's a 927, but that was pretty dramatic. I thought he on that last turn. He just popped up out of nowhere. I guess that's the angle that we got from that drone. I liked it. You could see that he liked it too with that stand tall. That was cool surfing.
Ooh, incoming. So it looks like there's still plenty of energy in the ocean this afternoon. I can see a 3 stack heading this way. I hope they zone right in on where the surfers are. It looks like there's a fair bit of energy up the point. So the boys start heading that way rapidly, trying to make sense of this set. I think the wave behind this could be a ripper. Priority sits with White. Sanjay, have a look, mate. Oh, he's looking anywhere but at this next swell, which might go pretty well for Taj Simon. No one else has spied this. We've got Blue beelining for the takeoff zone. I think he's found it. Take us through this one there, True.
Yeah, Taj just loads up for a carve to get that first section going. He's waiting here, patient until it stands up once again. He's looking to better that 6.5. Unfortunately, that wave's not going to do it. I think you could kind of tell from that first turn. He was just going through the motions on that wave. But last of Haruto Mariuma locks in at a 6.67.
Ooh.
So extending his situation in second. So Sanjay is chasing it. an 8.07 and Alexander an 8.7.
Yeah, they both got to go excellent. So that was a wise move by Haruta. He was chasing a low 9. He now to win, but more importantly, hold on to second. Here he goes again, just tagging this thing. Nice recovery as he free fell out of that lip. So going hard at it. It looks like he's a quality surfer. Haruta, where did we say he was from? Is he?
Haruta is from Japan, representing Japan over here, but he lives on the Gold Coast and goes to Palm Beach, Currumbin.
Special comments from Di Wacko in the background there listening in. Good on you, Di.
So goes to PBC, which has a surf program in that school, which is super cool. And this is that last wave of
love this turn.
Haruta.
Oh, no, wasn't that? Was it that one? Yeah,
667. Yeah, that was huge.
All right. Meanwhile, let's have a look at Alexander. He needs something massive. He needs a tube and a backflip. Pretty much he needs an 8.7.
Yeah, sadly that one's not going to do it for Alexander. Just under 8 minutes to go.
Tars checks his watch. Comfortable lead. He'd like to upgrade this 6 though, just to move on through with a bit more momentum into tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of today, I imagine this round will still have 12 heats hanging in the balance. So I imagine that's about where we start tomorrow morning.
I'd say so. Yeah, feel like that's bound to happen at some point for tomorrow. And 7.5 minutes to go. We've got about 6 heats left after this one, or 5 heats. 6 heats left.
Yep.
And
yep, 6 heats left.
It's exciting. It's been a bit of surfing, but the ocean has just been providing all day. And I feel like it's, it'll keep providing all week, which is going to be super exciting.
Yeah, I imagine the crew that are in heat 5 and 6 of this next round will be going, oh, you beauty, we're up first tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because the mornings have been looking
It'd be
super
nice to
good.
have a first heat.
Yeah.
Even in that first 4 to 6 heats, the morning seems like the best ones, hey.
That's been the Indo Glass that we've come to know.
Mm-hmm.
And, the waves have been really good every morning. Getting up early, having a coffee and a stretch and just watching the free surf session. Geez, it's been pretty inspiring to see the surfing that goes on this wave in the mornings. Everybody's going nuts. Huge belts have been the order of the mornings to entertain me during my morning coffee, and I've loved it. As I said earlier, True, coming from Trig Beach, I kind of get fairly impressed by good drop-ins, and I've seen a lot.
Yeah.
And yesterday afternoon there was a lot.
Yes.
Our beach is pretty hectic, which is why I say this. The boys that might be listening from home will probably have a bit of will know what I'm coming from, but it's hard to get a wave out there. Are you going to have another afternoon surf, True? Or are you going to just pull the pin on it?
I'm really in two minds right now because I feel like I need to have a little bit of redemption because yesterday was pretty dismal, if I'm going to be honest with you.
It could go either way.
It could. I know, which is why I'm also like, I don't know, because it could be worse.
Get Johnny Decker on the ski to pull you into a couple, a couple of step-offs out the back.
I might just have to paddle super deep and just hope that I can get just a fun one all the way through on the inside of
Just
everyone.
tell the boys it's happy hour on the beach and Bintang's a quarter price.
Yes.
Clear the lineup a little bit.
But we have just had a schedule update as well. We are going to be just only running heats 1 and 2 of the men's round of 128.
Ooh, Giada's stoked. That gets her off the hook. Look at her go.
Super exciting. So, we'll only see the first 2 heats of that round. Heat number 3 of the men's round of 128.
Will be the first heat tomorrow.
Yeah.
As we were just talking about. So they'll be stoked. They were thinking, oh, no, I've got to go out this glary, kind of onshore-y stuff. Damn, and they would have had their games plans together, but probably reluctantly, and now they're first up.
Yeah.
How good.
Super exciting.
They will be more pumped than Giada.
Yeah, well, maybe I will have to get out there for an afternoon surf then.
Maybe let's not tell anyone. And you
Yeah,
could just
'cause no one's
slide
gonna go out there.
slide out there and hope that memo didn't go across to all the competitors and they might think it doesn't finish for another hour.
Yeah. We'll
Could be
just
your
get
time to shine, True. Did you just
sneaky hour
organise
to
that?
ourselves.
Did you organise that?
I did. Yeah.
Well done.
That was all for me. No. Well, 4 minutes to go in this one. Taj Simon, a healthy lead with a 7.5 and a 6. He's looking really, really good right now. Haruta Maruyama, a 6.67 and a 4.23 in his scoreline. He needs a 6.84 first. And it is Sanjay Selvamani with a 2.83 and a 2.57 chasing a pretty solid score, an 8.07 to go to second. And Alexander Lipinski, 2.2 and a 2.1. Also needing a decent score, an 8.7 to go to first. What do you think an 8 or 8+ range looks out there this
probably.
afternoon?
Well, we saw what Taj Simons did on that wave that grew, and he really chipped away and did some really strong finish with a couple really strong turns to get to that point. So yeah, a little better than that, just a bowly wave, probably some heavier hits leading up to that end bowl. Either way, Sanjay and Alexander have to really leave it all out there at the moment. Sanjay does have first priority, so a little bit of credit. Has he got an 807 in his surfing? I don't know him well enough to know that. But yeah, unless something dramatic happens, it's Haruta and Taj Simon all the way, really.
Yeah, especially with 3 minutes to go. You know, it's nice when if you're needing a big score, you can kind of compartmentalize and break that up into two and be like, okay, well, the heat total that I need to rival is 10.9. I can do that with 2 5s, or a 5 and a 6, or however you want to break that down. But with 2.5 minutes to go, they're really looking to do it in one wave.
Yep. So they've got to do Iko Watanabe stuff, or Kai Kobayashi in a couple of heats ago got an 817. They're going to have to go there and really blast the top off a great wave if it comes their way. But I'm sure Taj and Haruta don't mind if the ocean goes a little sleepy. Haruta might still have a belief that he can win this. A 684 is in his ballpark, I reckon. The other two, I'm not sure. I don't know them well enough, but looking based on what I've seen, I'm not sure whether they have 8s in their skill set. Sorry, boys. A little bit harsh, maybe, but it's just being honest. 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes to go. We'll see. You can never really count them out, but Sanjay has that first priority. So he is ahead of the 8 ball right now. You know, he gets an opportunity to choose the best wave, the wave that he wants. So hopefully a set or two will roll through. But yeah, I agree with you, Mark. I think at this point it is Taj Simon and Haruta Maruyama moving on through. But with 90 seconds to go, anything can happen.
I like your positivity. Well done. Glass half full.
Yes.
True, darling.
Yes.
Beautiful. I'd like to see Sanjay get another wave, because it'll probably be the last time this week he will have first pick and first priority over the whole lineup, because it's brutal out there. I've been involved in some free surfs and watched the afternoons and have a bit of a giggle at just what it takes to get a wave out there at any normal moment. He's just hoping a set comes through and goes, just give me one more chance to sign off, surf out, instead of having a paddle in. I hope he does. 1 minute.
Yes. Yeah.
He's on the move. He's looking at something.
Yeah, he's trying to see if he can scratch into one of these smaller inside waves. I mean, he's got the opportunity here. He needs an 8.07. Is he going to claw into it? He will. So Sanjay up and riding, an 807 is his requirement. Nice first turn, gets the second one in. Good surfing, but I don't know if it's an excellent score.
He's gone out swinging. Good on him.
Yeah.
The paddling effort he put into that, that determination just to catch that wave. Sanjay did not lay down and just give up. He fought hard. For all the Indian surfers out there online and listening, keep coming to these events and learn from what you see and the mistakes that are made and the people that you like watching, and you learn and you go, right, and it's got to be inspiring to be here. Go back to India and knowing that you've given it a crack, but what you need to work on and help drag up the other Indian surfers.
Cool. Yeah, absolutely. It's exciting to watch. But yeah, it looks like it is Taj Simon and Haruta Maruyama moving on through to the men's round of 128. Don't go anywhere. We have heat number 7 of the first round of the men's. It'll be coming right up after this quick break.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. It's White screaming down the line. Agung, Agung. Great drone footage. Agung slaps it in the pocket. He's got a real good burst of speed. A nice big hit to sign off. Pretty well surfed wave. I'd like to see the whole thing again. I think when he came on and stared at the screen, he was already ripping and going down the line. So,
that was the next previous heat surfer. But really love the performance from that was surfer White Agung Agung.
Yep.
Love to watch it from beach angle.
So we've got Raju Seren. I'm not sure where he's from. Sounds like he's Indonesian. Nikita Avdev. We've got another couple of Indonesians, Agung Agung and Alzair Satria Pratama. Who's this? This is
Nikita.
Nikita.
Surfing blue, racing down the line and gets a strong finish. Can he make it?
He's been in this event before. I remember seeing him a few times in Sumbawa, surfing over the last couple of seasons. He's brought his act back to see if he can feature highly at this year's historic 6,000. There's that right-hander down by caddy corner. It's basically kind of in front of Lani's, and there's a big peak that goes on down there, particularly at 6 to 8 to 10 football we've seen the day before we started. Big wide set swing down there. There's a left off that barrels top to bottom, and there's a right that comes way back into caddy's corner that people are starting to surf these days. Dino tells me that from Lani's. He says people go out there and ride the right-hander these days. And we just saw it on the screen. It was peeling off, almost ran into Raju.
So that means it's not used to be rideable before?
It's kind of not a thing. But when it's big, you look at it and some people go out there and as a novelty moment, try and go out and surf the right. On a left point like this.
It's like a one big peak with a
big
avalanche,
big fat white
white water.
It's where you do not want to get cleaned up, but if you're in the right spot, or could maybe get a little step off of a ski or something. There's some things that go on down there that look quite favourable. Waiting on some numbers. Green's dropped to 3.5. What about you, Di? Are you going to bother with that late Arvo surf, mate?
I'll try to get a couple waves after the comp. I will try, but I don't know. I'm not sure if I can get.
So yesterday you told me you were out there patiently waiting in line, waiting for your chance.
Right.
Don't do that. Just get out there and be an animal. Dog eat dog at those free surfs, bro. You sit there and you wait for your turn. The lights will go out and you'll have to paddle in.
There's no, my turn. There's gonna be no,
take one off somebody,
right?
or brutally snake somebody.
There's gonna be a lot of drop-ins, but yep, happy to be back in the water.
Good on you, mate. I enjoy your enthusiasm and those late Arvo surfs. Here's some action we've already seen.
Right, this is Agung Agung. Nice, connecting turns. Try to connect it to the inside, building a speed towards the finish line and racing down the line. It gets the finish right here. No, not
Got
this
two
one.
good turns out of this at the end.
Really love the, arcing cut back, and it gets the finish right there.
So that was a 3.7 to kick things off. All right, fair bit of surfing involved for a 3.7, but I guess the judges just want to see surfers push harder and even admittedly watching it again, that last turn was just placed it there nicely, and the wave did most of the work rather than overpowering a section and really going crackers. So 3.7.
There's definitely few moments for that wave where you can push harder to get more scored, but it's just his first wave. So
4.83 drops in for Nikita. The best score so far. It was a nice wave, just bowls down the point, hits the reef nicely. This thing's still going. That would have been a good wave if you had picked it up from up top. Look at this bowl we're watching just on the top left of screen.
Well,
so the tide's pushing back in, Di, and we're starting to see wave counts get a little better.
Right.
And that last heat actually had some big waves that kept growing as they went, with some really big end sections where some of the biggest numbers came for Taj Simon, who I'm sure we're going to hear from shortly. But this is Raju.
Raju Serra up and riding. It's a smaller inside runners, but I think these kind of wave that you want to get for getting scores, just nice and smooth transitioning surfing from surfer red, connecting to the inside, and steeper section, throwing a lot of sprays, gets another in, and gets a finish right there. It was a great combination from surfer red, Saran.
Okay, so he's put down on our sheet as Raju Saran, but I think that's Raju Senna. I've seen he's out of Bali. He must have got a late call up into the draw. We're watching a replay of Blues 483 Nikita. Most of the numbers coming from that end hit.
Pretty much one big turn, but well rewarded.
That
big
style
turn.
of reds definitely looked like Raju Senna to me, but we'll have to see. Who's this cruiser? He's got a longer board. He throws it up. It's looking like green. Alzair. He's just in cruise mode. Yep.
Yeah, wave didn't offer too much for him, but still nice style, just cruising around.
Yep, so Alzair Pratama. I imagine he's out of this local area. He's in the draw. He's having a crack at it. Pretty cruisy style. All right. Look like he's got a slightly longer board. He's probably not one of these sponsored surfers, regular QS guys that have a quiver and all the latest brands. He looks like he's rocking a shooter that looks like it's out of cash converters or something. He's a little bit. It looked a little bit longer and a little bit more old school than what we regularly see out there with stickers all over him. But I'm sure he's having fun. He's moved in the second spot.
Getting 3.50 for the last one.
No, he only got a 193 for that. But we are going to have a chat with winner of the last heat, Taj Simon. So go for it, True.
All right, we're back. Taj, let's just go. Talk me through that 7.5.
Yeah, it was sick. Good to have a few seconds to hit, and yeah, so good having no one out there.
And it's your first heat here at the Krui Pro. How are you enjoying your time here?
Yeah, it's good. I'm just staying with Harles up the road. He's a good coach out there, Coach Caddy. Yeah, it's sick.
And I'm sure you have lots of friends and family back home watching you. Would you like to say hi or thanks to anyone?
Yeah, just my family. They're actually in Bali watching it. So yeah, hello to them, and everyone else watching. Thanks for watching.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Taj. Back to you guys.
Sweet. Thanks very much, True. Taj Simon. Looks like he was a little shy, but at least we got a few words out of him, and I'm sure the Simon clan at home are digging the fact that their boy won, and they got to hear from him, although it was not a lot of words. I'm sure it meant a lot to the Simon clan.
Looks like he had a great heat, though.
Pretty good. 7.5 and a 6.
Yeah. That is a good hit to start in the first run.
So lurking around out the back with priority, that looks like Nikita paddling over that wave in blue. Agung has top priorities out there in white. He's only got one wave. Nikita Avdev in the blue.
Nikita up and riding. It's a little bit further wave in the first section. Comes around and racing down the line. And here's a section. Goes vertical. Tags the loop nicely. And really loved the transitioning curve right there. And just quick in and out. But it was a great first and second turn. Really liked that wave.
Yeah, look, he got it together once he got going and got his speed right. Agung gives it a little bit of a heavy Larry layback slash right in the pocket. So Agung, another goofy footer. So the judges will look at those two waves. They're both goofies. I can see an obvious difference between what Nikita did and what Agung did. So they'll be debating the numbers and about to drop them. But Raju Senna, I think it is a 4.27. It says Raju Saran on our sheet and on the monitor. But it definitely looked like Raju Senna, who I saw getting around hanging out and doing some caddy duties. If I'm wrong, then maybe Raju's in a further round, further down the heat, but further through the heat draw. Let's see. Numbers are dropping all over the place. A 3.6 for Nikita. Not big, a little mini upgrade on his two-wave total, but just. Agung with a score to drop. It won't be big. So it's looking like Raju, for me, has got a quality act when he gets up. He did a lot of surfing on his last wave for a 4.83, but he looked like he has got a good skill set.
Right.
And I think if it is Raju Senna, then he's actually quite highly rated.
Now he has second priority, so there's plenty of time to pick right ones. He's he's still one ride so far.
All right, let's have a look at this last wave of Nikita's. So this is only a 3.6. It was a pretty good wave, and I mean, that was a pretty flat-out turn, right? A good bottom turn, hit it right in the pocket, solid wrap with a rebound. So maybe he's thinking 3.6. You guys talking to me?
Probably, all the points come from the vertical snap right there.
It wasn't bad. I liked it. So let's have a look at what our cruiser can bring together again this time. He goes Alzair. You can see he's got a bigger board. He's probably a slightly older dude. He's just cruising along. For sure, he's a local character.
Right.
I bet he's got a lot of friends down here that are watching. Obviously, doesn't have the experience of other competitors, but you know what? It's participation. It's having a bit of fun. He'll probably come in and go, man, I'm glad I did that.
Right.
He may or may not progress. But for me, it looks like he's out of the local hood. He's out here having a crack. He's in green, so he's the lower seed of this round, but I'm sure he's having a blast.
Right. Probably he's used to this point, but probably Raju up and riding. Looks a great looking wave. Nice off the top with a lot of power, commitment, and comes around section. But wave just a little bit flat out. Try to connect to the inside, and here is the wave stands up for him, gets another shot, and quick in and out. But that was great first turn.
All right, let's have a look at this wave now. It's a bigger wave for Nikita. He's probably reading between the lines of that last number and going, I've got to go bigger and harder. And that was a bit of a nothing turn there. So he kicked straight off instead of wasting time surfing down the line. Probably a wise move. The judge is sending him the message that they just want a bit more out of Nikita. Raju did an amazing job to hold on a couple of those turns, particularly the first one.
Well, I really love the first turn.
Yeah.
It's a solid commitment, hard section to
He
hit.
goes our cruiser. Hell's there.
Yeah, he's just cruiser.
Yeah, he's in cruise mode because that's what he does every day. I don't reckon he's ever rushed anything in his life, in his surfing. He just looks like he's happy to be out there, and not everyone is a sponsored dude. And
he's just having fun right
He's having fun. He's in the event. The big event comes to town. He's gone, I'm going to enter.
It's good for him to experience, surfing against three other great surfers. I mean, high-rated surfers.
I imagine amongst his mates, all right, if he's from the local area and he looks like he doesn't do this sort of thing that often, but his mates will probably go, good on you. You went in it. He'll probably rise a little bit in status in their eyes for actually having a crack and putting himself out there amongst young shredders with stickers all over their boards and all this act. And he's gone, no, I'm still going to enter. And let's just see what happens.
Right.
So the cruiser, Alzair, is officially nicknamed the cruiser. A score to come for Red will take him a fair way up the leaderboard. He could even go to first.
Yeah. Siran needing only 2.23 going to the second place, but probably it's gonna be better than 2.23 for the last Red. Like you said, he could go into the first.
He needs about 4 points to go to first. A smidge over 4. And first turn, when we remember back, was pretty critical.
Right.
And a really good recovery. He gets a 5.5, so he does go to first. Boom.
Straight into first place with a 5.5. That was well rewarded. Really love the first time. Here he is.
Right on cue.
Riding again. Love the big arcing snap off the top. Just trying to connect to the inside. This is where the wave sends up for him. It gets a float and a finish strong. Finish nicely. Well,
another decent wave, I reckon.
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah.
In a heat where there's not any real big moments and nobody's really going crackers, at least he He got a couple of moves that were quite solid. He served probably 4 or 5 manoeuvres, connected decently with a couple of them. So I think he's going to extend his lead. We'll just watch Agung here. Whoops. Nothing going on for Agung.
Quick in and out for Agung. Agung needing 4.74. Decided to not, racing down the line. But here is a replay of Red. This is his 5.5.
Yep.
He did a great job to hold on to it.
Yep. Great recovery.
Great recovery.
And he gets a similar turn down here as well, where he tags it and did a good job just to sort of hold on and ride out. Just showing that control that you've still got it together enough to finish a wave. The judges would have thrown probably 4 points at his first move, I reckon, and then just added a couple for what happened down the line.
So pretty much all the point, pretty much, most of the point comes from the first
hit was
section.
Was pretty large. So we're still owed a score for Red. Could improve on that 4. Did some reasonably good moves. A couple of little misfires on waves number 3, but a couple of decent connections. So could upgrade the total. Nikita with priority at this stage needs about 5 points to win, or upgrade a 3-6 and fend off Agung and the Cruiser in green. The Cruiser's locked in a 2-1 for his last effort.
Getting 3.5 is not actually easy, in this QS 3000. I mean 6000. You need decent turns to get 3.5, so it's good on him.
And Raju goes a little better than his last wave, so not by much, 1.6 better. So 4.43 locks in as his second best number, and pushes the requirements up a little for Blue. He's now got to get just over 5 points, and the other two high 4s would see them move into second spot. You're watching Heat 7, everybody. The round of 144 for the men's. So we've got a big program about to roll out here as we watch Raju again. So this is his last wave. This is a 4.43. So a lot of surfing went on. There was a couple of little misfires on this wave, but he stayed with it. And he kept investigating the lip, which wasn't a bad thing. Threw it up again there. Put it together. That's the second best wave of the heat. Third best wave of the heat. So we haven't seen anything quite as good as Taj Simon's surfing out of these 4. There's still 6 minutes to light it up a little bit more. The judges really sending clear messages. It doesn't matter how much surfing you do on a wave. If it's not what we want to see, they kind of torch it.
Right.
Yeah, they don't throw big numbers at kind of ordinary surfing. Not at this level. It's a big pro surfing event. The judges want to see a professional act that sticks very close to the criteria they've been assigned.
Oh.
And here we go.
Looks like Nikita up and riding. This is a good looking wave. Big carve for the first section. But unfortunately, wave just dies out a little bit. But
he's got
connected to the next section. Wave just stand up for him. Big carve again. Wow, there's a lot of section to hit and gets the nice finish right there from Nikita. Needing 5.11 to go into the first.
That was an unusual wave. Here's the Cruiser. What's the old mate got? A big section. What's he going to do? Hits it, lays back on the job, and doesn't ride out. But Agung, he's just found too many flat waves. He's got a bit of speed about what he does. Things now starting to stand up a little bit for Agung.
Oh, looks like there's going to be a finish session right here. Can he get to float? But unfortunately, he couldn't, come down.
Yeah, things got a bit weird there for Agung. And Nikita's wave, geez, that was a tough wave to surf. How's the way it split in half after his first maneuver? Then got pretty good, and he did a whole bunch of moves down the line. But I'm sure it locks into his top 2. He's only trying to improve a 3.6. Could even come in as his better number.
Not too sure if it's going to be a 5.11 to go into the first, but still he managed to get through those further section nicely and it gets the finish. So definitely it's going to be his backup score.
Yep, a weird wave all round by the Cruiser, by Agung, by Nikita. That set never really connected properly with the reef. They all sort of had a go at it. Nikita, I think, will improve his hold on second. Al's there. I'd like to go out and see him. Because I've got next heat off. I might just go and hang by the beach marshalling area and just see what Al's there looks like and what his act is. And I'm sure he's an older dude. I'm sure he'll rip straight into a ciggy when he gets up here. He's being a local fella. And I might even just give him a little pat on the back and go, hey, I enjoyed the fact that you're out there. I'm probably the oldest board in the quiver on the beach and having a crack at it. So Nikita does better. He locks in a 5.83 as his best score.
So now he's in the first place with a 5.83 and 4.83. Well served from Nikita.
The cruiser locks in another below 2-point ride. Sitting in fourth spot. Agong still could do with a 6.23 if he wants in on the next round. He's only got 3 minutes. I don't think he's even out the back. But here is this wave of Nikita's. So a nice first turn. He then gets over this hump and he spies a bit of a grower down the line here. So he did good to hold his speed and momentum. To get to here, that was just biding his time. Getting a couple of steep bits now to get his teeth into, and a good strong finish. Boom, that's a 5.83. Wave of the heat.
Well served from Nikita. Managed to put a couple good solid turns and finishing with a nice turn. Well, looks like another wave rolling through to the lineup.
Maybe someone out wide. No one paddling out on the job that wants in on that thing. Red Raju. I wonder if that is Raju Center. Definitely looks like his style. Talking about a lad out of the Legian area, Padma. He's been living in Melbourne for a little while, and he's back in the hood again. He's doing some Indo time. He went down to Melbourne and did a bit of work. Kind of lived in the real world, in the regular world for a while before he went, hang on, what am I doing? I'm at Barlow and I'm getting back to Indonesia. And he's back in events. He was a big player when he was a Grom in events. I'm pretty certain that's him in the red. 90 seconds. I hope he gets another wave because he's got a pretty good style. 5.17 is not beyond him to go back into first. And either way, I'll be having a post-heat chat with either him or Nikita. Unless Agong can turn it around in a hurry.
Well, looks like only Raju is out there sitting in the lineup right now with the first priority.
All right, Heat 8 coming up next. Who's that? Toy Tanaka, is that right? Toy? Yep. Oh, hang on. Let's not discount Agong. He's got a bunch of speed with what he does. He's going to get barreled. Oh my God, almost. Some high-speed whips off the top, a little regrouping moment just here. Jam it on a rail. He's trying to hang in there. He needs a pretty big number. But he's got himself a gem of a wave, really.
And looks like he's going to get the finish.
He's going to come down to this thing here. Where is he?
Wow.
He's done some funky maneuvers. He's hung in there. He's surfed out of the picture with about 15 seconds to go. He needed a 6.23, folks. There was a few moments there where you could have thought he was going to get it. But there was a couple of little moments he got stuck as well, which was probably costly. But he went out swinging as well. He had a good crack at that. I don't think he's going to get it, but it's going to be congrats to Nikita either way. For sure, he wins. Raju's probably going to hold on to second right there. Heat 7 is done and run and done. We'll go on a quick break and we'll be back with the last heat of this round in just a moment.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujung Bachur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life.
This is Krui Pro QS 6000 men's round of 144 heat number 8. We have Toi Tanaka, Jess Ferguson, Keanu Kamiyama, Muhammad Alpha Uchi. And I'm Dai Wako here in the booth with Jada.
Hey, well, I'm pretty happy to be back in the booth. Just taking a look at the names in this heat, there's already two that I've seen quite a few times here in Korean NIAS. That is Keanu Kamiyama and Toi Tanaka.
Right.
Both really good surfers. I don't know too much about Jessie Ferguson or Muhammad, but I'm sure I can ask our true starling later on about Jessie. I'm sure she knows a little bit about him.
You know, Toi Tanaka lives in Australia at the moment, actually, as a working visa. And Keanu lives in States now.
Oh, wow.
And competing in the national championships. He hasn't done any QSs last year. So this is his first year to be back on the Asia QS tour. And he did a really good job in the QS 2000 in Hamamatsu in Japan about 2 weeks ago. So he built a lot of confidence towards this event, and he was really looking forward to competing this Crewy in NES.
So I must be remembering Keanu from the year before.
Right.
Yeah, I remember. I remember his name. I remember he had a really great performance. He was one of the standouts, and came back this year. And I'm excited to see what he picked up when he was in the States.
He's been preparing, training, self-coaching. So he's coming back strong and physically and mentally. So
that's exciting.
Yeah.
Do you know what part of the States he's living in right now?
California, somewhere in California.
Okay.
But I don't know exactly where though.
Probably like San Clemente area.
Maybe, yes. I guess.
That would probably feel like where most of these surfers spend their time when they're in the States, because I think that's probably where the
best waves are.
Yeah, best waves are. All the sponsors are there.
Okay.
All the it's all happening there.
Right. It's a center of surfing industry in,
yeah,
in
100%.
California.
It's the typical surf town.
Yeah.
So not too much happening in this heat. We're just 2 or 3 minutes in.
We had a couple of slower heat earlier, but now things starting to get busy. I think few waves coming through more than before, but looks like got picked up the wind, like a little bit onshore, a little bit texture on the face, but still, if you pick right ones, it's just great waves.
100%, you're right. The conditions have definitely changed, especially since this morning. We're seeing a lot more onshore now, and it could be an increase in waves because the incoming tide, we might having that push, so we might be seeing a bit more action-packed heats now that we're going to the last part of our day here in the Krui Pro. We had our low tide recently, so that could have probably been why we had that lull. And now that the waves are coming back.
So this was the Keanu's first wave. Probably, as I can tell by the point, he went down for the first section because it's only 0.93.
What could you tell us about Toi Tanaka?
Toi Tanaka has a very, very stylish surfing.
Wow, okay.
And really, one of my favorite surfers, actually. He has this chilled...
You said one of your favorites?
Yeah, one of my favorite surfers in Japan, actually. He has this kind of like, not Ethan Ewing, but in between Ethan Ewing and Joe Parko kind style.
That's a big call. I'm excited to see it now. I'm excited to see it. What part of Japan is he from?
From Shonan.
Okay.
So that's where my house is, and yeah, we're kind of neighbors. But he went to the PBC on Gold Coast. Spent a lot of time in Australia. So this is Toi Tanaka,
our stylish surfer on his backhand. That was a beautiful first wave.
田中選手1本目のライディング、これは素晴らしい3発、大きなターンを決めてきました。Wow, well surfed from Toi Tanaka.
You're right. He is an incredible surfer. Wow, that was really well done from Toi Tanaka. 3 turns, beautiful. He didn't rush anything. He had not too much movement between the first and second and third turn. I mean, like he wasn't pumping too much, moving his board around, wasting energy where he didn't need to waste. And we'll get right back to Toy's last wave, but we're going to head over to a quick post-heat interview with Mark.
All right, folks, winner of the last heat, Nikita Avdiv, is here with me. Right when we're copping a blast from the beach announcer. But Nikita, firstly, congratulations on the win. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Nikita. I'm from Russia. Last couple of years, I live in Bali, and actually today is the day when, like 12 years ago, I went to my first SA game and win a heat. So it was a big day for me. I was like, well, it's a good entry to bring in this comp.
Well, it's part of history this year. A 6,000 events never been done in Indonesia before. How good is it competing in Indonesia?
I actually think it's almost better than the Dream Tour. I'm sorry for saying that, but like we've been scoring waves here before the contest. I get some crazy knocks with all the boys. And then, yeah, I feel great. I think it's then the first Russian to win a hit in the 6,000 as well.
I want to shake your hand for that, but I'm then going to ask you as well, where have you been getting some other good waves around the traps here in Crewy?
Crewy full of the wave. I don't want to put all the secrets out, but if you come here, you definitely will score, enjoy it. And locals are super nice, food are great, there's a good place to stay. And it's just like a paradise. And like it's a bit of a drive here, but definitely keep some crowd away, and it's a dream to come true to surf here.
All right, so what are you going to do next round to drag some 6s, 7s, and 8s out of the judges? What have you got in the bag?
Well, I check out my leg because I get a little injury and like roll my ankle. So I kind of feel it out and definitely will push it harder, try find a better wave, and I hope it's big tomorrow. And when it's big, just 2 big turns would make a deal.
If it's big, go out there and get barreled. Well done, Nikita.
Well, thank you so much, and I would like to say thank you for all who supports me. Спасибо большое, всех люблю, обнимаю.
Okay, thank you very much. Well done, champion. Yoo-hoo. Cheers, guys.
Epic. Thank you so much, Mark. And while we were at that interview, the score for Toi Tanaka came down at 7.17. That is a very, very good start for our man in red.
Definitely the best way to start. This is a replay of Toi Tanaka's last wave. Well, I like everything about this wave. No hit rush, just finishing so strong. That was a great ride from Toi Tanaka.
And behind this was Jesse Ferguson, comes in at a 3. This wave kind of just tapers off, so he didn't have too much opportunity to work with, but it's a good start. You know, he got his first wave up. We're still waiting for a wave for Muhammad Al-Fruchi.
Yeah, I really liked Jesse's first section, actually. He pushes so much, tail area so that he can throw a lot of sprays, but it just wave didn't offer too much for him. It just dies out, so it was a little bit unfortunate for Jess, but yeah, there's already still 60 minutes remaining, so plenty of times for him to get another score.
100%. There's so much time in this heat, 16 minutes left, but it is Toi Tanaka out in the lead, feeling pretty comfortable with that 717 under his name. He won't be worrying too much just yet, but he will want to back it up because even though this is early rounds, you don't want to give any space for mistakes. You don't want to be finishing this heat in 3rd place without a backup.
Definitely. Especially when you get good scores. First couple minutes, you build confidence, but if you wait too long, it becomes kind of pressure to it, having a great score.
Exactly, and it's easy to just sit on it.
Right.
And this looks like our man in green, I think. This is Muhammad. Nice first turn. This wave goes a little bit flat on him. He's going to try pump through it. Gets back into the whitewash. Wants to maintain his speed. Looking like this wave is going to stand up for him again. Wraps it around nicely. Wow, what a good wave.
Wow, long wave.
Yeah.
And still, there's more wall to work on for him. This wave just kept standing up for him. Ooh.
Oh, unfortunately falls off, but nicely done for our man in green. It was the wave that kept on giving. It would go flat and then pick back up and then flat and pick back up. But we've seen that here in Crewy so many times. It's the beauty of this wave that sometimes you just with that good wave selection, you can get waves that do like 8 or 9 turns on them.
Yeah, when you see the section coming up to you, you don't really want to kick out.
Yeah.
And you just want to keep surfing on that wave. And sometimes that happens, and sometimes, you know, it was going for, but sometimes it's just you need to decide to kick out earlier so that you can get back out easy.
Yeah, you're totally right, because sometimes when you can take the wave all the way down to the end, but those last couple meters are probably just going to be a couple cutbacks and won't be adding too much to your scoreline. So it's about picking the right moment to kind of pull off and get back out there and back up the score. It's important to pick those waves that have really good wall in the beginning where you can just get those 2 or 3 blasts in, and then maybe 1 or 2 cutbacks to show like, you know, I got this, I finished this wave, and then go back out and do it again.
Yes, that's exactly what Toy did in the first wave. Just 3 quick maneuvers, but strong, and gets a 717. So last wave for Mohammed come in 2.40. So this is a reply of Surfer Green. Like you said, this wave kept standing up for him, but not really offering the steeper section to it.
Yep, so we just saw someone pull off from a wave there. This is our current heat leader, Toy.
田中選手2歩目のライディング、これも縦の厳しいところへのアプローチをしっかりメイクしていきます。少しショルダーがなくなったところですが、2発ボーナスセクション入れてきました。1発目のセクションのターンで点が出てきそうです。At first, it looked really good wave, the last of Toy Tanaka's wave, but it just, you know, kind of like fat out in the end. But it was great first turn though.
Yeah, you're right. It was a beautiful first turn. I thought he was about to bog his rail on that one, but as we were just mentioning, that was really good reading of that wave, you know, seeing that it wasn't going to give him too much else. So he just pulled off early to try and get a better score. He's going to be backing up the 717 and increasing his lead with the rest of the field. So it was a smart play from Toy Tanaka, but I think now he's probably going to go back out and wait for something pretty similar to the 7. You know, when the tide gets so low out here in Crewy, it starts to create a little bit of a backwash. You can see just at the bottom of the screen how the reef is just wanting to get exposed, and it affects the wave a little bit. It creates a small backwash and makes it a little bit more wobbly on the face of the wave, especially with this onshore. It is not easy out there.
Yeah, when I surfed yesterday afternoon after the comp, it was onshore and had this similar faces, like a lot of bumps. I get caught by the bumps a lot when I do bottom turns.
Yeah.
It wasn't easy to surf on it.
100%, and you would see it kind of gurgling under you. So right now on screen, this is our man in blue, Jess Ferguson. Good first turn, but unfortunately gets a little bit stuck off the top there, but that was a much better second one. A lot smoother on the way down. Wraps it around again, and it's looking like this wave is going to let him finish off strongly.
I reckon he pushes too much. Same mistakes as the first section.
Yeah.
The second turn was great. Third turn was great, and he really finished off with a strong turn there. But unfortunately, he went down. And on screen, this is the surfer in blue. Coming up next, Sho Shirai is getting ready with Kairi Noro.
Sho was in the Pro Junior earlier today. Did an incredible heat yesterday, I remember. So he's going to be feeling pretty confident. Already had a couple heats.
Definitely he knows where to sit and what kind of wave he needs to pick up.
This is Keanu Kamiyama.
さあ、神山選手、こちらはワンターンでキックアウトしていたようです。これに 2.63 がついています。 そしてこちら、田中選手3本目のライディングになります。セットの波に乗ってきました。少し難しいセクションをきれいに流しながら乗っていきます。一発目大きなカービングターン。そしてバーティカルに行きましたが、ここは肩がなくなってしまい、引っかかってしまいました。The previous wave from Toy Tanaka comes in the 4.67, which is a good backup score, and he tried to beat the 4.67 on the last one. It was actually those sets that not allow you to do, hit the critical section. It's kind of fat out in the shoulders, so it was kind of hard to surf on it.
100%, but I'll get right back to it. This is Keanu Kamiyama, currently in third, wants to get rid of 093.
Looks like he's not having a great rhythm with the ocean.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a shocker.
Kept having this similar type of waves where, flat out and not much opportunities to hit. But there's still 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, so he needs to get back out and regroup and trying to get 4.87.
He got back out pretty quick.
神山選手、この波でバックアップを上げていきたいところ、カービングからカットバックとインサイドにしっかりつなげていきます。ここで縦のアクション入れていきたい。さあ、スティープなセクションになってきたところで縦のアプローチ、ここをメイクできず。Well, that was a little mistake from Keanu. It was a great surfing, but unfortunately he went down with the last section.
Honestly, I thought it was a mistake in the wave selection, but then when it picked back up, it looked really nice. Unfortunately, he fell on that wave, but I think that would have been a pretty good way to get back into this heat. He would have definitely gotten rid of that 227. Hopefully, well, he will get a couple more chances before this heat ends. We're waiting for his last wave, which I don't think will be too significant. Toy Tanaka's also a little bit of a set wave that was just kind of fat, nothing too crazy. But I totally agree with you. Toy Tanaka's style is insane. It's beautiful to watch. Super calm surfing. His composture, the way he stands and carries himself. You're right. I think he's one of my new favorite surfers.
I like how he put his hands up back end. That's like reminds me of Ethan Ewing style or like a parkour style.
Yeah, 100%. You know, you're always making me find new surfers. I remember last year at the NIAS Pro, one of the Japanese surfers that charges. I haven't seen his name in the draw yet. Yes. Oh, he's one of my new favorite surfers.
He's now in the Challenger Series.
Oh, so, unfortunately, we won't see him.
Actually, he's incredible surfer in the aerial, in the air game, maneuver, and the tube as well.
I think I totally scared him off. I was in Nias and I went up to him. I was like, "Oh my god, I'm your biggest fan!" And he looks at me like, "Okay." I was like, "Okay, that did not work out." I love your surfing. I'm your biggest fan. And he looked at me like, thanks. Yeah, thank you. Kind of tapped me on the shoulder and like paddled away. But yeah.
Oh, he's kind of shy guy. So probably he's been shy, but he would be so happy with that.
I hope I didn't scare him because but yeah, he's one of my favorite surfers to watch, especially out in Nias. He was charging
a lot. So this is the previous Toy Tanaka's wave on a bigger set. Well managed surfing, but just wave didn't offer too much after the second turn.
Actually, talking about style, another Japanese surfer I love watching that actually isn't competing, but I spent a lot of time with him in Mentawai is...
Oh, Riku.
Riku, yeah.
Yeah, he is still young.
Yeah.
But his surfing is so mature and
he's like the Japanese Craig Anderson.
Definitely.
He is incredible.
I don't know how he can compress his knees that much.
I know. My knees would blow out if I did that. He is incredible. His style. He's not afraid of anything. He's so kind as well in the water. And he really keeps to himself and catches his waves. And I've never seen him have any issues with anyone. So shout out to Riku.
Riku, Moto.
This is our man in green, Mohammed, wanting to back up that 240. He knows he has to do a little bit more than that to be able to pass this heat. We are reaching the 4.5 minute mark. I feel like this wave is going to let him finish strong, but unfortunately he goes over and out. Right behind him is Jesse Ferguson. Nice first turn. Straight up into that second one. And blasted again. This is a good looking wave for Jesse. Oh, it's going to be a huge score. He's definitely getting rid of that 3.
And
maybe fighting position for first.
This is 田中選手、これはいい波になってきそうです。しっかりスープでのフローターをして前に出てきます。ここは波が切り立ってくるのを待ち、さあここからどういうセクションになってくるのか、縦へのアクションを入れていきたいところですが、カービングセクションを重ねていきます。ここからインサイドセクションが出てくると点数を上げられるんですが、どうでしょう。さあここでしっかりと大きなアクションを入れていきます。まだ続くのか、さあスープへのレエントリーもしっかりと決めてきて、ここでキックアウト。Well, that was an interesting exchange between blue and red. I really liked Jesse's last wave.
100%. Jesse's last wave was really, really well surfed, especially that last turn was super critical. Kind of airdropped it. He followed that lip line all the way down. So I think he could be fighting for first there, but will Troy Tanaka increase his 467 with that last wave?
Not too sure if, Troy's last wave is going to be better than 4.67. It's going to be close, but definitely Jesse's last wave will be really close to the requirement to challenge into a first place. Definitely few big turns and really like the finishing turn. So, wow.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty interesting finishing from all our surfers in red and blue. I'm pretty excited with just 2 minutes 20 left on the clock.
Well, we're still waiting for the last of blue and red as well. Keanu now need decent scores, but the few sets rolling through now. So is he gonna get this one? Not
so
this
wave.
one.
Keanu not convinced on that last one. We're still waiting for some scores to come through for Troy and Jesse. Both surfers are in first and second, so they're still both going to be in an advancing position, but it is Keanu Kamiyama with priority out the back. 4 now, looking for a 4.5, but I'm pretty sure Jesse, and he does. He gets a 7.67, goes straight into first.
Wow.
That is very, very well done. It is now Keanu Kamiyama trying to catch up. He needs an 8.84, and Muhammad looking for a 9.44. So those are some big scores that they're looking for.
7.67, that's a solid score, but here is Keanu needing 8.84. 神山選手、ここはクイックにキックアウトしてきます。Really quick in and out from Keanu Kamiyama. This is 7.67?
Yeah, this is a replay of Jesse Ferguson's 7.67. I think most of the points came from this last part of the wave. From here on is some beautiful surfing from our man in blue. And this part right here. Boom. Beautiful.
Finish with
He's feeling it.
Right. And this is 神山選手。さあ、ここで8.84 を出す必要があります。大きなターンを2つ重ねていきましたが、ここで引っかかってしまいました。Wow, that was really unfortunate for Keanu, needing 8.84. Just over 20 seconds remaining. I don't think there's going to be enough time for him to go back out. We are still waiting for the last of red as well.
Yeah, so the judges really taking a long think about it. I don't think the last of white will be enough to get him into an advancing position. But it is now all down to Troy Tanaka's last wave, and if it was enough to get into first or if he is staying in second. It doesn't really matter as he's still advancing. But while we wait for that score to come through, we're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll see you guys in the next heat.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life. The Krui Pro is at it again and will bring Asia and Australia's best and up-and-coming surfers back to one of the rawest proving grounds on the WSL's qualifying series.
To the Krui Pro, we have moved into the men's round of 128, round 2. This is heat number 1. Out there we have Tommy Carvalho in the red, Shoshirai in the blue, Maverick Wilson in the white, and Caleb Tancred is out there in the green. We saw Caleb a little bit earlier in the men's round of 144, so he is surfing his way through the rounds in this event, but it is the first time we'll see Tommy, Sho, and Maverick in Arashi for the QS event. I'm True Styling, joined with Giada Legati. Giada, you were calling that last heat. How were the waves looking?
Oh, I mean, I'll get right back to that as we see the first wave ridden by Maverick Wilson. Unfortunately, just a quick in and out. But yeah, we've had a huge change in conditions, especially since this morning, you know, with that low tide, that onshore wind. It's not looking easy out there, but it was Jesse Ferguson and Toi Tanaka taking it out. They got 2 waves, got into the 7s, and it was honestly pretty incredible to watch. They surfed it incredibly. I don't know much about Jesse Ferguson. What could you tell us?
Yeah, so Jesse is from the Gold Coast. He is still a junior, still in school. He's actually doing a little bit of homeschooling, which is super cool to see. He trains with Adam Dufner, who we actually just saw on screen there, and that was his dad also with another camera. But this right here looks like Caleb Tancred. It's patient off the bottom, nice opening carve. He just surfs this wave to such a beautiful pace. He doesn't try to oversurf it. Another nice carve, throwing heaps of spray, gets a little bit more critical in that section, and you can see the glare. That afternoon glare is really coming into play, but Caleb not really worrying too much about it. But yeah, Jesse, he works really hard. He puts in a lot of effort. This is the WA girl, Maverick Wilson. It's a bit of a slopey wave. He's been putting a lot of time in with Chelsea Hedges over at Surfing Australia, and Mav just loads up, really nice opening carve, drawing it out, hoping to find a critical section, which he does. Drives through that one a little bit more. Gets another nice open section there, just really into his rail as he kicks out. So yeah, first few waves for Maverick and for Caleb. But yeah, Jesse winning that heat, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, wow, I can't believe he's still a junior. I don't know on land, but on the wave surfing, he looks really tall.
Yes.
Like, he looks like a grown man.
Yeah.
So it's surprising that he's still junior and still in high school. That's pretty shocking. But back to Maverick, that was really well done. He I really liked the flow he had on that wave. You know, it wasn't giving him too much, but the moment that wave did stand up, he kind of just went for it. So really, really well done there. This is Thomas Carvalho, a name we've seen time and time again here in the Krui Pro. I know he lives on the Gold Coast and has Brazilian blood somewhere there.
Yeah, he does. Lives up at Kira. Surfs for Snapper Rocks. He's been at the Krui Pro a couple of years in a row, I'd say now. Yeah, he's definitely spent a lot of time in the Rashi and attacks each wave differently. So excited to see him opening up his account in this heat. 517 for Caleb's first wave. Feels like it's getting a little bit bigger, or is it just a bit more consistent?
Nah, it's definitely looking like it's getting bigger, but it did something similar yesterday afternoon. I feel like when it has that tide pushing in, this wave just suddenly increases in size for a couple feet. Like yesterday afternoon, I was out there, I got a couple on the head that I was like, I didn't see that this morning.
Yeah. Definitely. Gets a heart racing, that's for sure.
100%. Especially when you're trying to paddle back out with 500 people about to duck dive in front of you and you're like, no.
Please hold on to your board.
Yeah. And you look back and there's another 500, so you're there like, I gotta hold on to mine too.
Yeah, there's a lot going on navigating those free surfs. Definitely. Yeah, I'm excited to hear from Jesse. I feel like I'm pretty sure he's training with Duffy over here. He's been putting in the hard yards, training heaps leading up into the Newcastle event. I feel like Jesse was down in Bells at one or two of the days. I'm just kind of taking in the vibes of the CT down there as well. And yeah, he's an awesome human being. He really rips in. Trains with Jared Detiri as well, more often than not. So yeah, he's got a really good support team around him, and it's awesome to see it. So stoked he took out that last heat, and Toi Tanaka coming in second as well.
Yeah, I was telling Dai how incredible Toy's style is.
Yeah.
I didn't notice it until this last heat. I don't think I've ever really seen him surf so much. Last year, I probably didn't get a lot of his heats. But yeah, super, super stylish surfer. Really great to watch. Even though he wasn't doing too much, it was nice to watch him.
Yeah, he's just got this real I don't really know how to describe it. I guess like a steezy approach to each wave, you know. He's just like, yeah, I'm just going with it, and yeah, it's super cool to watch that. Maverick's last wave actually just locked in a 4.33. First of Tommy, a 3.5. And Tommy, he's hustling here to try and get a back up and just scratches into it.
Wow, I'm surprised he was able to catch up, but he did start paddling really early. So nice first opening turn here for Thomas Carvalho. Good second one here for the man on his backside, and closes this one shut, rides out of it. That's going to be a pretty good score for our man in red. Really wanted that wave.
Yeah, you can see why. He got a couple of really nice turns done. This is Sho Shirai. We've seen him in the Pro Junior. Oh, wow. Would have been a huge first turn, but unfortunately comes unstuck. We saw him just gain heaps of momentum the last few days, and it's nice to see him in the QS, making his first appearance for the Krui Pro this year. Unfortunately, just unable to capitalize on that first one.
Yeah. But another great surfer, so I'm sure he's going to get back out there. Plenty of time left. We're on 18 minutes. All right. Nothing crazy just yet. By this point in the last heat, Troy had already locked in his first 7. He just blasted that one. It was 3 big turns, so he was feeling pretty confident. He did wait quite a while to get that second one in. But there we have it. Just as I said it, Thomas Carvalho's wave comes in at a 7.17 and goes straight to first. And speaking of the last heat as well, we're going to head down to Dai with the winner of the last heat, Jesse Ferguson.
Well, I actually might just stick with live action because Caleb's just decided he wants a wave right now, using his priority. Here's that Tommy gets a 7.17. He's going to try and back it up, unfortunately. Can't quite get that completion for Caleb Tancred. He already has a 5.17, the second best wave of the heat. But while there is a break in the surfing, we're going to head over to Daiwako really quickly with Jesse Ferguson.
I'm here with the last heat winner. You had a really slow heat start in the beginning, but you managed to get yourself mid-range score in the second half. So tell us through your heat.
Yeah, I didn't catch a wave till about 11 minutes, and my first wave was a 2. Oh no, I caught a wave at like 15, and it was a 2, and I got my first proper wave at 11 minutes, and I fell off, and I was like, oh. Luckily, I still got a 4.5 for one good turn out the back, and then I just waited, and it was pretty slow. The other boys got a couple scores, I think, and then I just got that one good one and just linked it all the way. I didn't want to force it on the first few sections because they can sometimes be a little bit fat and you can get caught up, which happened on my first wave. And then I got the big finish and I was so good.
So you're surfing in the juniors division, right?
Yeah.
Compared to the juniors division, is it the surf is different or the waves are different or same condition?
Well, wait, do you mean in the Pro Junior? I'm not in the Pro Junior, but I could be in the Pro Junior. I'm young enough, but I don't think they allow the Aussies to join in. But yeah, it's pumping out there, so I'm just happy.
So probably you've been surfing here for practice and with other 100 guys out there, and now you surf with 3 other guys. It makes it different?
Yeah, it's so much better. You just have to use your priority wisely though, but it's really good. Best waves I've ever surfed in a comp by far. Yeah.
Right. Probably all of your friends, families are watching your heat, and do you want to say hi to them?
Oh yeah, hi to my mum and my brother, and all my friends. Cool.
All right. Good luck next heat. Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Di, and thank you, Jesse. Super. He's such a bubbly human being, you know. He's really happy to just be in heats and learning where he can, and he's a sponge as well. But this is that 717 to Tommy Carvalho. I mean, yeah, this was really critical surfing. Just really trusting his instincts and going to town on this one. It's nice to see him catching heaps of waves as well. I feel like the last few times that I've seen Tommy surfing heats, he's been a little bit, slower on the wave count. So keeping up that wave count's been so far really good for him. But Shoshirai, nice first turn. Bit of a foamier wave though, kind of catches a bit of rail, and you can see in that body language he wasn't super excited on that one.
Yeah, he bucked the rail a little bit on that second bottom turn. There was a lot of whitewash on the face of that wave, so wasn't a great wave choice, but he's only sitting on a 0.7, so he probably just wants to get some sort of score up on the board just so he can start getting back into a little bit of rhythm. It is Thomas with that 717 sitting pretty comfortably in the lead, but I wouldn't say too much since Caleb only needs a 5.51 and he can definitely do it. And having seen Maverick on that wave, I'm pretty sure he can get up into that top 2 as well. So it's still early days and still lots of time, but it is not looking easy out there. It's looking pretty dumpy. It's low tide. The wind's onshore, but these guys are making it look easier than it actually is.
Yeah, they are for sure. And here we go. Maverick Wilson needing a 4.25 to jump to second place. Leans into that rail. He's got such a smooth style. Tucks in for the tube. Just a quick cover up there. And wow, beautiful turn for Maverick. Hoping to tag it, which he does. This is the surfing that we're used to from Maverick Wilson. Wow, just stamping his authority in this heat. That was a really good wave for the WA surfer, Maverick Wilson. That's a 4.25 and then some Giada.
Wow, that was pretty crazy. I mean, talk about variety.
Yeah.
That had like a bunch of different turns. He even got a little barrel. That was really, really well done from Maverick Wilson. You said he was a junior still as well? That's insane.
Yeah, he's 17 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The next generation is coming in hot.
Yeah. Yeah, be prepared. It's exciting, you know, especially, I mean, I can only speak for the Oz because I see that region a lot, and it's kind of hard to just pinpoint 1 or 2 people because they are all so amazing. Even looking at the next heat, Benny Zanarda's out there, you know, and he is such a fierce competitor. He surfs so well. He's been at this event before. And yeah, it's just Harry O'Brien, Tommy Hinwood. Like, there's honestly so many. Sammy Lowe, he's Australian junior champion. Yeah, I feel like I'll just go through every heat and just be like, oh, here's another one. Oh, they just keep popping up because there's just so much depth of talent in the Oz region. It's exciting to see.
Yeah, it's incredible and so young, already have this great maturity in competition. But I feel like Australia has always had that where already from a really young age, you guys have a lot of contests, not only from the WSL, but even from board riders and nationals and all of that. So you guys spend a lot of time in heats.
Yeah, we do. And even having, like, there's under 12s division in a lot of the Grom comps. And, you know, even under 10s, I think, in a couple of board riders and things like that, which is so cute, honestly. Like the push-ins is just the best division ever because they have so much fun and it's just so, but they're also super competitive. So it's so awesome to watch. And I think, it's just, it's amazing to see the grassroots surfing for sure. And then you come over to Indo and you bring in, the Indonesian juniors, the Japanese juniors, and beyond that as well. And you kind of just see that it's huge.
Yeah, you're totally right. I mean, in Australia, if you wanted, I think you could have you could join a contest every week, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm sure there's always something happening, and I feel like that really helps the level to grow. But you're totally right. The Asian juniors are absolutely killing it as well. We saw that this morning with the juniors. There we have it. Maverick Wilson's last wave came in at 7.50. That is the best wave of the heat right now. So well done to the West Aussie.
Wow, Giada, this is such a good wave.
Yeah, that first and second turn were really good. I like that he found a little bit of shade here. Wasn't super deep, but it must have felt good anyway. Laid it right back into this one. And there we have a huge spray and pushes the tail all the way around. That was really, really well done from Maverick Wilson. Do we know what part of West Aus he's from?
Trig, I think. No, sorry, Yelling Up. There's such a variety of waves over there. He charges. It's so awesome to see Mav just really converting on all the preparation that he's doing. As I mentioned before, spends a lot of time at the Surfing Australia Hyundai High Performance Centre, and especially with Chelsea Hedges over there. It's cool to see him just really going for it in these events, and he just looks comfortable right now in one of the highest QS ranked event.
Yeah, you're right. And I feel like in West Aus, if you don't charge, you don't surf.
Yeah.
It's huge most of the time there. And there's so many slabs, so many waves. I spent some time there. I spent like a month and a half with my friend Bevo, who's from Yallingup as well. So I had an epic time. But I do have to say the waves there are so powerful. It's just so raw, so much energy. And I think it creates some incredible surfers.
Yeah, it does for sure. It's exciting to see. I mean, you think about all the charges over there, and like my mind immediately goes to Willow Hardy.
Yeah, me too.
And like
first name that popped up.
Yeah, like watching her absolutely charge recently over at the CT over there was just, it kind of blew my mind, honestly. It was pretty psycho. And I know that she's over here in Crewy for this event as well. She had a pretty nice run for her first Challenger Series at Newcastle, and she kind of approached her first heat. She's like, if I don't make the heat, that's okay. I just want to show people like how much I've improved and how good I can surf.
That's great.
And like having that attitude and that mindset was really cool to see from Willow for sure.
100%. And the Hardys are such an incredible family. They've been around the Korean NIAS events quite a bit. So spent some time with them as well in Afulu. It was such a fun event. We had a great time. She ended up taking that one out. It was a great final. It's this perfectly left, I think north of NIAS, if I'm not wrong. And it's just epic to have them around. They're always so happy and
so
easygoing. So I'm excited to see her compete again.
Yeah, me too. I know her younger sister Olive is here too. I actually saw Jean, her dad, just tear one apart yesterday in the free surf. I was like, oh, settle down. Like, that was so sick.
You're competing too, or
what?
I was
like, get the Rashi back on. But there's such a depth of talent for the WA surfers. Jacob Wilcox also on the Challenger Series. I'm sure there's so many more names. I'm kind of having a mind blank right now, but yeah, it's incredible.
We got a good West Aussie in our crew as well.
Yeah, we sure do. Well, 7 minutes to go in this heat. Maverick Wilson out in front with that 7.5. Has that 4.33 as a backup. Tommy Carvalho with a 7.17 and a 3.5. He needs a 4.67 to go to first. It's Caleb Tancred holding first priority. He's got a 5.17. He only needs a 5.51 to go to second place. And Sho Shirai chasing a 7.4. This is a really, really stacked heat. Yeah, wow, these 4 surfers are such incredible surfers. It's really anyone's game right now.
100%, you're right. This is super stacked, and it's only round 2 of the men's QS here in the Krui Pro. Day 2, we're gonna be finishing it off with the next heat. I think we made that call earlier on today. So it's been a big day, a lot of action. We've had already 2 winners. Congratulations to the Pro Juniors earlier on today. They had an incredible run. But now it's time for the QS to kind of show what's up.
Yeah, exactly. It's their time to go out there and surf these perfect waves. I mean, for heats 3 and 4, they'll probably be the first heats of tomorrow morning, and they're gonna have some pretty good conditions because the last 2 mornings has been really glassy. It's been so fun. So I think they'll be laughing a little bit right now, going, yeah, it looks fun out there now, but I think tomorrow morning's going to be pretty good as well.
They're like, yeah, let's put it on hold, guys. Let's put it on hold.
We'll surf tomorrow.
They're probably stoked on the call.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, we are about to reach the 5-minute mark. It is Maverick Wilson pretty comfortably in first, Thomas Carvalho in second. Both have 7s in their names. It's a little bit for Caleb Tancred and Shoshirai needing to catch up. They don't need scores they haven't done before. Sho needing a 7.4, that's pretty solid, but Caleb only needing a 5.5. So we know he can do it. He did a pretty good performance in his first heat. Let's see if the ocean provides.
Yeah, this is tough right now. A 5.51 for Caleb. Sho needing a 7.4. It's so hard because obviously there's only 2 people that progress through in the heat, but you look at these 4 surfers and it's like, wow, any of these surfers could be in finals day. Really.
100%.
So yeah, I'm hopeful that there'll hopefully be at least 4 more waves and we can see what these surfers do. I just want to see a bit more surfing from everyone, but the ocean's just having a little moment right now, which is fair enough. It's been providing all day. And 3 minutes 45 seconds to go. The nerves right now for Tommy Carvalho. He's got second priority, which is a good thing. But even for Maverick, I mean, first place I feel like still isn't quite safe just yet with the quality and the level of these surfers.
So it looks like Maverick Wilson, 4th priority. Shoshirai takes it off him, but nothing too entertaining. Thomas kind of sold it to him. I mean, he took a look, but he wasn't interested. It was a good call from Thomas Carvalho. He didn't want to get rid of his second priority. Caleb has been sitting out there for quite a while now. So hopefully the nerves haven't really gotten to him yet. There is a big set approaching. Will he be going for this one?
Wow, all right, with 3 minutes to go, the nerves are starting to kick in. Caleb needs a 5.51.
Ooh,
smooth rail surfing. Nice connection there. Gets a second turn, another turn in there, I should say, hoping to get a little bit more critical here, which he does. Well, can he get the finish? Unfortunately, coming unstuck, hitting that section a little bit late once again, but that was still a pretty nice wave from Caleb. Solid surfing.
100%. And this is the current heat leader right now, Maverick Wilson, the West Aussie. Taking a look at this one, he wraps it around here, tries to position himself better for this second turn. This wave not giving him too much just yet, but it looks like it's going to stand up for him on the inside. Nice hack right there. Sets it up again. So nothing too critical. I think he did the best he could on that. Wants to get rid of a 4.33. Will Thomas Carvalho improve on his 3.50? And for now, it's looking like he's well on the way with that type of surfing.
Yeah, hopefully this wave. Oh, that was really unlucky for Tommy. Just coming unstuck. I mean, that first turn into that second turn combo was so smooth. Needing to better a 3.5. Wow. I'm curious to see where this goes. I think Caleb definitely challenges for that 5.51. It was good surfing.
Yeah, that was really good surfing. It was definitely a solid set. When he kind of first took off, I was like, is this a mistake? But
That's what I thought too.
it kind of picked up. Like it had a solid face to it. So it's going to be an interesting ending.
Yeah, it's definitely yeah, wow. Anything could happen right now. Shoshirai holds that first priority. He is still in this heat as well, and very well, very capable of getting a 7.4. But in my opinion, Tommy needs another wave. So will he be able to better a 3.5? Looks like Sho is going to try and scratch into this one. He just misses it with 30 seconds to go. Will someone be able to pick up this one on the inside? Tommy is scratching for it. He's a strong paddler. We saw him scratch into one earlier. 20 seconds to go. Just misses it. Caleb's last wave is 7.93. He goes to first. Maverick still has the score to lock in. Tommy needs a 4.67 right now. He's in third place with 10 seconds to go. Wow, really close between second and third right now. That was an insane heat to watch. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Wow, I got my adrenaline pumping.
Yeah, my heart was racing. Wow.
That was pretty wild. But wait, we still waiting for some scores to come through? Will Maverick go back to first? It doesn't really look like it. So he does increase his score now. Thomas needing a 5.61.
Wow. Yeah, Tommy still has that score to lock in, needing that 5.61, a 2-turn combo.
I don't think it's going to be the wave he's looking for.
Yeah, I have to agree with you, Giada. It's looking like it's going to come in just under. It's a 4.17. So it's Caleb Tancred and Maverick Wilson moving on through to the next round. Don't go anywhere. We have fireworks for the last heat of the day at day 2 of the Krui Pro. We'll be right back after this quick break.
On the edge of the wild South Sumatran coastline, Ujong Batur juts out into the pristine Indian Ocean to offer long and rippable walls that are a vision of dreams come to life.
For day 2 of the Krui Pro, straight up into heat 2 of the men's round of 128. It is Kaiki Yamanaka out there in the red, Benny Zanata in the blue, Chikal in the white. We saw him yesterday in the Pro Juniors, and Kishore Kumar, we saw him earlier in that first round of the men's. In the green, Benny Zanata locking in a 3.33 to start off his heat. I'm True Styling, joined in the booth with Mark Clift. Mark, that last heat number 1, had fireworks. That was... wow, lots going on.
Go the west side. Mad Dog Wilson holds on. Insane finish, though. I mean, Caleb Tancred, he's been a high-class performer for a lot of years as a junior. I haven't seen him for a while, but he's back. He's still in form. Mm-hmm. He got a 7.99 or whatever it was with a fall at the end of that wave to win and steal the win off Mav. But this is Mav's first kind of go in big deal QS events. Yeah. So I'm stoked that he got that wave where he got his 7.5 and almost won. But look, he's second in a really high scoring heat. It was just insane. So Mad Dog, proud of you, mate.
Yeah, well, this is a replay of Benny Zanata, his first wave. He is here with the Northern Beaches crew, Nick James, Duke Kelleher, I think. Otts might be here as well with the crew. So super amazing people to have in the support team of Benny Zanata. So I'm sure he is going with the vibes of that. I've seen him the last few days and he's like, yeah, I haven't been getting 2 waves in the free surfs, but the waves I have been getting, I feel like I've been surfing good on. I'm like, you know what? It's all about feeling like that. So just
time to do it with the Rashi on. Here we go. This is Green dropping in the goofy footer. Looks like Kishore, the Indian surfer. Had a little chat with him after his heat yesterday. I sort of suggested he needs to take a few more risks. I'm sure Team India up there are watching their little charger. I hope he does well and represents India because I love the fact that those guys are coming to these events. Another quick up and down for Ben.
Yeah, that I was actually, I think it was Giada that I was talking to. I've actually been over to India for the surf event that was there. It's the first time I met Di, actually, over in Mahabalipuram, and the waves over there were super fun. There was lots to do. It was I really enjoyed my time over there. There was actually heaps of jellyfish. I think pretty much everyone was getting stung. It was so crazy, but the waves were fun. It was the sickest little novelty ride, and the Indian surfers were putting on a show. It was so great to watch.
I'm sure the food was good too. Eh?
Oh yeah.
Food.
So good.
Let's watch Chikal. We watched this young man surf through yesterday a fair bit. He's putting up another effort here on day 2 at the Krui Pro. Got through a couple of rounds to show us he is a pretty decent surfer. He's a little bit inexperienced at this level, but got some good things to like about what he does. So let's see if Chikal can represent the locals and come through with a win, or with at least maybe a progression. He's got to take down either Kaiki or Chikal, I think, to really challenge and slot through at least in the second spot is all important to get another berth in the next round. But hasn't the round of 128 started with a bang that last heat? Thomas Carvalho could consider himself very unlucky to get third with an 11.34 two-wave total. And Caleb Tancred threw everything at his last wave. He almost got 8 points with a brutal fall at the end, but just damaged that thing before he got to the end section. So Caleb, he's still a shredder.
Yeah, he even with a little bit of time off, he still knows how to put some scores together, and it's exciting to see him back. So far, he's surfed 2 heats today. He was in that first round, in the very first heat of the first round. He surfed again just in that last heat, getting the win over Maverick Wilson, Tommy Carvalho, and Sho Shirai. That was actually a really
outrageously tough heat.
Yeah, it was a stacked first heat. I mean, and it's what we're expecting in this QS 6000. We want to see that level of surfers. It's exciting.
For someone like Sho Shirai, will be majorly disappointed because I'm pretty sure he missed out on the Pro Junior final this morning. He just missed out.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's out of the QS. So in 2 days of an 8-day event, someone as quality as Sho is on the sidelines. That's just how brutal, these 6,000s in Indonesia are, and the whole Asian region. I mean, they're such hard events.
Yeah.
And no disrespect to any other nation, but I said it last year when I was at NIAS that I think that's the most brutal 5,000 I've ever seen. And I think this region holds up to some of the toughest 5,000 and 6,000s worldwide, really.
Oh, absolutely. The level and quality of surfing is just, insane. I mean, it's so exciting to watch. You're always on the edge of your seat in every heat. There's always a moment where it's like, whoa, that was huge, or, that was such insane commitment.
Watching the free surfing, you can see how high the level is. It's just everywhere. Every wave, everywhere, every person.
Yeah.
And you're just like, my God, what's going on out there? There is not one semi-kookish moment amongst all the free surfs. And it was a similar story last year at NIAS. It's just blow-ups going on everywhere. And I'm like, once the rashies come on and they're down to business, it's just dog-eat-dog world in this at this level.
Yeah, it really is. And it has to be like that because Challenger Series qualifications are on the line.
Yeah.
And that is where everyone has their sights set on qualifying for that Challenger Series. End goal would be the championship tour.
And then when you look at how tough these events are and you think, wow, out of the Asian region, I think they only take like 5 or 6 men through to the Challenger in the Asian region. So at such high-end events, over X amount of them, you've got to end up in the top 6 or 5, I think it is. It's a tough gig.
Yeah.
Let's watch Kaiki now. He's waited a little while for his first opportunity. He's definitely bearing some serious rail. Oh, had to think about it. Probably would have got well belted, but he just reserved the right to preserve his board and his body intact to get out there and tack away at these next 18 minutes.
Yeah, and simply just get that completion. We have had a call for tomorrow as well. This is going to be the last heat of our day, but tomorrow we're going to have a 7 a.m. call for a 7:30 a.m. start with the men's QS round of 128 heats to 16, and then all other QS divisions will be on standby. I tell you what, someone who had a really great heat in that last one was Caleb Tancred. He is back for another heat interview with Giada Legati.
All right, so I'm here with Caleb, the winner of the last heat. That was close. That was pretty close. You waited till the last minute to catch that score and move straight to first. So what are you feeling right now?
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the plan to leave it till that long, but I'm just grateful I got an opportunity. Yeah, just trusting in myself that one would come and I could do my surfing I need to do.
All right, so we didn't see you here last year, and I haven't heard much of you in the contest world. So what have you been up to?
I've had a bit of a hiatus probably the last 5 years or so. I did the junior series and stuff growing up, and then stepped away to do a bit of university, and now I've finished that and got that all behind me. I'm ready to give surfing a crack again.
All right, and what other events are you planning to do for the rest of the year?
The full season. Yeah, I've locked in from here to NIAS, and looks like we're going to get plenty of swell at NIAS, which is exciting, and then the rest of the QS series.
All right, well, you're looking like you're in good form. Congratulations. Is there anything you'd like to say to your friends and family back at home?
Hey, Mum, I think she's watching. Marco, all my mates, thanks, guys, for tuning in.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much, and see you in the next round. Back to you guys.
Caleb, shredder. Watch this space. He could go. He could ruffle a lot of feathers through this draw. He's had a hiatus. He's a little university course. I'd like to find out what that was. Do you know what it was?
Yeah, he did a degree in architecture. Yeah, in the last 5
Bit
years.
of a brainiac and to go along with a surfing skill like that.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Yeah, super cool. So yeah, he's pretty switched on. He focused on that. And now he's back. He's ready to lock in for competitive surfing. I mean, he definitely has the talents. This is his last wave of Kaiki Yamanaka 467. Beautiful opening turn. I mean, such a smooth surfer. This is our first look of Kaiki Yamanaka in the QS 6000. Opts out of that end section, and fair enough. This is a 5-2-3 from Benny Zanata from Long Reef. I mean,
yeah, pretty strong. He's picked a good wave. I can see what the fuss is about. There seems to be a lot of hype on Benny Zanata. End section there kind of goes upside down and gets out of there in a hurry to just solidly complete that wave. Chikal now in the white. Young fella eyeballs the end section, gets up there and gives a little slap. All right, not in the same sort of league as what we just saw from Ben and Kaiki, but either way, representing the locals pretty well. And he's out there just strutting his stuff in a big deal round of 128 heat.
Yep.
So I'm giving him a lot of kudos to get this far. It's pretty tough.
yeah, it's pretty crazy surfing. Yeah, I mean, these surfers in this draw is just absolutely insane. Kishore Kumar, he progressed through that first heat of the morning, that first heat of the men's round 144 with Caleb.
Yep.
It was great to watch him really going for it, but he just needs to lift that level in this heat.
But I'm glad he got through a heat. You know, he's come a long way, and he didn't have the most ideal heat in these Pro Juniors.
Mm-hmm.
Had a little chat with him. He lifted his act. He got out of a heat, so he's ticked the boxes.
Yeah.
You know, starting to earn a fan base, and people will now know a little bit more about Kishore. He's not just lost in the big pack up there in India. He's down here at a high level event, getting through a heat, and just representing on the biggest stage. So here he is. There's still plenty of time to go. At this stage, he only needs a 2.58 to jump into second, but it's only just starting to take shape, really, this heat. A couple of numbers noteworthy, the 5.23 there for Ben and the 4.67 for Kaiki. Looking like they could end up valuable numbers, and the rest of it's just 2s and 3s. So a fair bit to work on for both Chikal and Kishore, and I'm sure Kaiki and Ben can still do a fair bit better.
Yeah, this is that replay of Chikal's last wave, 2.57. Smaller wave, but still does some really beautiful surfing. He's drawing some nice lines. I love the look of that board under his feet. It looks like it's a Sharper. I'd love to find out what model that is. Yeah, because it's looking really good. He's just I'm excited to see how his surfing evolves as he grows as well. I feel like he could really be a force to be reckoned with.
Pretty much this whole area. I mean, there's a lot of groms around when you go up to Crewy left. There's a lot of local groms. They've had this event in their backyard for a couple of years now, so it will probably be sooner rather than later that we will see some improvement out of the locals. Benny Zanata now has picked an A-grade wave. Just really gave it a solid slap, and the drift across the coping there just proved a little bit too much for Ben, but it was probably turned into a one-maneuver wave, and he just went for it.
Yeah, he did. He really went for it, and I loved seeing that commitment really from Benny. I mean, it's something that we're used to seeing from him. He's still in the juniors. He was over at the Australian junior titles at the end of last year down at Wollongong, and he had a great run. Unfortunately missing out on the finals, but I tell you what, he was looking strong. And, he really takes everything seriously, and he looks at everything within an inch of its life. He's a sponge. He listens to everything. And it's cool to see him going for it out here.
And I really like the conversation you and Giada had before about Australia and that region and just how the depth of Australian surfing. We've known it for a long time. And, sure, the Team Brazil had a big charge and the focus came off Australia a little bit, but they're still there. And there's a storm brewing down under.
For sure.
Let's watch Kaiki. All right, a 4.67, rattling on down the line.
Ooh.
He gives it a pump. He's going to be late to this end section and down.
Wow.
No, he doesn't. Well done, young man. Jesus, I thought he was Gonski.
Yeah, wow, that was really, really well done. I mean, Kaiki, he was late to that section. Rides out pretty much in front of the whitewash. I mean, disappeared.
He was late to the party again. Remember his last wave? He had a look at that last section and just totally pulled away. And he's probably paddling out going, damn, did I just sort of blow an opportunity? He was late to the party then, but he made it count. So good on you, Kaiki. That was a nice rebound.
Yeah, definitely. That was huge. Benny, up and riding again. He's a wave magnet right now. Look at this line. Beautiful first turn. Draws off the bottom for a nice second connection. He's putting it together a little bit better now, trying to get rid of that 3.3. Patient here as he just tags it to get a finish.
Best wave I've seen for a couple of hours. That was so sick. The whip in those top turns was undeniably just excellent. It's got to be. It was so good. A really strong wave. His first 3 hits, I'd love to see this wave again. His first 3 hits just had 0 downtime.
Yeah.
And it was just flat out attack on some really good bossy sections. So he picked an A-grade wave. He absolutely nailed the finish as well. I can see a huge number about to drop for Ben. I reckon that's the best, probably close to the best wave I've seen since Iko Watanabe teed off.
Yeah, and you know what? He really liked the feeling of it. And fair enough, that was a very well-surfed wave. Didn't really put a foot wrong, honestly. Surf beyond his years on that one. He's definitely getting rid of that 3.33. We'll see where it goes compared to that 5.23, but 9.5 minutes to go.
Well, it's a 7.5. We've talked it up. I reckon the score probably could have easily have been. Wouldn't have surprised me if it was an 8.5. Got a 7.5. It's still a blockbuster number, but damn, that was excellent surfing.
Yeah, huge surfing from Benny Zanata. That was really good to watch. You can see the free surfers, they're hungry to get out there. And this is a replay, Mark.
Yeah.
Huge.
Yeah. So this is, look, just how good the wave is, how rapid fire these 3 turns happened. Everything about his top turn hits was just golden. And then he got a real nice little completion here as well. Upside down, super fast. Geez, I could easily have seen that being out in the excellent range, easily.
Yeah, for sure. That was...
Either way, he's got a solid lead over Kaiki, who put together a 3.6 for his last wave. So Kaiki's probably got to go, what do I got to do to get a big number? Bit of what Benny just did would be nice.
Yeah, definitely. I just think, Kaiki's waves have had a little bit of whitewash on them. They've been, he's been a little bit late to the party a few times. There has been that drama, but they haven't really had that finesse and control that we just saw on that last wave of Benny's. And I feel like that's the difference really right now. So Ben Zanata out into a, pretty demanding lead, a 7.5 and a 5.23. Kaiki needs an 8.06 to go to first. So I feel like his challenge right now is to better that 3.6 and make it harder for Chikal and Kishore to move up into second, because Chikal needs a 5.7 and Kishore is chasing a 6.17. So we'll see how the last 8 minutes or so of this heat goes.
Geez, Ben just found a ripper of a wave. That was such a good wave and did not hold back. I loved it so much. Congratulations, Ben. Are we going to have a post heat with him if he wins? Are we going to do a post heat? Or we generally don't on the last heat of the day, do we? Anyway.
Maybe we can get him in to have a chat tomorrow. He loves to have a chin wag.
Oh, beautiful. Anyway, mighty impressed with what I've seen out of Ben here. He came in sort of giving him some big raps, and I can see what the fuss is all about because, geez, if he can find 2 waves like that at every heat, he's going to be hard to beat. That was so sick. On your Ben. Here's Red just waving to us. Kaiki wants to know what's going on. Dude, you're looking pretty good. Yep, an 8.06 had put you in first, but more importantly, the other fellas have got some substantial numbers to track down second spot here. A 5.7 out of Chikal. I don't think it's beyond him, but he's probably got to do his best surfing out of the last 2 days right now to attract that number. And Keyshaw, yeah, but he's going to really have to dig deep for a 6.17.
Yeah, he will. He needs to find one of those good mid-sized waves that offers more than 2 critical sections, that's for sure. And needs to lay into some really solid rail surfing. He has that first priority, so he's got that working for him. He has a first option at the next best opportunity. It's nice to have that priority rotation. They've actually introduced it into like all of the junior events in Australia now, which is super cool. It's nice for the even under 14s juniors to kind of experience what it's like to
just to get familiar with those rules.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
I reckon it's a good thing too. It's stopped any sort of hassling, and it's made them wisen up a little bit and just learn,
sharpen up their wave selection.
If they're gonna go on with it in a comp surfing, the sooner you learn these stuff, the better. So they brought it into all these young divisions. Fair enough, they don't do it with the 12s or the 10s. They let them just froth and go for it and have fun. But to learn the whole system at a young age, it's only going to sort of harden them up for when they get to these sort of events.
Yeah, it's super cool, and it's great opportunities for surfers to be in that rotation to get a good wave. But with 5.5 minutes to go, hopefully the ocean will provide. It's Chikal right now. It's second priority. He's going this one. And he was looking really good in the Pro Junior event. Oh, huge first turn. Needs a 5.7. This wave offers another opportunity. He might challenge that and gets that second turn in and a completion.
Is there a third?
Wow, that was huge surfing from Chikal, just not leaving anything in the tank on that one. 5.7.
Win, lose or draw, just the fact that he took that on and he didn't fall. He could have easily just overcooked his first turn, getting a bit excited and fallen off and gave himself no chance. But he nailed a pretty strong first move, right? And even his second turn was fairly dodgy, but made it. And at this level, it's debatable whether he gets a 5.7. But the fact that he went for it and he completed that wave, Chikal, win, lose or draw, I think he's really stepped up and starting to find some confidence at this level and improve in a short amount of time. That was sick.
Well, there it goes, a 3.3. So, it was good surfing. Maybe could have been a little bit more critical compared to the other surfers. But, I tell you what, that was really nice
He
to
attacked the
see
lip
him.
at high speed twice.
Yeah.
Well done, Chikal.
See him going for it. A 4.97 now.
Yes, again.
It lowers his requirement. This is a good one.
So, he did a good job to get around that section, to just hold his momentum and project out of the lip the way he did, to give himself a chance at hitting this. It was a little late and the layback went on, but the fact that he kind of completed it without fumbling around too much, tick, bit of credit in the back there for me. Just not as top to bottom as what we've seen out of Ben, nowhere near at the same sort of level as what we've seen out of Ben and even what Kaiki's been putting together. But for a local fella to just finish that wave and take it on a bit, I like what he did.
Yeah.
There's the old Ombak Indoor site. We used to set up our judging tower just up on the grassed area where that photographer is. We were there for a lot of years. It was the site of our event. A lot of the crew stayed there. I'm pretty sure they still do. Ombak Indoor, Annie and Stewie set that up a long time ago. Good on you guys.
Yeah, great opportunity to
last heat of the day, folks, of a successful. It was going to be a 22 heat day, but it turns into 20, a lazy 20, 25-minute heats. A couple of them were 30s, actually. But the absolute highlight of the day has to be Mirai Aikita. No one surfed a better heat all day for a 9.27, I think it was an 8.5 or something, and only rode 2 waves to win back-to-back titles. Here we go.
put everyone in combo.
Yep.
This is
Keyshaw.
Keyshaw. Nice first carve. Highlines that section, drops down with speed. Driving through another nice rail turn. He needs to get a little bit more critical now to nudge for that 617. Gets another turn in there as he's flying down the line. This looks like it's going to open up for him to just go up and over, but unfortunately doesn't get the completion for Kishore Kumar from India. But it was he gave it his all, a 6.17. I don't think he's going to get that, but it will definitely go into his top 2.
And the fact that he progressed through a heat, earlier on today in a big deal 6,000 event, the fact that he had a pretty good ride to finish off, which is probably going to be his sign-off wave of this event.
Mm-hmm.
But he's improving and being at this level and seeing it all and watching all the dynamic surfers that are here. It's really, you can't just buy those experiences. You've got to be here and live them and put yourself in the heat of battle to make those improvements. So Kishore, tick, well done, brother. It's only a 2.67, doesn't matter. He was here, he experienced it. He'll go home much better for having done that. I hope Team India get behind Kishore when he gets home, because I'm just going to give him a little salute from up here, and same with Chikal, because I like to see these underdog stories at least stepping up and having a crack.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at this replay. It was a 2.67, but Chikal is looking smooth on rail, Mark.
Yep, it was a pretty good wave here. So Kishore here going for it down the line. I think at times he just probably had his eye down the line a little too much, rather than really just surf and be brutal with the section that's in front of him. He always was looking at this and then fell. So little learning points again. Ben Zanata, though, ripping heat, 35 seconds, trying to improve on a 5.23 to take a little bit more momentum into the round of 96 when we get there. But the last heat of the day, great job, Ben Zanata. That 7.5 could have been a point better, but ripping either way. And Kaiki here, he's found himself a little drainer.
Yeah, he's found himself a really nice one. He's going top to bottom. Not really any fumbles in between each turn with 10 seconds to go. Kaiki defending second place. Chikal, this is going to be his last wave of the heat. Gets that quick float. Trying to maintain some speed, driving through another nice carve.
Look at the vultures in the background.
Tags it
There they go. Well done,
finish.
Chikal.
That was a nice wave.
Oh, the free surfers. We were talking about people learning priority, etc. earlier. There ain't none of that going on in the lineup right now. There's about 100 people that have just swarmed the Ujong Bachor Reef. I'm going to shake your hand, True, and say we've had a great day. Thanks for being involved with us. We've got a good team here, and I've had a lot of fun. Have you?
It's been a fun day.
Cool.
Yeah, it's been super awesome. It's been great to see some good surfing, and what a heat to finish the day off.
Yeah, there's still some scores coming, so we might just pay them a little bit of credit here and just watch it all lock in. But it will be Ben and Kaiki moving through for sure. We'll be back for a 7 a.m. call tomorrow morning, everybody, for a 7:30 start. Obviously, we're going to tidy up this round and then probably just motor on into some more men's surfing, I suggest.
Mm-hmm.
But Kaiki and Ben Zanata, really strong effort. The underdogs in this one, Chikal and Kishore, can hold their heads high. They didn't fail. They surfed pretty well for their experience and their level. Good work, boys.
Yeah, well, as we wait for this last one of Kaiki, it looks like it'll go into his top 2. It's a 4.37. Last wave of Chikal, it was an awesome wave to see him finish off his campaign in the QS 6,000 here at the 2025 Krui Pro. He needs a 5.74. I'm not too sure if that's going to be the number.
No,
We'll
not if
stick with
Kaiki
it.
only gets a 4.37.
Yes.
So, he went out swinging. He rode a wave in. He can go and hang his Rashi up. I'm sure his buddies are there. Give him a little pat on the back. Not a bad outing. I think he surfed 5 heats in 2 days.
Yeah, huge stuff.
Good on you. There's our work site. That's the athlete zone. We've just gone past the judges' tower. We're just behind the athlete zone. And you know what? We're about to sign off and say from Crewy, everybody, I hope you've enjoyed day 2. We've had a blast. We'll see you bright and early. 7 o'clock call tomorrow morning for day 3. Woohoo. Thanks, team. Thanks, boys.
Hello, my name is TP Japrik. I'm from the AAC. Really proud and happy to see the Krui Pro QS 5000. What a great work from Pak Bupati, Pak Haji Agus Istiqlal, and all the crew from the Pemda Pesisir Barat. Hope to see a great event.
Welcome to heaven on earth, where your dreams become reality. Welcome to the land of beauty, where your adventure meets hospitality. Welcome to Pesisir Barat.
Oh mate, I just went for a drive. Surf is cooking, bruh. Wind's gone off his, swell's starting to pulse. You all fueled up? It's you and me, man. We're gonna get cane today. Yeah, let's go, brother.